Chapter 1991. The concept of this world was very much in line with the state he wanted to achieve, because they were living in the same environment and under the threat of the world. As long as they knew that the demonized creatures were coming, everyone would not hesitate to pick up their weapons and charge forward, even if there were grudges between people. But most of them were just small personal matters. They would temporarily let bygones be bygones and join hands to kill the enemy. Those who could fight would fight, and those who could not would help from behind. Everyone was fighting in their own way, and there was no exception. Yes, this was the situation he wanted to see in the Order Void. However, the reality was that although they were living in the same environment and under the threat of the world, the people of Order were indifferent to the chaos. The Void frontline only occupied the largest portion of the forces of Order, but in terms of numbers, there were not as many people involved in the three-sided battle in the primordial world. When the three of them fought, the battlefront stretched out and affected billions of worlds. They only participated in the battle at the very center of the battlefield, which was the place where the elites were gathered. There were many battles in other places, and those places were the main battlefront. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that the people of Order were indifferent to the chaos. After all, there were fewer people in the Void frontline. To give a bigger and slightly vague explanation, the people of the upper realm, including those who belonged to the middle and lower realms but escaped to the upper realm for various reasons when the chaos attacked. The people who were involved in this Order Void vortex probably occupied about 60% of the total number of people in the Order Void vortex. The remaining 40% was made up of people whose numbers varied from world to world, and people who did not participate in the battle. If quantity could be converted into pure attack power, then these 60% of the Void would have exploded if they each spat out a mouthful of salt soda. That was the order of magnitude. But if one were to calculate based on the actual situation, then he alone would be able to destroy the order of the Void by himself. That would be very... Oh, I'm going off topic. He must have seen how this world dealt with the demonized life forms. Perhaps it was because they were truly afraid of being beaten up, causing them to harbor resentment and hatred, which was why they were fighting as a group. In fact, it was the same in other warring worlds. The situation where everyone was a soldier did not exist from the beginning. It was a habit formed after a long period of fighting to the death. Then, the current situation in the Order Void vortex was purely because it had been idle for too long. It had been like this ever since the end of the era of chaos. If you had to put it bluntly, it would be asking for a beating. It was only when they were beaten up that they would regroup and twist themselves into a force. But the chaos was not like the demonized creatures. The latter had been wreaking havoc here for who knows how many years, destroying the entire world many times. The remaining tinder of life had engraved in its heart each time it was destroyed and passed down the generations with great difficulty. That was how the current situation in the Order Void vortex was formed. But the battle between order and chaos, it was gone. If they lost once, everything would be gone. Not even dregs would be left behind. There would not be a chance for them to pass down their legacy. They did not even have such a chance during the two eras when the God of Origin was still around, let alone during other eras. Especially during the war in the Dark Age, they all disappeared after the war. Order and chaos both ceased to exist. Sigh. Forget it. Forget it. I don't want to talk about it. I can't force others to do this. I can only grit my teeth and rush forward. No, he really hoped that the Order of the Void could be twisted into a force, even if it could only be used a little bit. Just a little bit. What if the final battle was just a little bit away? He didn't dare to think about it. He didn't dare to think about this kind of if and a little bit. He couldn't care too much about this, because he would go crazy if he cared too much about these forces that couldn't be pulled together. He could only treat them as if they were all dead. They were all dead. No one could add any more strength to him and the Void frontline. He didn't want to carry these ridiculous and meaningless burdens and move forward fearlessly. The demonized creatures and the quiet wasteland, they already had plans to go there. They learned from Emerald that there were a lot of relics in the quiet wasteland, and it happened that the Shadow King asked them to go there. No matter whether they could find anything or not, they had to go there first. uncovering the dusty history of the previous generation. They might be able to understand what had happened in this world. What he meant was the things that were buried deep in the past, not the things that happened on the surface, where the human race and the demonized creatures fought each other until the end of the world. No, if not, then so be it. When the time comes, they would burn the chaos demon wasteland clean with fire and return the world to peace. Anyway, an emergency had popped up at this time, and they were about to attack the tranquil wasteland. It was like someone handed a pillow to them when they were sleepy. To be honest, it might be more convenient for them to go in by themselves. It was just that it might be difficult to find the things they wanted. Now, it was like they had picked up a tour guide for free. It was a win-win situation. It was just that they were very concerned about the information that they got from the demonized creatures. They didn't know how reliable and haunted it was. They would see when the time came. Both sides introduced themselves and said a few words about the operation plan. After that, they dispersed. The black-haired teenager named Mu Sang-yuan watched Yin Nuashing and the others leave. He looked back at Lan Lan and saw that she still had a lingering fear. He whispered, "Are you still afraid?" Lan Lan nodded carefully. Her eyes never moved away from the place where Yin Nuashing and the others left. It was as if she didn't dare to put the important target out of her sight. She could only feel at ease when her eyes were locked on it. But Lan Lan can actually see wrongly. That sudden wow just now scared us all. The 7-foot-tall man held his head and said, half jokingly and half seriously. Lan Lan was silent for a while. Her pretty face was still frowning. She shook her head gently under everyone's concerned gaze. I didn't see wrongly. It's him restraining. He completely restrained the unimaginable dark and crazy aura. That's why I could see him just now. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other with a slightly puzzled and dignified expression. They couldn't figure out the situation of that group of people. They also didn't understand why there was an energy darker and crazier than the demonized energy coming from him. It didn't feel like a good sign. Mu Sang-yuan couldn't help but say to her, "How did you see Feng Ling just now? Just when you saw him at the beginning?" Just the mention of this topic reminded her of the situation just now. Lan Lan's pretty face turned pale. She shook her head vigorously. I couldn't see anything. It was just a dark gray cloud. I only saw it when he was close enough to me. His whole person was like a lump in a painting that was completely blackened by gray and black brushes. It was even very blurry. Mu, I don't think he's like a living person, like a ghost. As for the existence of that person, I can give you some explanation. A manager in a white robe came forward. When Mu Sang-yin and the rest turned their eyes to him, he said faintly, "We got the news from Emerald and the temple warrior who came with us. Coupled with the reaction of the main temple that we just saw, our judgment should be correct. A few days ago, a supreme will swept across the entire world, cleansing the boundless demonized energy of many regions. There was a huge upheaval in the tranquil wasteland because of this. The demonized beings that should have crossed the wasteland were weakened and retreated back into the wasteland. Even the demonized people were not spared. They were all weakened to varying degrees in the prison, as if they were about to break free from their demonized state. They were so weak that it seemed like they were about to be completely purified into nothingness. The light of that will also lit up the damaged but functional lightning-chasing towers one by one, continuing the light of the lightning-chasing towers. Do you still remember? A few days ago, a huge beam of light suddenly appeared in my line of sight, even though it only lasted for a short while. How could I forget such a shocking scene?" Mu Sang-yuan said as he came to a realization. His expression froze as he said, "You're saying, ease. There is no doubt that this person is the true guardian of the will." The manager of the main temple in another region also responded in the same way. The manager nodded gently. He turned his head and looked at the group of people who had appeared outside the main temple from the top of the main temple. If necessary, assist, cooperate with them as much as possible. The attack will be tomorrow. You all should go and rest first. I hope there will be no accidents." Mu Sang-yuan and the others slowly nodded, accepting the explanation. However, their expressions were still a bit strange. According to the ancient legends, The guardian of the will had suddenly appeared in front of them and made Lon vomit on the ground with just a glance. How could they believe this? However, the manager of the main hall had given them such an answer, so they had no choice but to believe it. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as I arrived. In the capital of God, we looked up at the Tower Harbor. There were still ships coming in, big and small. It seemed like they were preparing for the battle tomorrow. They were mobilizing forces from all over the place. No wonder there are so many ships. It's for tomorrow. Speaking of which, aren't they afraid that the other side will find out that they're mobilizing their forces so openly? Don't be afraid. Every city has a corresponding defense, and every city here has a defense of level 3 or above. Even if there's a chance, they can hold on until we mobilize our forces to support them. But if we fight like this, it's like a game of hide and seek. If they act recklessly, we will fight recklessly. If we support them, we will retreat. This is just wasting their strength. There is no way we can break through the defense of the lightning-chasing tower in one go, and it's impossible to cause any substantial damage to our forces. The demonized people who have become demonized can no longer use power similar to the lightning-chasing tower, but they have changed their direction, and their individual strength is quite strong. If we encounter them alone outside, even if we are at the same level, we can't beat them. So, we can only rely on the airships and the lightning-chasing tower to fight. Emerald explained. She raised her hand and pointed at the lightning-chasing tower. By the way, the defense here is considered the best among all the other capitals of God. The defense of the capitals of God is also divided into different levels. We looked at the lightning-chasing tower and pondered. Among the 4 capitals of God they had seen so far, one of them was a wreckage. The wreckage and the lightning-chasing tower of the northern region's capital of God could only support the defense of a mid-level premier. However, the defense of the Gloom region and the southern region's capital of God was comparable to that of a high-level premier. Yes, some of the capitals of God were left behind from a long time ago. Even if the lightning-chasing tower looks the same, the inside is slightly different. Take our lightning-chasing tower as an example. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a product of the last 3 generations. The other capitals of God may be from the last generation or 2 generations. Some are even newly built in this generation. Their defense is weaker. Emerald nodded in response. So, it's a relic. Yin Nuashing suddenly raised her head. She understood something. The shadow we saw in the southern region's capital of God may have appeared because of the lightning-chasing tower. We also let out a long sigh. I see. I thought it came from somewhere else. I didn't expect it to be a local resident. Emerald opened her eyes wide and looked at Feng Ling curiously. The shadow of the past. Are you talking about the white, humanoid apparitions that float about without making a sound? Have you seen it? To be specific, it's them. The shadow of the past is not a single individual. They should have different individual consciousness. We have to cross the chaos demon wilderness and come west because it told me to come here to find more. You can talk to it? Emerald suddenly became excited. She rushed over and shook his shoulder. How can you talk to it? There have been thousands of sightings of ghosts throughout history, but no one has ever succeeded in communicating with them. You are the only example. What did it say? It guided you here to find a relic? Did it ask you to go to the tranquil wasteland? It also said something else. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Shuang Shuang and the little angel hurriedly went forward to hold the crazy girl down. When they rescued little Xing Xing, he had already raised his head and was about to vomit out his soul. Only then did he smile bitterly. Speak properly, don't rush. Emerald lowered her head and smiled. Her toes almost dug through the ground. I was too excited. I was a little excited when I heard you talk about the ghosts. Yin Nuashing paused for a while before she answered the question. It didn't say anything specific. It only asked me to find it by myself. It said that since I can see them, I can find something. So I came here with this idea to find a relic. It just so happens that those ghosts are coming to attack the city tomorrow. We're going to go deep into the tranquil wasteland. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No wonder you were so excited. Emerald smiled for a moment and said, although the people of the glow will go deep into the tranquil wasteland tomorrow, the area is too big and there are too many targets. The two teams won't move together at first. So, you still need to rest well today. You have to prepare for tomorrow. Xiaoqiu and I will be here waiting for your triumphant return. Everyone saw her jumping up and down in excitement. They thought for a moment and responded, okay. It was impossible for him to rest. As an inhuman who had survived 5 years of war and did not need to sleep, the rare night when he could move was the time to do something bad. For example, he stared at the tranquil wasteland fiercely, but all kinds of prying methods were blocked without exception. Even when he used his observer form, he could not do anything to the thick layer of dark clouds. It was no longer as simple as an object that blocked one's vision. It had a shielding effect, and it was something that ordinary demonized energy could not do. When he was surrounded by demonized beings in Abysmal Moon City, he could see far away without being obstructed. So, it was obvious that the tranquil wasteland was indeed a little mysterious. He guessed that he would not be able to see anything clearly if he did not go in personally. Then he felt curious about this mysterious matter. Although this should be a mysterious matter of others, since he was already involved, he could not care less. As a qualified higher life form, he could not shrink back in the face of curiosity. Although curiosity was sometimes very troublesome and could torment a higher life form to death, it was the romance of a higher life form to die from curiosity. Romance my ass. It's romantic, but it's not romantic at all. He rolled his eyes and reached out to poke Hao's cheek. Have you forgotten how many times you've suffered because of your curiosity when you were young and now? Anyway, in the end, it's all scary but not dangerous, isn't it? Don't worry about those details. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand without any scruples. This dead pig was not afraid of boiling water, and his unwillingness to learn a lesson no matter what made everyone feel a little helpless. He himself knew that curiosity was a trap, but in the end, he still could not help but jump into it, which made people sigh with emotion. Compared to the disaster that came knocking on their door, they felt that this guy was calling out and cooperating with those stupid things. Hui shook his head helplessly and raised his head to look at the dark clouds that were close at hand. The sun high up in the sky could not illuminate the darkness here. Little Qing, how's the situation on your side? Yes, they have already set off. Just like you said, they are heading straight in the direction of the capital of God. So far, I don't see any other troublemakers. I Ching's response came quickly. Yesterday, they had already followed the group into the tranquil wasteland. However, considering the issue of safety and prudence, they did not play any tricks in the place where the demonic energy was boiling. Instead, they just watched. They are about to leave the tranquil wasteland. Oh, there's a large group of people. How lively. How many is a large group? How many forces have they gathered? I Ching looked around carefully and did a rough count. Those floating in the sky are called fortresses, right? There are more than 1,000 of them. There's also a huge one. The aura of a mid-level premier is coming out of it. It's quite powerful. TSK, 1,000 is not bad. If we convert it, it's about 100 million soldiers. We could not help but smack his lips. It shouldn't be a big problem. If the defense of the Light Chaser Tower in the capital of God is comparable to that of a high-level premier, we don't have to worry too much. They won't be able to tear down the barrier so easily. After all, these premier are a little weak. Also, they're speeding up. We have to speed up and catch up with them. Okay, remember to keep an eye on them. If something unexpected happens in the capital of God, we can give them a hard time. But don't kill them for now. Let's see what they can do. Okay, Lord Feng, Lord Hui, you guys have to be careful when you enter the tranquil wasteland. The energy inside is a bit surprising. Also, it's disgusting. When we went in yesterday, we almost vomited out the food we ate the day before yesterday. It's really disgusting. It's physically disgusting. I suggest that you guys press down on your stomachs or hold up the order barrier before entering. I can't stand it. Yin Nuoxing and Hui were speechless. They felt that something was wrong with little Qingzi after he came here. This accent, forget it. Anyway, There were not many normal people in the void frontline. We could not help but tease. Is it more disgusting than the abyss death mist? I Ching was silent for a while. Then, I Ching took a deep breath. Suddenly, I Ching opened his mouth and knelt on the ground. Ugh, ugh. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. All right, this was the victory of the death fog of the abyss. Just hearing the name was enough to make one vomit. No wonder Little Green had a different aura after coming here. It seemed that he was so refreshed after leaving the void frontline that he did not have to see those vomit-inducing things anymore and was about to let go of himself. Me. I'm going back to Monitor. Master Foam. Master Hui. I wish you all the best, Ugh. Yin Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "Go ahead. I'll allow you to cause a little trouble as long as you don't do anything unexpected." Really? I Ching's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand and shouted into his soul transmission, "Guys, get ready. Master Feng has given the order. Get excited. You can all cause trouble. Shout. What's our slogan? Cause trouble. Cause trouble. Cause trouble. What's our goal? Kill them. Play them to death. Kill them. Kill Ugh. Ugh. Well, just get excited. Charge. Ugh." Everyone was speechless. Good Lord, he could not even stand shouting slogans. Speaking of slogans, he almost vomited in the void frontline. This was a physiological reaction caused by overthinking. Speaking of which, he did not say that they could cause trouble immediately. This guy. Ugh, forget it. Let them cause trouble. Hui and Feng looked at each other. Seeing him nod, they turned to Mu Songyuan and the others and said, "Most of the troops have left the tranquil wasteland. Let's go." Mu Songyuan and the others were stunned. Their eyes were dull. Huh? How did you know? Ugh. We have our own ways to confirm and judge. Hui pointed in the direction of the capital of God. They're leading 1,000 fortress-class great demon crows toward the capital of God. They'll arrive in about half an hour. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Let's cause trouble. Mu Songyuan and the others turned their heads and looked into the distance. After a while, they saw a cloud of smoke shooting toward the capital of God like a cannonball. They were even more stunned. Yin Nuashing, clench your hands. Then we'll follow the original plan. You guys go up, and we'll go down. We'll gather in front of their base. If something happens along the way, we'll use all our strength to shoot a blast of energy into the sky. The bigger the commotion, the better. That way, both sides will know what's going on. Let's fight. Let's fight. Siu also raised her right hand and shouted. After she shouted, the group of people turned into streaks of light and rushed toward the southwest. Their speed was so fast that they disappeared from sight in an instant. Mu Songyuan and the others were a little stunned. They had never seen anyone rush into the secluded wasteland with such a playful attitude. Even if they were courting death, they would be more serious. However, they were like they were on a spring outing. The dark clouds covered the sky like a black curtain. The cold aura from the dark aura made the expressions of Yin Nuashing and the others change slightly. They all looked back at Fei Zui and Lu Xiaoqiu at the same time. The two girls didn't need to come. After all, it was a dangerous thing to go deep into the enemy's camp. They knew that their combat strength was not enough to be of use, so they didn't plan to come. However, when Yin Nuashing and the others said that they needed a tour guide to guide them, the two girls had no choice but to follow. Fei Zui was looking around worriedly. Lu Xiaoqiu looked calm, as if there was nothing to be afraid of. The order barrier has been opened. They'll be fine. Hui said to everyone through soul transmission. I didn't expect the demonized energy in the quiet wasteland to have such a high level of order power. This is the surprise that Little Green said, right? That guy suddenly became naughty and didn't say it clearly. Ahem. No wonder Fei Zui said that this place is a little different. However, the air is overflowing with order power. This doesn't seem to be common, right? A series of troublesome methods are needed to make the order power manifest in the real world. Xiaoshi nodded gently in response to the topic. It's almost like extracting a kind of power from the environment of the void. To make it manifest in the real world for a long time, it needs a carrier. Obviously, its carrier is the demonized energy. The two have been mixed together and are inseparable. This part of the order power will spread throughout the entire quiet wasteland along with the flow of the demonized energy. Perhaps that's also the reason why the demonized energy that carries order power has been unable to continue expanding the quiet wasteland. When it gets infected with order power, it has already become an order level matter. It's an incident where order erodes order. The concentration of order power in the quiet wasteland alone is not enough to support it to continue expanding and spreading outwards. Although the level of order power is quite high, the quantity is not enough. It's like a domain with insufficient energy. Unless the domain itself has undergone special adjustments, there won't be a situation where one place has more energy than the other. Looking at it now, the deeper we go, the denser the demonized energy is. The same is true for the order power as well. The inner circle, the middle circle, and the outer circle. That's how it's divided, right? We nodded and said, in other words, a certain amount of order power is needed to ensure that these three circles expand according to the same proportion. Right now, it doesn't have enough order power, so it can't expand. Little Hour nodded slightly to express her affirmation. Although the level of order power that the demonized energy in this place was still considered high, the concentration was still not enough. It was too thin. If the total amount of order power remained the same and spread outwards evenly, the order power would become thinner and thinner. In the end, it would not be able to support its own existence and disintegrate. Meanwhile, the three circles obviously needed to ensure that the concentration of order power in their own area was maintained. That was a major prerequisite. Therefore, the reason why the quiet wasteland was only so big was because it could not hold on any longer and would disintegrate on its own. On the other hand, this condition allowed it to protect the total amount of order power very well, preventing it from spreading out of the quiet wasteland. Before they came in, they did not feel the existence of order power at all. Probably because the space directly manifested the order power, it made the space feel a little heavier, making it slightly distorted, as if the scene in the distance was drifting in and out of existence under high temperature. The entire land was filled with the darkness of death that had been tainted by the demonized energy. Unlike the desolation of the chaos wasteland in other places, the only attribute that was given here was death. In the real land of death, there was not a single thing that could be called life. The only things that were allowed to exist were rugged rocks, rifts, and the black land. There's a ruin in front of us. Emerald pointed to the front and said to remind everyone. Then she waved her hand and was a little curious. It's strange. Why is my body not heavy when I enter the wasteland this time? I feel like I can come and go freely, and I don't have that nauseating feeling. When she finished speaking, she noticed that there was a thin layer of golden, transparent barrier on her body. She suddenly understood something. She turned her head and saw Huizheng grinning at her with a reassuring smile. She immediately felt relieved. What a group of magical guys. It seems that nothing can stop them. A few minutes later, a ruin suddenly appeared on the ground in front of them. Large and small debris scattered all over the ground. Facing them, there stood a hall that was more than 10,000 feet tall. The whole body was shining with a faint yellow light. Obviously, it was made of the kind of energy crystal that had not been analyzed yet. The front of the hall looked very strict and had a cold taste of judgment. However, when they looked at the side, they found that the left, right, and rear of the hall had actually collapsed. Only the front of the hall was left for them to see. If there was no accident, the ruins on the ground were formed after the collapse of the hall. It's the ruins of the last 2 generations. Emerald lowered her voice and waved her hand to signal everyone to stop. If we get closer, we will see a layer of barrier. If we directly go through it, our soul will be attacked. We have to break the barrier first. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion of energy sounded in front of them. The dazzling golden light converged into a huge golden ball of energy. It was like a rising sun. Fei Chui's sluggish face and Lu Xiaoqiu's calm and smiling face were illuminated very brightly. Hui turned his head. What'd you just say? Let's go in quickly. Chapter 1992. The golden sun lasted for more than 10 seconds before suddenly dissipating. At this time, half of the main hall of the ruins had been blown up. Yin Nuashing had every reason to believe that this guy had casually thrown out an energy blast under extreme circumstances. Looking at the movement, the upper half of the main hall of the ruins had disappeared really cleanly, leaving behind a perfect arc-shaped gap that would fit perfectly with the top of a ball. Why did he need to use such a level of energy blast to tear down the barrier? Speaking of which, if the ruins had been torn down, what else were they looking for? They did not seem to see the former Lord Shadow here. Bastards, come out and die. Hui laughed loudly and descended from the sky. He ran on a ruins formed by the main hall and the main hall. He stepped on the ground, and the ground shook. A large number of extremely exaggerated cracks spread to the distance, and some fragments were lifted into the sky. He held a shield on his left and a sword on his right. He put on a posture with an expression of charging and breaking through enemy lines. He was about to kill in all directions, and then, in the next second, he froze. There's not even a single person in this broken place. Who are you putting on a posture for? Yin Nuashing led people down from the sky. She rolled her eyes at Hui, who had been frozen into a sculpture, and pointed at the main hall that had disappeared more than half. Besides, don't you know how to protect cultural relics? Is your energy blast used to tear down the barrier, or to tear down the ruins? Oh, no. We seem to be here to tear down the ruins, Yin Nuashing said, and was startled. Then, she waved her hand. You have to wait for me to check before you tear it down. What if you're too excited and blow up the Lord Shadow? You silly girl. Hui squatted in the corner and drew circles, muttering as he drew. From his muttering, it was easy to hear words such as, I'm a paratrooper. Suddenly the higher-ups are not doing proper business. Sorry, I was wrong, and so on. Although his back view looked pitiful, everyone felt that he would jump up and continue to cause trouble in less than 2 seconds. So, they simply treated him as a grayish-white human background and spread out to look for things that might be worth paying attention to in the ruins. Ling, there are traces of activity. Little Hour pulled him to turn his head and looked at the remaining half of the temple. After the left, right, and rear sides of the temple collapsed into pieces, the remaining part looked like a wall that had been carefully decorated. Of course, it looked exquisite from the outside, but from the inside, it was just a broken wall with a lot of cracks. There were also a few 3 to 5 meters long building blocks that could be used as platforms. They were probably the floor of the temple. Currently, there were only 3 platforms left. Little Hour pointed at the bottom of the entire wall. On the first, second, and third platforms near the bottom of the broken wall, there were some things left. At first glance, they did not know what they were, but they contained a lot of energy. They were probably energy creations. Other than that, there were some clothes and other daily necessities. Tattered cloaks, pierced clothes and pants, half-broken armors, and incomplete armors. From these bits and pieces, there was no telling how many people were here. Not everyone would take out their things and put them outside. Most of the time, they would keep their things in their pockets and put them out. They would either be the leader's things or, useless decorations. Why are they all broken things? Si walked up and fiddled with them for a while. Suddenly, Mei Mao's eyes lit up. She took out a piece of armor that was still in good condition and showed it to Little Star. Little Star, look at this. The energy traces are very clear. It was not long ago. It should have been carried by someone recently. Yin Nuashing took it in his hand. It was a piece of white pauldron. It was very light. When he touched it, he could clearly feel the energy reaction. However, it was relatively weak. After all, it was just a defective item. The energy would disappear after a while. He just looked at it for a while and then went to Faidui. He touched her with his arm and handed the piece to her. Look at this. Is it yours? Faidui subconsciously took the piece of armor and looked at it. She was stunned. Her eyes widened. It is indeed the light armor used by the temple warriors. But the energy, well, it has been eroded by the demonic energy. You found it here? Yin Nuashing pointed in the direction of the corner of the wall and nodded lightly. Then, she saw her pretty face change again, and her voice was low. Maybe, after the warriors of the great shrine died, they were brought here by them. See, was slightly startled. I remember you told us that the demonized people can also infect corpses with the demonic energy and turn them into demonized life forms. Is it resurrection? Emerald sighed and nodded her head. Her usual liveliness had disappeared. In the previous battle, we saw our comrades who came back from the dead. Without exception, they were all infected with the demonic energy. They all became one of us and continued to fight. But this time they targeted us. In fact, the people of the demonized clan were originally our compatriots. It's just that for various reasons, they were infected with the demonic energy. Sigh. After becoming a demonized life form, their perception will also change. It should be because of the influence of the demonic energy. Even if a familiar person appears in front of us, we can clearly see that he has changed. He is no longer the person we knew. The real him has fallen in the battle. He died gloriously in the battle. When he appears on the battlefield again, he is just a demonized life form. Faidui gently put the piece of armor in her hand in the palm of her hand. She rubbed it hard. When she opened her hand again, the piece had turned into energy particles and dissipated into the air. Yin Nuashing waited for her to finish speaking. He calmed down a little. Then he said softly, "The building materials used in the ruins of the previous generation and the ruins of the previous generation are the same? Are they all the same kind of energy crystals?" The ruins they saw in the northern region were the ruins of the previous generation. Just like the ruins of the previous 2 generations, they were all made of khaki energy crystals. As for the style, although one was buried underground and the other was on the ground, if one looked carefully, they could tell that the style of the 2 was actually similar. "Ah, that's right," Emerald quickly replied. "But not only these 2 generations, the previous 3 generations and the previous 4 generations also used the same kind of energy crystals. However, the structure of the 1st and 2nd generation energy crystals and the 3rd and 4th generation energy crystals are only 70% similar. There is a slight difference in the internal structure, which makes them different in all aspects. Although the manager judged that they are indeed the same kind of energy crystals, the color and smell of the 2 are not the same. The relics of the previous 3 generations and the previous 4 generations are generally cyan in color. Compared with the relics of the previous 2 generations, the style is completely different. Between the 3rd and 4th generation energy crystals and the 1st and 2nd generation energy crystals, only the energy crystals belong to the same kind. Last time we saw the underground relics of the previous generation. This time we saw the relics of the previous 2 generations on the surface. You should be able to distinguish them and see the similar traces. After the disaster, it was difficult to find anything. They could only rely on bits of cognitive fragments to try to piece together what they knew according to their own preferences, resulting in changes in style, and so on. Although each experience was called a generation break, and thus divided into several eras. In fact, it was only after experiencing 2 eras that a generation break occurred. After the break, the things corresponding to the previous 2 eras were almost forgotten. Even if they had the time to search and recall in the future, they would have no time to deal with the situation. Even if those things that had disappeared were to see the light of day again, they were just unfamiliar things to them. But after the break, the things that corresponded to the previous 2 eras were almost forgotten. Even if they had the time to search and recall in the future, they would have no time to deal with the situation. Even if those things that had disappeared were to see the light of day again, they were just strangers to them. Thinking about it, he suddenly said, "Have you found any ruins of the previous 5 generations?" "No." Faidui shook her head. She looked at the center of the secluded wasteland and said, "Maybe it will be in the center of the wasteland. It is a completely unknown place that no one has ever set foot in. It is also the place that everyone speculates is the real reason for the formation of the secluded wasteland." "Okay." Yin Nuashing let out a long breath, slowly took out the rhythm of light, and pointed to the front. "Then let's quickly solve this matter. Let's go to the center and have a look." Fei Zui and Lu Xiaoqiu were speechless. They were already used to it, but they were still not used to it. Can't this person say something that is not scary? The first thing she said is so exciting. The center of the secluded wasteland is not a simple place like the outer circle. If they enter there, they are even worried that they will be crushed into a pile of meat paste by the rich, demonic energy. How is it? Did you find anything? Hui and Ning Fei walked around the ruins and came back. When they heard what they were talking about, they quickly came over. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. I found something useless, so I sorted out my thoughts. What about you guys? Hui turned his head to look at the ruins, pursed his lips, and thought for a while. He looked at Fei Tue and asked, compared to the ruins of the previous 2 generations, it seems that there is more soul power in them. Yes. Emerald recovered from her daze and nodded her head. You blew up the barrier before I finished my words. It's a barrier that can cause harm to the soul. It's the power of the relics from the last 2 generations, and even before that. The ruins of the previous 2 generations and the 3rd and 4th generations all have soul power? Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Seeing Fei Tue nodding to confirm what she said, she could not help but frown. So what you mean is the power that should have existed was lost after the previous 2 generations. But we can still use the soul power now. Well, we can still use it. But didn't you find that there is no trace of soul power in our creations at this time? Fei Tue smiled bitterly and patted her cheeks. She looked worried. Because it has been forgotten? It is a lost skill. We have tried to use our own methods to add the power of the soul into it, but it is futile. If we forcibly add the power of the soul into the main creations, it will either reduce the power and functionality of the creations by a lot or directly damage them. The existence of creations depends on the source of the structure and the method of creation. If there is a special limitation to the creation, if we forcibly add superfluous things that should not exist in it, it will naturally change in a bad direction. Xiao Xiao said softly. Instead of forcibly twisting it, it is better to remake it. Ah, that's what it means. Generation gap, generation gap. This is a true generation gap. Generation after generation has passed, as if everything has been completely forgotten. Only the existence of demonized beings has never disappeared or been forgotten. Unlucky. In short, they were as unlucky as they were. The order of the void was the same. What should be broken was broken, and what should be disappeared disappeared. In the end, only the enemies were still clearly visible, and the rest had disappeared. Yin Nuoxing sighed in her heart. She turned her head and looked in another direction. Let's go. Since there is nothing here, let's go to the next place. Fei Tue hurriedly pulled her back. Wait, we still have to destroy this ruin. She looked back at the ruins, gritted her teeth, and said helplessly, although the original intention was to destroy, I still feel that it is a waste. But at this time, we do not have the time to look for the core bit by bit. So far, we have not found any other core except for the previous generation of ruins. This ruin is also still in operation. It has been broken into pieces, but it is still holding on. Well, anyway, let's destroy it first. Leave it to me. Okay, Yin Nuoxing responded. The energy that spread out quickly flowed along the entire ruin. In less than 2 seconds, the entire ruin was covered. The specific appearance of the ruin was also clearly seen. There was no underground part, and there was no hidden part. Just like what Fei Tue said, it was very strange that they could not find the core. In short, the entire ruin was covered with energy. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Well, in short, let's sink. Everyone was shocked when they saw that he had taken action without saying a word. A clear and bright energy halo exploded under his feet and flashed past. A strong energy emerged in an instant. The crack in the ruins that Hui had created with his foot shone with an extremely bright light, as if there was a sun hidden under the ground that was ready to move. Now is the time to shine on everything. You should at least wait for us to leave before sinking this place. Hui screamed on the spot. He hurriedly pulled the others to hold up the energy shield and flew out. The group of people also exclaimed and scrambled out of the ruin. They exerted all their strength and barely managed to fly out of the ruin. Before they could turn around, they felt a sudden burst of energy from the ground. The entire ruin was engulfed by the bright light of energy that soared into the sky. It was as if a fire had engulfed the entire hall from the bottom to the top. The front of the ruin was bursting with energy shockwaves one after another under the cracked ground, blasting a hole in the ground. He also accurately directed all the shockwaves of the explosion into the ground, so that even if they were standing in front of him, they did not feel the violent tremors of the sky collapsing. They could only watch the entire ruin disintegrate little by little in the bright light of the explosion. Along with the ground, the ruins fell into the big hole that had just been blasted out, turning into flying debris and sinking into the ground. The sound of the debris shattering was as dull as thunder. Stable, efficient, and most of the noise pollution and unnecessary shockwaves are eliminated. Yin Nuoxing turned to look at everyone expressionlessly. He suddenly swung his hand and gave a thumbs-up, professional explosion, straightforward and efficient. Don't you want to give a good review? Everyone rolled their eyes. Just based on the fact that he started the explosion before they went out, not giving him a bad review was already giving him face. After being despised by everyone for a while, Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. When he was about to walk forward to the next ruin, a sudden vibration made everyone's expression change. Shuang, who had just come to his side, lost her balance and fell into his arms. She quickly said, "Isn't there no vibration?" Vibration. Yin Nuoxing's eyes flickered as he looked at the ground. He was slightly stunned and shook his head. "It's a vibration, but it's not caused by me. Stand still first. The vibration may continue for a while." The solid ground shook gently under the continuous vibration, as if someone had stepped on a surfboard and arched high against the waves. The surrounding ground also twisted up and down. Huge cracks suddenly bloomed on the ground in all directions. The pit that was just pressed out also split open again. Countless rocks jumped out of the stone wall and hit the opposite stone wall with a loud bang. After sensing that something was wrong, everyone quickly flew into the air and looked down at the ground, watching it tremble and spread out. The ground in the distance suddenly split open and erupted with waves of dust. The movement was so big that everyone was shocked and uncertain. They all subconsciously looked at the guy who had just done it, making him sweat profusely. This really wasn't done by me. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand vigorously to clear himself of suspicion. Just now, there was something under the ground that destroyed the destructive power and energy impact that I threw down. Then, there was a sudden feedback of pure energy impact. The movement was much bigger than the energy that I poured out. As soon as his voice fell, everyone saw that the noodle-like ground gradually calmed down. Looking at the ground that had changed drastically, they felt strange. We looked down at the ground for a while and studied the traces of destruction for a while. He nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, it wasn't caused by Maple. If it was Maple's energy explosion that caused this, there should be a big hole in the ground now. It shouldn't be filled with potholes and countless cracks. The cracks in the ground are scattered all over the place. It seems to be a phenomenon caused by the impact. I already said that it wasn't me. If I really wanted to sink this place, I wouldn't have used so little energy." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. "Forget it. Let's go to the next place." The nearest ruin was not too far away. From afar, it looked like another temple from 2 generations ago. However, this one was relatively well preserved. Only a part of it had collapsed. No matter what the reason for the tremors just now was, it was impossible for it not to be discovered. However, there was still no one in this ruin. They rushed over and tore the soul barrier with their hands. After collectively landing, there was still no one who came out to greet them. Not a single person. Yin Nuoxing flew up and kicked a 10-meter-tall stone into the hall. There was a loud explosion. It did not hit the energy barrier, nor did it startle a group of frightened birds. So, he nodded to everyone, really no one. These guys are too careless. Did they use all their forces to attack the capital of God at once? We scratched his head. They don't even want their old home. Ugh. Phone. I suddenly remembered that time when a certain crazy family wanted to switch homes with us. Don't mention it. I remember it too. Damn it. Yin Nuoxing grimaced and asked Emerald, "Are we just here to tear down their homes? Not a single person?" "I'm not too sure about that either. Emerald lowered her head and muttered, "Anyway, we just want to tear down the ruins or destroy them so that they can't be activated. This is the purpose of our raid on the Tranquil Wasteland. As for whether there is anyone inside, I'm not sure. There are no spies. But since you said that they sent out 1,000 fortress-like great demons, I'm afraid they are really going all out. I don't know about the capital of God." Emerald thought for a while and shook her head vigorously. "Whatever. We just need to tear down the ruins that have already been activated." She waved her hand and pointed at the hall in front of them. "Tear it down." Boom! There was a loud explosion. A colorful beam of energy shot out from the ground and swallowed the hall in front of them into a torrent of energy. Not even the remains of the hall could be seen. Yin Nuashing clapped her hands and said, "Next." Once again, the earth quaked and the mountains shook, causing them to be shocked. Before the tremors became more intense, they had already rushed into the sky. When they saw a wave of dust on the ground rushing into the distance, all of them widened their eyes and looked at a certain explosive maniac. This time, I threw all the energy into the sky. Yin Nuashing raised her hand and pointed at the sky, her face calm, but the feedback energy still came out. I think it has something to do with the ruins and has nothing to do with how to destroy them. Is the ruins related to the Tranquil Wasteland? Emerald looked at the ground, shaking violently in front of her, and lowered her head, thinking. In the end, she could only shake her head in distress. "I'm not sure. I don't know anything about this. Destroying the ruins in the Tranquil Wasteland is also our first attempt. In the past, we would slowly investigate the ruins when we see them. But this time, in order to suppress the power of the demons, we can't think too much about it. Maybe this is a new phenomenon. Anyway, let's record it first and see what the situation is when we see it." This time, the tremor lasted for about 10 minutes before it slowly stopped. It was also when the earth stopped shaking that they felt another tremor coming from afar before they could move. They all turned their gazes to the north at the same time. It should be Mu, Sang Yuan, and the others. Hui shaded his eyes with his hand and looked out for a while. Across the dust-covered sky, he saw the shining light over there. They have also demolished the ruins, and the movement has spread over here. It seems that every time they demolish a ruin, there will be a small earthquake. Maple, is it still a pure energy explosion? Yin Nuashing nodded and pointed downwards. There is a quick explosion of pure energy in the depths of the ground, blowing up the ground into smithereens. Right now, the ground is full of potholes. If the earthquake is stronger, we might see the entire quiet wasteland collapsing. Lu Xiaoqiu could not help but say, "I feel like something unexpected is going to happen." Yin Nuashing spat out a mouthful of water and covered his face that was wrinkled like a walnut. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. But, well, it was normal to have accidents, not to mention the strange movements in front of him. Every relic shook. If there was no deeper reason behind this, he would not believe it. An accident was an accident. It was because it was unexpected that it was called an accident, even if they were prepared to deal with the accident. If we continue to go deeper, we will see the ruins of the last 3 generations. Fei Tsue looked deeper. We are approaching the center circle. In the past, the pressure would increase sharply when we reach the center circle. She looked at Hui and Feng Ling and said with a smile, "But this time it might be easier? Hee. Oh, don't worry. There will be no problem." Hui showed his 8 big teeth and smiled brightly. "As long as we don't encounter that kind of thing, we can help you even if the sky falls." Yin Nuashing and the others looked at him in horror. This guy is talking nonsense again. If something big happens later, we must beat him up. From their current position, it would only take them a few minutes to enter the middle circle from the outer circle. Then, the moment they entered the middle circle, everyone felt their faces darkened. They were like fish rushing up against a waterfall, rushing from a shallow beach into a more turbulent and huge river. The demonic aura that hit their faces made them slightly put on a serious expression. Both Fei Tsue and Lu Xiaoqiu were uncomfortable, but with the help of Hui and the others, they withstood the pressure and showed no signs of worsening. The suppression of the demonic energy of the beginner premier level and the power of order has increased by more than 10 times. Tsk. No wonder Faitsue was so scared that she did not dare to speak when we talked about the inner circle. According to this situation, the inner circle will be suppressed by the demonic energy of the mid-level premier and the power of order, Hui said to everyone in the soul message. After entering the center circle, the light between heaven and earth dimmed a little. The dark clouds stained with demonic energy covered the top of their heads, making them feel breathless. They did not move forward for long before they caught sight of a huge shadow. It was a behemoth that had lost most of its light under the cover of the dark clouds. It was a ruin of the last 3 generations, with a blue color. It was a circular ruin with a radius of at least 1,000 miles and a height of 100,000 feet. There were only a few very simple things in the layout of the ruin: the ground and the green energy pillars. Those pillars fell to the left and right of each other, with the apex touching, and the whole thing supported the ground in a triangular shape. Such things were placed all the way from the edge of the circular ruin to the center of the ruin in an arc, forming a triangular pillar corridor. Looking down from the sky, it was clear that the 8 pillar corridors were arranged in the shape of a vortex, and at the very center, dozens of huge green energy pillars stood erect, pointing to the sky. They were 100,000 feet high. No. The inner circle did not seem to be simple pillars. Looking up slightly to look at the top, it looked more like a memorial arch or a torii. There were a total of 8 of them, which corresponded to the 8 pillar corridors. It looks weird. Hui scratched his head and glanced at the center. Suddenly, he pointed down and said, "Look down. There's someone. Finally, I see other things that can breathe." In the center of the ruin, under the 8 memorial archways, there stood 8 figures with surging demonic energy. The energy in their bodies surged and condensed into an energy thread extending toward the center, entangling with each other. The demonic energy passed along the energy thread and condensed into a black energy ball about 10 feet in size in the center. Because the light of the energy ball was relatively weak and small, they did not pay much attention to the group of people gathered in the center. Their eyes were all on the tall pillars around them. 8 low-level premier close to the peak. Hui clenched his fists and a moment later waved his hand. "Justice from heaven. Smash them to the ground. Blow them to the ground." Siyu cheered excitedly. She was the first to turn into a 5-colored meteor and fall from the sky, crashing into the ruins with earth-shattering energy. Screams that were caught off guard rang out from the dust, and smoke rolled up by the explosion of energy. Hui was a step slower and fell to the ground to offer a second round of energy explosion for the smoke and dust. Then he was stunned and shouted in the soul transmission, "Foam. When you bring the 2 little girls down, put a layer of spiritual shield on them. There are spiritual interference and spiritual attacks here. Their resistance to spiritual attacks doesn't seem to be too high." Just as Yin Nuashing was about to bring his men down, he heard this and hurriedly turned around to put a spiritual barrier on them. Fortunately, it was banned from the competition and could not be beaten. Otherwise, he would definitely be hit if he rushed down with his men first. "Bastard, what are you doing? Stop." Gloomy and angry voices came from the billowing dust and smoke. The ear-piercing whistling of energy tore through the dust, and waves of demonic energy were thrown out crazily without aiming, as if they had gone berserk. "Idiot! Hit this side." Hui used his big shield to withstand the energy impact, and a shield slam sent the demonized person in front of him flying with the energy torrent. The golden energy and demonized energy, accompanied by a weak origin aura, erupted at this time, and the impact annihilated it in an instant. "Stop, bastard. You're digging your own grave." As soon as he killed one person, he immediately turned around. 2 figures with ferocious faces and bloodshot eyes pounced at him like mad dogs. They bared their fangs as if they really wanted to bite him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but grimace as well. Just as he was about to use the Guardian's sacred sword to deal a blow to them, Blue Phoenix descended with crimson flames. The Nether Void sword nailed one of them to the ground. Her right hand exerted force with the nether void sword as she elegantly turned around. A crescent of flames shot out and devoured the other figure. "Oh, thanks, little phoenix." We gave her a thumbs up and laughed. Feng Qingwang stuck out her tongue and turned around to look at other places. Her team had fallen from the sky and caught the 8 people off guard. Even with her level, she could have won easily. The most important thing was that they didn't expect that someone would come to steal from them at this time. She turned around and looked at the center of the ruin. There was a 3-meter-wide ball of energy that was releasing dark clouds. It was releasing an extremely uncomfortable aura. She was about to ask if she should destroy it, but the 8 threads of energy slowly disappeared as the 8 people who were guarding the ruin disappeared. The ball of energy in the center of the ruin stopped rolling, and a sleeping aura was slowly released, which made her vigilant. She held the Netherworld sword in front of her and shouted, "Be careful. There is something inside." "This is..." Emerald looked at the ball of energy and frowned. "I have never seen it before. Does this ruin have this kind of function? What was it originally used for?" Emerald lowered her head and scratched the ground with her feet. "I don't know." Everyone was speechless. You didn't say anything." Chapter 1993. The energy cluster condensed by the demonized energy gradually stopped rolling. It began to release the energy condensed inside as if its heart had been dug out. It turned into a circle of huge black ripples that quickly spread in all directions. In just a moment, it rushed out of the ruins. The sharp whistling sound of the energy was as noisy as the sound of the storm raging in the world. With the release of the majestic demonized energy, the volume of the energy ball suddenly shrank by more than half. The overall structure began to disintegrate, throwing out large pieces of rich energy fragments. It looked similar to the appearance of a star when it exploded. It was also when the whole body was peeled off and was about to dig out the center. The light of the demonized energy suddenly flashed, and a burst of dense and crazy demonized energy rushed over everyone, causing them to take a small step back. They quickly looked at the center. Before they could see what was inside, a cold roar accompanied by a violent and powerful energy suddenly exploded, making them stunned for a moment. "Who dares to interrupt? You! What did you bunch of motley crew do? You have destroyed everything." A young man wearing a black cloak appeared in the explosion of the energy cluster. His figure was a bit abnormally strong. His head was small, and his body was big, looking like an inflated balloon. His eyes were also the standard black. Red eyes, oh, not the standard. At first glance, it looked like he had fallen into madness. The demonized energy was surging like a tsunami, constantly washing over, causing obvious distortions in the space. The majestic and mighty aura made everyone cry in their hearts. "Bastard! I will fill you up on the wasteland to make up for these losses." The young man in the cloak roared and suddenly rushed out like a cannonball. The exploding wave of demonized energy rushed toward everyone standing in all directions, while his body rushed straight toward Hui. The demonized energy condensed into a hammer the size of a city gate and smashed toward Huey's face. "You can find anyone but me. I'm just a shield. Can you slap me away?" Hui curled his lips and made a clicking sound from his mouth. He casually condensed the guardian shield and blocked it in front of him. The huge, oppressive, heavy hammer came unexpectedly and hit the big shield heavily. The explosive energy cracked the ruins under his feet. His arm did not tremble, and he immediately started to fight back. "Silly, hit my shield fiercely." Bang. The second impact of the explosion of the demonic energy on the sledgehammer sent Hui Lianren flying with his shield. Yin Nuoxing saw a black shadow flash, and a guardian was embedded in the pillar. Looking at the dumbfounded look on his face with the shield in his left hand, it seemed that he had really been smashed silly by the hammer. Everyone who was hit in the face by the wave of demonization saw a certain someone being sent flying away. Their expressions were a little strange. Just as they were about to go up and beat the person up, the demonized cloak person used the same trick again to block the attacks of the others. Then, he suddenly appeared in front of Feng Qingwang and smashed down with his hammer. The earth-shattering impact stunned Feng Qingwang. Instinctively, she raised the nether void sword and swung it forward with blazing flames. She barely managed to block the powerful hammer. Clang! The deafening sound was accompanied by the wave of demonized energy that hit the ground of the ruins. The ground where Feng Qinghuang was standing was smashed into a crater with a radius of 100 feet. Before she could take the initiative to attack, the shadow of the hammer continued to bombard her. She could only fight back hastily. The impact of the two weapons smashed the ground down layer by layer, and the ground cracked into the shape of an hourglass. Once again, the impact of the collision lifted the ground up into the sky. Feng Qingwang felt that her hands were a little numb. She quickly retreated. Just as she returned to the ground from the crater, the demonized man in the cloak followed her like a ghost. The demonized energy condensed into an energy crystal that looked like an awl on the hammer that was the size of a city gate. The energy coming at her face made her feel a little like Little Star. She quickly raised the Netherworld Ruins sword in front of her. Clang! The hammer with the crystal hit the Netherworld Ruins sword. The explosion of energy turned Feng Qingwang into a pink meteor and flew into the sky. Just as she was about to hit the pillar, Yin Nuoxing appeared behind her and used her as a cushion. Yin Nuoxing hugged Feng Qingwang to counteract the impact. Yin Nuoxing looked at the girl in her arms and shrugged. I can't believe I was at a disadvantage in a head-on collision. Feng Qingwang's pretty face blushed. She tilted her head and said embarrassedly, I can't catch up with him. I'm not strong enough to fight against a mid-tier yuanshi in my sealed state. But I feel that unless I return to my original state, I won't be able to catch up with him. That's strange. He is so far away from the peak of the mid-tier. Why? You don't walk the path of pure strength. You're also a master of energy. But compared to Siyu and Shuang, you have the ability to charge and break through enemy lines. Also, unlike me, you don't have the ability to convert energy into pure strength. You just can't use it to attack. That's one of the reasons. Another reason, Yin Nuoxing explained. She looked at the demonized man in the cloak who was being beaten up by Siyu and Shuang. Her eyes flashed. His unusual energy was activated by force. It should have something to do with him being hung in the air. His energy came from somewhere else, but we can't find the source yet. Are you going to switch the form of your energy? She asked in a low voice. Yes. To switch the form of your energy, you have to convert your energy into an attack with a special nature. You can convert your energy into an equal amount or more than its basic strength. You can also give your energy a special aura. Just like my army-breaking bow form. Under normal circumstances, every attack I make is mainly about penetrating and inducing an explosion of energy. It's not just about using pure strength to break the enemy. That's another form of energy. Feng Qingwang thought for a while. She turned around and looked into his eyes. She whispered, I want to learn. Oh my, really? When Yin Nuoxing heard this, he became excited. But after a while, he calmed down. Cough, cough. Let's see what the situation is when the time comes. This is an important branch of energy. And don't force it. Cough, cough. I'm a little excited. Hearing this makes me feel good. I want to go down and beat someone up. Feng Qingwang blinked at Mei Mao and handed the Netherworld Ruin sword to Little Star. The latter smiled and patted her head. It's okay. Just hold on to it. I can use the rhythm of light. Besides, I don't have to do it now. Don't even think about running away. The heavy hammer smashed the earth, and the energy tsunami that burst out knocked back the several people who were surrounding him. He shook off the oncoming waves with his sword and rushed out like an arrow of light. A shield smashed into the former, and a natural barrier that was condensed by the surging demonized energy around his body heavily collided with each other. This guy is really thick-skinned. Hui roared. His body exploded with golden light. Sacred shock. The golden energy storm exploded at 0 distance. The area that was covered by the demonic energy was shrouded in golden light. The cloaked man could feel the golden waves hitting his body at 0 distance. He let out a roar. He threw down his hammer and punched the guardian's shield. The explosion of the demonic energy and the sacred shock mixed together. The two of them trembled at the same time. Hui, step back. Shuang Shuang, see you, little hour, beat him up. Maple's voice rang in Huey's mind, causing him to grimace. With a loud cry, he released his left hand and punched the guardian's shield. Half of the shield instantly cracked, and the broken fragments immediately turned into golden chains that tied up the cloaked man and his hammer. Then, he hurriedly retreated, hit him, beat him up. I'm running. When the cloaked man saw that he was tied up and running away, his expression changed immediately. He roared and used all his strength to break free from the chains on his body. He was holding the hammer in his hand. Before he could do anything, a mighty five-colored energy fell from the sky like a beam of light. It pressed him to the ground with a huge force. Purple and gold, oval, all-like things appeared one by one in the space beside him. A cold energy also quietly filled the surroundings. Disintegrate. The thunder-like explosion erupted perfectly under the condensation of the three energies, shaking the whole world. The continuous eruption of energy set off layers of waves, digging layer after layer of the ruins. The pit that had just been blown up was almost buried. After experiencing so many energy explosions, the triangular pillars in the ruins had been torn apart, or had been washed into powder by the energy impact and dissipated with the wind. Only the 8 things in the center, which looked like a memorial arch and a torii, were still standing. One of the pillars still had a complete human-shaped imprint, which was left by Hui when he was embedded in it. The energy storm lasted for about half a minute before slowly dissipating. The smoke and dust were gently swept away. A big pit appeared near the center of the ruins. However, the figure of the demonized, cloaked man was nowhere to be seen. There was no aura of the demonic energy in it. That's it. Hui took the lead and landed on the edge of the big pit. He glanced at everyone who followed him and then grinned at Maple. You didn't help me hit him. This guy's strength is very strange. He could actually send me flying with a hammer. You guys didn't let me do it. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes back at him. What's more, I don't need to do it. You guys can kill him one-on-one. What's more, this time it's 5 against 1. How can he be killed? Although it's like that, it's not wrong. Just when they thought it was over and were chatting leisurely, the 8 memorial archways suddenly lit up with dazzling light. The blue light shone and made everyone startled. They saw that they suddenly erected a layer of thick energy barrier between heaven and earth. They were connected to each other and trapped this side of the space. Be careful, it's not over yet. Yin Nuashing reminded them, and immediately put an energy barrier on Fei Tsue and Lu Xiaoqiu. Everyone was about to disperse. Suddenly, a gust of wind formed by the demonized energy came from all directions. It seemed like the energy was violently pulled in from outside the barrier. It kept blowing them in the direction of the big pit. It looked like it was going to push them into the pit. Yin Nuashing felt the movement of the energy and immediately found the direction. She glanced at the ground, then suddenly raised her head. She didn't know when a huge mass of demonized energy appeared in the air. At this moment, it was crazily gathering the energy from the quiet wasteland. Because the light was dim, its aura was covered by the energy of the wasteland, so none of them could feel the movement of this energy. At this moment, they were all startled. The demonized, cloaked man stood under the energy mass. He was holding the energy mass with his hand. When he noticed that they saw him, he couldn't help but let out a low sneer. Come closer, come closer. Don't even think about escaping. You will be buried under the ground of the wasteland and become a part of it. The energy mass that had quietly condensed to the limit suddenly released its movement at this moment. After a sudden flash of aurora, the dark light filled the whole sealed space in an instant. Burn! The energy mass that suddenly burst out poured the destructive energy and the impact of the impact accurately downwards. The blooming energy storm engulfed the entire space and was completely confined to one side of the space, increasing the power of the energy explosion countless times. He looked at the surging waves of demonized energy below him and let out a long sigh. He muttered to himself, "A bunch of idiots who don't know their own strength. They actually dared to break into the wasteland while we were attacking. It's just as I expected." feeling that there was no trace of life below him. He was about to disperse the energy here. Suddenly, he saw a ray of colorful light flashing in the place where the demonized energy roared. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Then, in the next moment, his body suddenly stiffened. He trembled all over as he lowered his head to look at the big hole that was suddenly dug out in his chest. The colorful energy was like a gangrene attached to the bone, corroding his body in the blink of an eye and exploding in an instant. It was like a colorful energy firework had exploded inside his body. The energy flashed out from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. It looked extremely terrifying. At this moment, his soul was also rapidly annihilated at this moment. It's impossible. The raging demonized energy disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yin Nuashing took the lead and walked out with a longbow in her hand. She just happened to see the demonized cloaked man fall from the sky and smash on the ground. Hui hurriedly ran over to take a look. He squatted down and touched the cloaked man for a while. Then, he shrugged to everyone and said, "It's gone. He's almost dead. When I removed my defense, I was hit directly by Yin Nuashing. Even I would be seriously injured." Then he grinned and said to Maple, "You can't use less strength. Just a little bit will do. Look at him, he's so weird. I wanted to get some information from him." Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. How would I know that he would tear down his own defense before it was over? Just now, when I saw your divine shock being completely neutralized, I felt that his defense was very strong. So naturally, I had to use some strength, right? But what do you want to ask? It's this strange power. We glanced at the guy who was about to die. That power is not right. How can an ordinary mid-level premier have such violent power? Tranquil wasteland. Yin Nuashing replied softly. Everyone was stunned. They quickly looked at her with a shocked expression. She pointed at the ground below and said, "I felt that when he attacked just now, his power comes from the entire wasteland itself. He can use the demonized energy of the entire wasteland as he wishes." Ah, territory advantage. Then it's not a problem to send us flying. This is like smashing the entire wasteland on my face. At the mention of smashing, everyone thought of the scene where that person swung a hammer and whizzed towards them. Their faces trembled. The strength of that hammer when it was swung was too shocking, and the oppressive feeling was extremely strong. No wonder he's so strong. Feng Qing Wang lowered her head and muttered. She looked a little unconvinced. When Yin Nuashing saw this, she couldn't help but smile and caress her face. In just 1 minute, the body of the demonized man was covered in energy and began to dissipate. The black energy particles and the normal white energy particles spiraled into the sky. In the end, his entire body melted into light. The remaining vast energy turned into a black and white airflow that rushed into the sky and spread out like a huge umbrella. Endless energy particles sprinkled over the entire wasteland and dyed the entire wasteland dreamlike. Yin Nuashing looked at this grand scene for a while. Then she turned around and began to gather energy. She spread out a magic circle that covered the entire wasteland. After that, she clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "All right, let's go. This time I'll remind you all." The group quickly moved to a distance. They turned back to look at the wasteland where the energy particles were still dancing. The magic circle on the ground began to operate. The colorful energy exploded and engulfed the entire wasteland. It quickly disintegrated and disappeared. Then, there was a tremor that shook the entire wasteland. And this time, the tremor seemed to be even more intense. They saw that the place where the energy exploded had collapsed into a crater with a radius of 100 miles. Demonized energy gushed out from the cracked ground. It was as if they had walked into a volcanic area and saw the spring and the heat boiling restlessly underground. The movement seems to be a little bigger. When the tremor subsided, Hui looked into the distance. The cracks extended as far as the tremor went. He had a feeling that the wasteland would be overturned as they uprooted the wasteland one by one. In the end, we still don't know what they're doing with the wasteland. Infusing energy, transforming, strengthening. It's probably something like that. Yin Nuashing said softly. Anyway, the creation that gathers energy can only do that part of the work. right? Well, that's true. Hui grinned and scratched his head. Before moving forward, he first confirmed the situation over there through the soul communication. Little Green, how's the battle over there? Son of a bitch. Eat my energy saturation bombing. Brother over there, don't bring out the energy tower. It's too conspicuous. Oh, it's the energy tower of the previous generation, right? Then it's fine. Do as you please. Ha 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 ha. Sir, come and play. Come and hit me, silly. Don't be so heartless and just stare at that layer of cover without caring about others. Ha 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 ha. Hurrah. Flatten them. Hurrah. Come. Focus fire with me. Take down that archipelago in the sky. Take it down. Take it down. Take it down. Charge. Boom. Boom. Clang. 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 Everyone was speechless. These guys were getting carried away. There was no saving them. The only thing they could hear was that the battle was going well. Yes, they just did not know if the demonized were more resistant to demolition, or the capital of God was more resistant to demolition. They also did not know which side they were demolishing. With a round of energy saturation bombing, they would probably demolish both. There were many ruins of the previous 3 generations in the quiet wasteland of the Central Circle. For the time being, they had not seen any ruins of the previous 4 generations. They did not know if it was in the same direction. Apart from the pillars and square, there was another kind of ruins of the previous 3 generations buried underground. It was an upside-down energy altar that was hundreds of miles wide. Its entire structure was dismantled and buried together with the earth. The inside of it was like a maze. When they reached the bottom, which was the top of the altar, they could tell what the whole thing was. It felt quite strange just by looking at it. In the end, although they found the core of the ruins, they still had to demolish the whole thing. Even if they destroyed the core, the ruins would not stop. It's still the same. It's useless to destroy the core of the ruins of the previous 3 generations. Emerald looked at the underground hall and looked at the 8 sharp claws hanging from the ceiling. They had been completely destroyed. At this moment, they were still emitting thick smoke, but the whole space was still filled with dense demonic energy. All the relics in the secluded wasteland are in an active state. We have worked together to solve a lot of relics from the previous 3 generations. Every time we stopped the core, but the relics themselves were still operating. We can only use energy to melt them. Emerald said, I thought we would encounter something different this time. In terms of structure, although it does not have multiple cores, its structure seems to contain the structural rules of a core. Xiao Xiao reached out and touched the wall. You can think of it as a secondary structural core. It will continue to operate in an emergency. This kind of structure is usually used in battle to prevent the creation from losing its combat power after being damaged. Xiao Xiao added in the soul message. Just like how the Fortress of Origin can split into many cores to continue fighting. Oh, speaking of which, have you seen these ruins before? We thought of the creation of this world, but only received a negative answer. However, he did not give up. What about similar structures? After all, this is a world full of magically modified energy creations. You should have seen some familiar things, right? Xiao Xiao was silent, as if she was thinking. She took the ruins she had just seen into her mind, dissecting, analyzing, and reorganizing them. After about a minute, she raised her head slightly. No, in this world, other than the Light Chaser Tower, which seems to be a creation that I know and is a mixture of several creations, I have seen the other familiar things when I appeared in the primordial world. Such ruins. I have never seen a creation similar to them. This should be considered a structure. Yin Nuashing reminded her. Although it is indeed a creation, it is a building. If you think about it in terms of creation, you can only think of a lot of creations with similar functions. At this time, instead of exploring the inner essence, it is better to look for their external shape. While although there may be many buildings of this shape, it is easy to confuse them. Xiao Xiao thought seriously for a while again. Sui Qing was also helping her recall, telling her to look for memory fragments from time to time. After working hard for a while, the two came to the same conclusion. There is no such thing. Yin Nuashing and Hui smiled bitterly. This is also something that can't be helped. It is very normal. In short, they couldn't find any useful clues, and they couldn't see the Shadow Lord of the past, so there was nothing to keep. After leaving behind pieces of arrays and waiting to retreat, Yin Nuoxing used an energy explosion to sink the upside-down altar into the ground. Immediately, the roar of the earth shaking could be heard in the air. This was also a predetermined program. Every time a building was demolished, it would shake once. Gradually, the earthquake became bigger and bigger, and the range of its spread began to increase exponentially. However, from the beginning, they didn't feel any movement from Mu Songyuan's side. They didn't know if their demolition of the house was going smoothly. When the earthquake ended and they did not see anything else, they continued to the next place. A few seconds after they set off, Yin Nuoxing suddenly thought of a question and asked Fei Shui, "Did you cause an earthquake when you demolished the ruins in the past?" No, it didn't." Fei Shui shook her head repeatedly. "This is also an abnormal situation. We have demolished more than 100 ruins before, and we have not tried to cause any tremors. Well, but this time, we did not find any special situation in the ruins themselves. The ruins are still the ruins. Except for the sudden earthquake after the demolition, according to you, it was caused by an energy explosion underground. Other than that, there is nothing strange. In other words, the changes have only happened recently." Yin Nuoxing pulled her hair and her eyes flickered. "There is a high probability that it is related to the actions of the demonized people. After all, they have been here all year round. God knows what strange things they have done to the ruins and the wasteland. There's no way to find out now. Well, we can only continue to find out." Along the way, they demolished 3 more ruins. When they were almost close to the marked base camp, a sharp energy howl suddenly spread throughout the sky, startling everyone and causing them to turn their heads hurriedly. Boom! A ball of energy fireworks suddenly exploded in the distant sky. Without any delay, the energy roar and flame burst out together, causing all of their expressions to change. Yin Nuoxing said subconsciously, "Energy signal. Something happened to Mu Songyuan." Fei Shui also stared with her eyes wide open. "That is the base camp. The people of the Radiant may have gone there first." Hui waved his hand. Go, let's go and see what is going on." I was just about to say that they should have made some movements. I didn't expect that after so long, they have gone to the base camp first, and it seems that they are in trouble. The group of people rushed across the long distance as fast as lightning. On the way, they also killed a few ruins and the people in the ruins. It took only a second, so it was not a big deal. In just a minute, they arrived at the predetermined gathering place. Looking at the things in front of them, everyone was stunned. A majestic and magnificent castle appeared in front of them. It looked like it was tens of thousands of feet tall, but it wasn't very wide. From a distance, it looked like a relatively fat tower. Its entire body was made of energy crystals, but this time, the energy crystals didn't emit a green light or an earthy yellow light. Its body was like a thick and heavy stone building that was gray and white. It stood there quietly, releasing demonic energy. It didn't look like a ruin, but rather a newly built building. "Isn't this a ruin?" Hui asked in a low voice. Fei Shui nodded. "It is also my first time here to see their base camp. Others who have seen it told us that this is not a ruin. But looking at it, just from the energy reaction alone, it is stronger than the ruins of the last 3 generations," Yin Nuoxing said softly. There was a hole in the side of the castle that was facing them, and thick smoke was billowing out from it. The explosion of energy just now should have come from that place. They looked at each other and nodded. Then, they jumped into the castle in unison. "Hey, all of you stop. Check the water meter. Put your hands on your head. ID card. The community is sending warmth." Hui took the lead to jump in and shouted a few times, startling everyone in the hall. They quickly turned their heads to look at the entrance of the cave and saw a group of people slowly walking in. The expressions of both sides changed. Mu Songyuan and the others, who were standing on the left in front of them, relaxed slightly and let out a small sigh of relief. However, they did not dare to relax too much. On the right, in the depths of the hall, the black-skinned demonized with golden eyes whom they had seen once before. Ah no, The black-skinned demonized who had beaten them up before was standing with 6 other demonized people. In his hand, he was still holding the girl with short blonde hair. Who was she called? Oh, Lon Lon. Looking at them, it was clear why Mu, Songyuan, and the others were so nervous that they were about to explode. However, they still had to hold it in for fear of breaking the vases. It's you. Oh, it's us. I didn't expect you to be able to escape last time. You really survived a great disaster. Hui smiled indifferently, waving his hand as he smiled. Then, he looked at Mu, Songyuan, and the others who were slightly stunned. Why did you take action first? Didn't you say to gather outside? There was a small accident, and we got involved. Mu Songyuan's expression was strange, and he could not help but grit his teeth. Then he looked at Hui and the others. You've seen him before? Oh, I caught him in the ruins last time and gave him a good beating. He disappeared in the middle of the fight. Hui pointed at the black-skinned, demonized in the depths of the hall. Seeing the strange expressions of Mu, Songyuan, and the others, he said, Look at you guys. Could it be that you also... He also disappeared inexplicably last time. This is the second time I've seen him. Sounds as slippery as a loach. The black-skinned, demonized person in the depths of the hall saw them talking arrogantly, and his face turned gloomy. Are you ignoring me? Oh, wait a moment. We wave his hand. We're discussing how to kill you. Please be quiet. Mu, Songyuan, and the others. Is it really okay to say this so bluntly? Chapter 1994. The scene in the hall was a little awkward, but the situation was obvious. One side had just finished their business and barged in. Looking at the 2 groups of people in the hall, one group was holding the lifeline of the other group, making them unable to move, and the other group was so anxious that they could only get angry. There was a very funny thing here that he did not even know how to laugh. The black-skinned demonized was a mid-tier yuan-shi. Even though he had not fully recovered from the previous beating, it was still a little puzzling that he needed to deal with a group of low-tier yuan-shi. Wait a minute. According to Mu, Songyuan, and the others, the black-skinned demonized was not that strong. The demonized people around him were only low-tier yuan-shi. Therefore, the odds of the 2 sides being defeated were about 50-50. However, the black-skinned demonized had a person in his hand, so Mu Songyuan and the others could only wait anxiously. All right, he understood. Now that they were here, seeing the girl named Lon Lon being held down, causing Mu Songyuan and the rest to be held down. He hated this situation. How many years had it been since he last played this game? It was a little magical. He had just said those words so blatantly to ridicule the black-skinned demonized. Seeing the black-skinned demonized expression change, he knew what to do. However, as for the specific next step, wait a moment, let him think about it. You dare to attack the quiet wasteland while we are attacking the dark region. I have to praise your bravery. The expression of the golden-eyed, demonized man eased a little. He was still strangling Lon Lon with one hand, and there was a faint fake smile on his face. He did not look arrogant. I have seen everything you have done in the secluded wasteland, but it is just a waste of effort. Since the secluded wasteland began to move on its own, everything you have done has been too late. However, the trouble you have caused has made me a little unhappy. I will use your lives to make up for this loss. He laughed emotionlessly, and the hand holding Lon Lan's throat tightened slightly, causing the latter to groan in pain. Mu Songyuan was so agitated that he took a step forward, and the stick in his hand swung forward a few times as if he was about to rush over. Do you dare to come up? Come, I'll stand here and wait for your attack to pierce through me. King Tong's demonized body trembled slightly and laughed coldly. She pointed at Lon Lon with her eyes and said, The premise is that you dare to penetrate her and me together. If you know what's good for you, then obediently put down your weapons and surrender. Maybe I can let you 2 reunite for a while. When the time comes, you won't be so lonely on the road together, right? If you dare to resist. Perhaps I'll turn you into a demonized life form and let you destroy the radiant light region that you cherish with your own hands. Or let you fight each other. Isn't that fun? We put his hands on his hips and spat, causing everyone to be stunned. There was an uncontrollable laughter in his voice as he stared at the black-skinned, demonized man as if he was looking at an idiot. Blah, blah, blah. You're so noisy. Put down your weapon and surrender without a fight? Are you playing a prank on me? The moment you put down your weapon, you became unscrupulous. I won't say anything else, but the moment you touch her, I will twist your head off. Clang. The sound of the stick falling to the ground stunned everyone present. Hui turned his head and saw Mu Songyuan throw the stick 10 meters away. The sound of the stick hitting the ground made everyone's expression stiffen. He immediately stared and felt like a clown. You really threw it. When he first saw this young man, he felt that he seemed a little naive. But could he really be so naive? Don't you know what the other side is like? Mu Songyuan's face was gloomy as he looked at him awkwardly. I have no choice. Then he stared straight ahead. Shura, let Lan Lan go. What you want is nothing more than the pure power of will. My willpower is purer than Lan Lan's. I can be your hostage. You don't have any other choice. When she was captured, her situation was already very bad for you. Now that you've thrown her away, aren't you running all the way to death without stopping? Hui yelled at him, swearing and swearing. Haha, it seems that you don't see it as clearly as they do. The golden-eyed, demonized man laughed at Hui, then looked at Mu Songyuan. That's a wise move. But forget about you. You are not easy to control. Me, at 10% and at. Yin Nuoxing scanned his surroundings. He glanced at the demonified people beside the black-skinned, demonified person called Shura. The seaweed head and the demonified person that appeared last time were not here. This way, he thought for a moment and took a step forward, startling everyone. Why don't you consider me? You see, I'm a whole world's level lower than you. What you're holding in your hand is a bomb that will make you suffer a lot. The most violent counterattack that a beginner can make. I don't need to say it. You should know better than me. Besides, pure willpower and whatnot. Yin Nuoxing pointed at Mu Songyuan and said to Shura, for the time being, there shouldn't be anyone in this world whose willpower is purer than mine. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. I believe you should have heard of the guardian of willpower and whatnot. Guardian of willpower? Shura's golden eyes widened slightly. He looked at Yin Nuoxing suspiciously. Do you think I'll believe your one-sided story? Hui patted Mu Songyuan with a strange expression and signaled with his eyes. Mu Songyuan was startled. Frankly speaking, he did not intend to tell this news, but his companions were all, so he could only nod. It's true. The light of willpower that illuminated the whole sky not long ago. If you haven't forgotten the influence of that light on you, you should be able to tell. The light of willpower that illuminated the sky was mixed with Yin Nuoxing's aura. Although it was very weak, it cannot be wrong. They also felt Yin Nuoxing's body suspiciously. When they saw him throw them a look that said, "Have you confirmed it?" They frowned slightly. The aura was indeed weak, but it made them believe that it was true. After weighing the situation for a while, Shura's frown deepened. He stared at Yin Nuoxing. I don't understand. I need a reason. Otherwise, I will think that you still have ulterior motives even now. I've just said the superficial reason. As for the remaining reason, Yin Nuoxing shrugged and smiled. I'm quite interested in demonization. It's not that easy to enter the center of the quiet wasteland by ordinary means. But as long as I become a demonized life form, it should be fine, right? I know from Mu Songyuan and the others that you have a way to turn people into demonized life forms. I'm here for this. If you still remember that I've touched the crystal, you know that I've tried, but unfortunately I failed. My life in exchange for hers and theirs. This is a good deal, isn't it? You can get a guardian of willpower, and I can go where I want to go. It was a bewildering smile, but there was a corresponding temptation in it. Shura couldn't make up his mind for a while. After Yin Nuoxing finished speaking, his companions pulled him back as if they were going to drag him back. He knew that there might be some kind of disagreement among them. What a fragile team. After a while, he seemed to understand something and chuckled. This way it's doable. You have absolute value, and I'm tempted. Yin Nuoxing pushed away the people holding him and walked forward without turning back. So the deal is done? Phone. Huey's face was filled with pain. He clutched his chest and stared at Shura with a ferocious expression. There's no need for this. There's really no need for this. Mu Songyuan also hurriedly said, If you become a demonized life form, you won't even be able to maintain your original willpower. Your views will become on the demonized life form side. I already know that. It's because I know that I have no qualms about standing on the demonized life form side. What's wrong with that? Yin Noashing sneered and spread out his hands towards Azura. While I haven't changed my mind, let's hurry up, hand over the people, and let them go if you try to be slippery. Oh, although I can't do anything but look at them. He pointed at Hui and the others, all of whom were in a state of explosive momentum. They looked both embarrassed and reluctant. If you dare to play tricks, they can tear you apart. You were beaten up last time, so you know very well. Hui gritted his teeth and pushed Mu Songyuan. Go and get your people back. Then retreat. Yin Nuashing glanced at Mu Songyuan, who walked to his side with a complicated expression and walked forward with him. Seeing this, Shura nodded slightly. The demonized people on both sides retreated slightly, and the demonized energy that was suppressing Lon Lon retreated bit by bit. Another part of the energy began to spread towards Yun Nuashing. Switch! Shura shouted, and the demonized energy pushed Lon Lon towards Mu Songyuan. At the same time, another strand of demonized energy smoothly wrapped around Yun Nuashing's body. The latter also cooperated and walked 2 steps faster, falling into the range of his control. The moment he caught Lon Lon, Mu Songyuan's figure retreated quickly, purifying all the demonized energy that entangled her body. When they returned to the team in an instant, they saw that Feng Ling had fallen into the hands of Shura and the others. He was entangled by the thick, demonized energy, and his expression became extremely complicated in an instant. The Guardian of the Will. Not bad, this pure willpower. When he took the Yunua planet in his hand, the Shura's pair of black eyes stared straight into his eyes, as if he had seen through something, such a huge power. That's right, it is indeed your power. Yin Nuashing glanced at him, then looked at Hui and the others, and sighed. The journey will come to an end. You all know what I have always wanted. Go back, go back. If there is a future, when we meet again, although I knew you were a bastard from the beginning, I didn't expect you to be such a bastard. Hui gritted his teeth, and his voice almost came out from the gaps between his teeth. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Let's go. Unfortunately, you can't leave anymore. Shura suddenly let out a low laugh, startling everyone. Yin Nuashing also narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Shura put his hands behind his back and let out a few trembling, indifferent laughs. Because, from the beginning, I didn't intend to let any of you go back. Whether it was swapping you or stalling for time, it was just to prevent accidents from happening. Now my goal has been achieved. Demonized beings, heed my call and descend to my side. A vast amount of demonic energy suddenly fell on the gray-white castle. The excessive energy caused everyone to turn pale with fright. Before Mu Songyuan and the others could do anything, they suddenly felt an extremely huge pressure descend on them. It was as if they were witnessing a mountain torrent, a tsunami, and an earth-shattering scene with their own eyes. They hurriedly looked out of the hole in the hall and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The outside of the castle, which was originally empty, was now surrounded by countless demonized energies. Hundreds of fortress-level demons were floating in the sky, and groups of troops on the ground were also pounding their chests and stamping their feet, making gloomy and cold roars, flooding this space with endless demonized energies. Demonized figures walked into the hall accompanied by a vast amount of demonized energy. Their black-bottomed, white-eyed eyes casually swept across the hall, bringing a huge amount of pressure to everyone. The surging energy made their faces turn even uglier. Dozens of demonized people who were at the peak of beginner tier were guarding this place. Even they had no way to deal with them. These are the demonized beings that besieged the capital of God. Mu Songyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would they appear in this place? The characteristics of demonized beings. Demonized beings have an inseparable connection with the chaos demon wilderness. We can use this connection to go to any place with demonized energies. Shura opened his arms and laughed out loud. He looked at Hui and the others and said, I didn't expect your appearance, but it also brought about an unexpected result. This is very good. As for my original purpose, Mu Tsangin, I knew that you would enter the tranquil wasteland without hesitation. Everything here was prepared for you. Here, this is where you will be buried. This is the most luxurious funeral I have prepared for you for 15 years. I want to bury you all under the tranquil wasteland and become part of the endless demonized energies in this world. The unbridled and crazy laughter carried a hint of scheming, causing the faces of Mu, Tsungyuan, and the others to turn particularly ugly. Surrounded by countless demonized life forms in the quiet wasteland and surrounded by endless demonized energy, even if they had wings, they would not be able to escape. They didn't expect that Shura's escape last time was related to this. However, Shura's crazy laughter suddenly cooled down. He chuckled and said softly, I have changed my mind. I want you all to witness that moment with your own eyes. Witness the scene of the center of the tranquil wasteland blooming. Haha, I only need guardians with willpower. You all will witness the scene of the great cause being achieved and then be buried here. Suddenly, a vibration came from the depths of the hall. The wall slowly melted with a slight tremor, revealing a green corridor hidden behind it. It seemed to be a corridor cast from the ruins of the previous 3 or 4 generations. He brought Yin Nuashing to the front of the corridor and laughed at Mu Tsangyuan and Hui. Come, let us all witness the grandest moment together. Oh, then let's go. Yin Nuashing pulled him forward. She seemed to be even more impatient than him, which made Shura slightly startled. Mu Tsangyuan and the others who followed behind all had ugly expressions, but no one noticed that Hui and the others' faces were so strange that they almost couldn't hold it in anymore. They didn't even think about it and cooperated with the demonized people behind them to walk forward. The corridor cast from green energy crystals reflected crisscrossing light and shadows in the air, as if some kind of complex pattern was projected in the space, but it was difficult to identify. Shura, who was walking at the front, ignored these patterns and used the demonized energy to clamp Yin Nuashing all the way forward. Since he had already come here, he no longer had anything to worry about. His face was full of uncontrollable excitement and a bit of twisted fanaticism. After an unknown number of minutes, a light curtain appeared in front of the corridor without warning. When everyone walked over, they were slightly startled and faintly felt a wave of discomfort coming from their bodies. It was as if they had lifted their feet a second ago, but in the next second, they had landed in a place where they shouldn't have, spatial teleportation. Hui reminded his people through soul transmission. They still have the method of teleportation. Interesting. And it's not specially used for demonized life forms. He's teleporting all of us together. Yin Nuashing also responded through soul transmission. I keep feeling that something is wrong. I don't know if they found a way to bypass this part of the concept, or if they used the demonized energy to do something. Who knows? Huey's image shrugged, then stared at him and suddenly laughed strangely. Phone, what you said just now, shoo. Act until the end. Don't talk, don't laugh. The road is not over yet. It's not too late to flip the table when we reach the end. Everyone's soul images didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From the beginning, they were all acting, just acting. They were all improvising. They didn't expect that they could cooperate so well. After the spatial teleportation, they suddenly came to an unusually wide place. The sky was completely covered by thick clouds, and the ground was no longer made of green energy crystals. They seemed to have come to the wilderness. The surrounding space was filled with large and small craggy boulders. The ground in front of them was tilted up and caved in to form a rift valley. It was a bit like an impact crater. An impact had exploded here. If they turned over the tilted ground in front of them, they should be able to see a crater. As for the caved-in rift valley around them, it should be caused by the impact tearing the surrounding ground apart. Sure enough, after turning over the tilted ground in front of them, they came to the top of an impact crater with a radius of millions of miles. It was like walking to the top of an extremely huge mountain and looking at the huge crater on top of it. They could see the inside. It was hard to imagine what kind of impact had erupted here in the past to be able to dig such a huge crater. At the top of the crater, near the edge of the crater, there was a circle of floorboards made of green energy crystals. They were embedded around the edge of the crater, like a huge ring-shaped platform. On the platform, there was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. There were demonized people and demonized life forms gathered here to guard the platform. There were more than a dozen of such arrangements as they fell down the crater, like ring-shaped platforms that were constantly shrinking. As for the center of the crater, a translucent black energy beam was released from the bottom. The center of the beam was as white as snow. The higher the beam went, the more transparent it became until it really disappeared into the clouds in the sky. Black and mottled white energy particles swirled and danced within the light of energy. It was a bit similar to the scene of energy particles scattering when energy beams converged in the ruins. These energy particles were falling from above as if they were injecting the endless energy of the tranquil wasteland into the ground below. Yin Nuoxing realized that they had left the castle and went to other places and subconsciously asked, "This place it's the center of the quiet wasteland that you yearn for day and night. There's also energy protection here, so you won't be affected. After all, the demonized energy in this place is too strong, and even we can't be completely spared." Shura pointed to the front and explained to him. He looked back at Mu Tsungen, Hui, and the others who were escorted by dozens of demonized people, and then looked at the densely packed great demons standing around the crater like an army, as well as the hundreds of fortresses floating in the sky. There was a hint of relief on his face. At this point, even if they had great ability, they couldn't use it. Coming here, they had become fish on the chopping block. Mu Tsungen and the others looked at the densely packed, demonized life forms, and it was indeed difficult for them to have the heart to resist. This place was already the deepest place in the enemy's camp, and even if a miracle happened, it wouldn't be able to save them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hold Lamlin's hand tightly and whispered in a low voice, "But even so, we have to fight to the last moment." Yin Nuoxing looked at the crater in the center and frowned slightly. This place. What happened? Why did it become like this? I didn't need to tell you, or else it won't be easy to do later. Shura waved his hand and led the way to the platform below. This way, there's still some distance to go. We'll talk about it on the way. The quiet wasteland was originally the territory of the human race, and this place was a human city. It was originally like this. Yin Nuoxing looked at the crater. Some kind of disaster happened. We speculated that this was the case, but we couldn't find out what kind of disaster was to create this scene. Shura led the others around the platform, and when he looked at the bottomless crater, he still had some lingering fear. In the quiet wasteland, and around here, we found evidence that this place was once the territory of the human race. Some fragments with powerful willpower and energy. They have power that we can't reach, including the energy that's still gushing out from the bottom of the crater. It's so powerful that it's fascinating. All obstacles will be completely destroyed today. Yin Nuoxing nodded. For this, you've prepared for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. Shura couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at the platform that was descending. You think that we've spent tens of thousands of years to create this place, right? Isn't that right? Shura crossed his arms and chuckled. He shook his head. Tens of thousands of years, that's just the time we joined. In fact, there were originally demonized humans in this world. Yes, perhaps they already existed from the very beginning, and were just members who joined halfway. This ruin has existed for more than 100 million years, and was created by our demonized brethren. What it revealed to us is the fragment of that disaster that happened all those years ago. Spying on this fragment allowed me to obtain the power to use the chaotic demonic wasteland to allow demonized beings to cross through distant space. Even the door that I brought you through just now is connected to this. Yin Nuoxing and the others muttered in the soul communication. I'm afraid that he picked up a concept fragment that collapsed a long, long time ago, and somehow found a way to use spatial teleportation. Maybe he used the concept fragment to complete it. We couldn't help but scratch his head. I keep feeling that something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Well, don't worry. If something happens, you protect everyone. I'll just flip the table. Yin Nuashing remembered something and continued to ask Shura. What's that cube used for? It's the demonized crystal you mentioned. It's just a space that contains a special area for demonized life forms. It can also be used to transform normal energy into demonized energy, allowing the chaotic demonic wilderness to expand. However, it has an even more important function. Shura pointed downwards. It's used to open the door. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Gate? What gate? As I've just said, there's a spring at the bottom of the crater that keeps spewing out energy. No one knows where it leads to. Maybe it's a domain, maybe it's still the chaos wasteland, but it's a hidden place. He shook his head slightly, his black-bottomed golden eyes staring at the black and white beam of light. I only know that this energy that's thousands of times stronger than normal demonized energy should be leaking from somewhere. The scene formed by the disaster that erupted back then was preserved by our demonized brethren, including the energy that keeps leaking here. It's a crack that keeps releasing energy and absorbing the energy of the quiet wasteland, trying to repair itself and close it. Our brethren of the past did everything they could to keep it open, making it difficult for it to recover, but that's not enough. That crack is very small, and to tear it open to the extent that people can pass through, it requires an extremely powerful force. Like the power of will? So you want me to open the crack? That's right. Shura nodded slightly. As he spoke, he suddenly turned around to look at the others who were walking over with heavy expressions, and said, You don't seem to care about them from the beginning? Never worried? Even if they're your former comrades? Didn't he say that I'm a bastard? Yin Nuashing stroked her long hair gently and looked back at Hui and the others. I'm just a selfish bastard who only want to walk the path that I want to walk, even if I have to pay with my life. I have no scruples. Hee, you're quite carefree. Hui was silent and sighed in his heart. They heard it clearly. That's why he said that Maple is a bastard. It's not an act, but not at this time. It's when he's dealing with the things that they're dealing with now. Yes, he did not hesitate to rush up and say that it's all over. He's just a bastard and an idiot who can only make people feel helpless. He believes that the others think the same way too, but it's something that can't be helped. The performance was just a performance in action, but every line and every word contained the true meaning and the true state of mind. In it, there were all kinds of things that they had experienced together. Anyone could tell that it was true because it was not a performance in itself, but a narrative. As they went deeper into the bottom of the platform, the strange demonic energy became stronger to the extent that even with the protection of the barrier, it would make people dizzy. Mu Songyuan and the others had to release more powerful energy and even needed to cooperate with the demonized behind them to support the energy barrier to barely offset the negative effects of the energy here. They even looked as if they were about to die. Hui and the others thought about it and quickly pretended to be disgusted. The bottom of the pit was like a funnel. The platform at the bottom, whether it was the ground or the surrounding mountain walls, were all cast with cyan energy crystals. Everything in the surroundings, including the space, seemed to have been crystallized. Moreover, many crystals were growing out of the walls, making it look like a forest of cyan crystals. These crystals became very bright after coming in contact with the excessive amount of demonized energy. The dazzling cyan light illuminated the space, making it extremely dazzling. More patterns were projected in the space, but no one could understand the meaning of these pictographs, drawings, and graffiti. After looking at them for a long time, people would feel dizzy. In addition to the green energy crystals on the surrounding mountain walls at the bottom of the big pit, there were also pieces of demonic crystals that he had seen before embedded in them. They were resonating with the green crystals, releasing an oppressive aura around the center. At the center of the platform, where the funnel's eye was, there was a circular crack with a radius of 100 feet. The black and white energy beam was spewing out from that crack. We're here. It's here. Shura brought them to a place close to the center. Around the crack, more than a dozen demonized people stood motionless like statues, releasing demonic energy that was constantly surging from their bodies. The latter and the others felt an aura approaching them, so they slowly turned around. Then, more than half of them were stunned. Yin Noashing and the others also exclaimed in their hearts. The kelp head whose heart was dug out by Shura's claw was standing there at the moment, and the group of people who were beaten up last time was also here at the moment. They looked at each other, and the space froze. The kelp head turned around and saw Shura standing together with the biggest shadow in his life. His face turned green and was full of horror. She was still smiling. Last time, she used this smile to confuse people. Then, without any explanation, she dug out his heart with her claw. The two groups of people met, and the air froze for a moment. Then, there were suddenly exclamations. Shura, step back. This guy is dangerous. Sound alarm. Everyone is in level 1 combat mode. Summon everyone here to help. Oh, we meet again. Looking at how excited you are, you obviously miss us very much. Come, we didn't finish last time. Let's fight again. This time, we should be able to have no scruples. Shura was stunned for a moment and turned his head with a puzzled expression. He saw Yin Noashing slowly removing the demonic energy on her body. The restraints that he had used all his strength to set up were easily torn apart like paper. Shura widened his eyes. Yin Noashing laughed so hard that her whole body trembled. Her smile was charming and charming. I announced that I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying all my cards on the table. Little Qingzi, I know that you're all here. Bring everyone here. Seal this space, and let's turn this place upside down. Chapter 1995. Actually, this guy named Shura was quite interesting. If you were to fight with Mu Tsungyuan's group alone, the latter's group would be done for. Shura had calculated everything and made use of the information that Mu Tsungyuan's group did not know about to set up a huge trap. He used a power that was absolutely irresistible to Mu Tsungyuan's group, who barged into the tranquil wasteland alone to control everything. He wanted them to fall into the well and die instantly without any accidents. However, he did not expect a group of unreasonable people to appear out of nowhere. They were like a few big shots who could easily collapse the void when they sneaked in during an exchange. Of course, it was not a big deal to sneak in with a group of big shots who could easily collapse the void. But in the end, this group of big shots did not do anything but put on an act. They put on an act until both sides believed that they were really talking about something else. Suddenly, they jumped out and spread their hands, saying, "Hey, I'm not playing anymore. I'm not pretending anymore. I've been waiting for this moment." In fact, Shura was a little wronged. He did not do anything wrong. Whether it was holding him hostage or talking to him about those things along the way, Shura did not believe much of what he said about joining the demonized life form. What he believed most was the power he had in his hands. From the beginning, Shura had used all his strength to restrain him, fearing that he would cause any trouble. This was the evidence. Now, looking at the hundreds of millions of troops, this was Shura's confidence, power, and dream. This was the source of his fanaticism and confidence. It was not something that could be instigated with just a few words. It did not exist. It was just that he probably did not expect that the person he was holding down was not a weak guy, but a supernova of the void and order class. If he dared to put such an unstable explosive in his pocket, it would be easy for him to get into trouble, just like now. Anyway, he was explosive. He admitted it. But this time, it was none of his business. Everyone had given the order to lock him down. So what could he do? He could only get someone else to do it. Little Green, get your weapons. Let's fight. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the platform, exploding into a huge energy storm. It was as if a torrent of energy had landed in front of them. The sudden explosion shocked Mu, Tsungyuan, and Shura, but in fact, it was not a torrent of energy thrown out by a guy. It was just... He looked and saw little Qing walking out. That was his entrance. When he smashed down from the sky, he was wrapped in a huge amount of energy. The impact of his landing caused the green crystal ground to shake, and it looked like it was about to crack. The moment little Greenie came out, a meteor shower fell from the sky. Objects trailing energy flames fell from the sky. The dazzling white light at the front of the objects made them look like clusters of energy containing extremely rich energy. A few seconds later, they fell from the sky perpendicular to the ground like meteors. Boom! Dong! 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 Like a continuous saturated bombardment, the meteors whizzed past, drawing a circle with them as the center and fiercely smashing into the huge circular platform. Some fell on the bottom layer, the middle layer, and the upper layer. The huge energy explosion was accompanied by a dazzling white light, blinding everyone who was watching the explosion. In the white light, they could vaguely see the demonized people and creatures gathered in all directions being lifted up by the energy impact of various colors. They were sent flying high into the air by the invisible shock waves of the explosions, and then torn to pieces by the energy impact from all directions. It was as if the leaves of a tree had tacitly fallen off and scattered unevenly in all directions, quickly withering in the air. As a group of meteors fell in a straight line and slammed into the ground, the power of the meteor shower was not weaker than a saturated bombardment of energy. The demonized people and creatures that surrounded the platform had lost their formation, and alignment. They were scattered everywhere, unable to find their bearings, and many of them were missing arms and legs. The power of order in this world was a little weak, and it was the same for their individual strength. After all, they were all life forms that were born quickly, and it was inevitable that they would be tagged with a lot of prefixes and suffixes. However, the demonized life forms seemed to have made up for the lack of individual combat strength, and their combat strength was much stronger than normal life forms. Of course, judging from their level, it was the pot calling the kettle black. It was the same for their defensive strength as well. After a round of justice descending from the heavens smashed this place into smithereens, there were less than 1,000 of them who were actually annihilated in an instant. There is no need to mention the demonized life forms, as they were just a bunch of small fries. Azura and Hai, who were sent flying by the shockwave, did not suffer any serious injuries. They had just rolled far away like gourds. At this moment, they hurriedly stood up from the ground, gripped their weapons, and instantly entered battle mode. Their gazes swept across Yun Nuashing, who had slightly opened her arms in a smile on her beautiful face. Then, their gazes stopped at the balls of light that had smashed the dozen or so floors of the platform. Those balls of light gradually lost their light, and then a large group of figures wearing strange clothes walked out. After they walked out, they looked in all directions, and all of them revealed a slightly sick and sinister smile. A joint aura violently erupted, causing Azura and the others to be extremely shocked and at a loss at the same time. They did not understand what was going on. I Ching, who was the first to appear, immediately waved his hand and shouted at the entire space. Everyone, attack at will. Apart from the new generation of energy towers, you can use anything you want. The guys who were guarding the top of the mountain, remember to cover this place with a lid. I'm not just asking you to cover the bottom. I want you to seal off this place with a radius of tens of billions of miles. I've temporarily divided the second echelon. I'll leave those noisy black things on the top floor to you guys. If you feel that the firepower is not enough, adjust the number of energy towers. Damn it, this is not the Abyss Death Mist manifestation, and you're actually talking to me about the problem of injuries? Are you trying to make Lord Feng and Lord Hui laugh themselves to death, and then inherit the Void frontline? No, you can't just throw a wall out with a flick of your hand. The concept of this world is on the verge of collapse. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? The rest of you go. Everyone here had been flattened by it. If you can kill them with one slap, don't hold back. If you can't kill them with 2 slaps, catch them. That's definitely a big fish. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at the scene of explosions all over the world. These gorgeous fireworks, this colorful world. I already said that even if I don't do anything, cough, cough, I'm not the only explosive. Look at everyone who's made a grand appearance. Which one of them isn't an explosive? How can the commotion they cause be any smaller than his? Look at the collapse of the sky and the cracking of the earth. Look at the commotion caused by the platform being torn down. There's a guy who punched a demonized person and a mountain wall flat. He even overturned a group of demonized life forms on the top floor. Yin Nuoxing glanced at everyone. Hui, see you blue phoenix, shuang shuang, and the others were also shouting slogans and rushing up to fight. They were randomly looking for people to play with. Now, only Shura and that High of the Heavenly God were left in front of him. Oh, a group of friends followed behind him, such as Mu Yuan and the others, Fei Cui and Lu Xiaoqiu. They were all watching the show. Looking at their expressions, the degree of stupefaction was definitely not lighter than the demonized people who were being smashed by justice from the heavens. You're still quite calm. Yin Nuoxing maintained a charming smile on his face. He crossed his arms and stroked his hair with his right hand while looking at Shura. The latter's face was green at this moment. He stared at Yin Nuoxing. His black and golden eyes were rolling with a raging anger that could burn the world. He gritted his teeth and looked ferocious, wanted to swallow Yin Nuoxing alive. It was the extent of his green face that made Yin Nuoxing a little laugh. Even the light emitted by the green crystals at the bottom of the platform could not suppress the green on their faces. It seemed that they were really angry. Although Yin Nuoxing had just said that Shura probably treated his words as farts and might not believe a word of it, it seemed that Shura did more or less believe a little just now. Yin Nuoxing thought that his acting just now was quite good. Therefore, Yin Nuoxing's face was 10,000 times more green than before. In fact, Shura could not be blamed for this. According to common sense, there were about 20 beginner yuanshi with 3 ultimate masters of source. Under normal circumstances, this place was surrounded by hundreds of millions of demonized people, countless demonized people, and fortress-like great demons. With such a heavy military force guarding this place, Yin Nuoxing could win even if he casually threw out his cards. But who would have thought that this group of people would directly flip the table? Moreover, they killed their way into the enemy's formation as if they were taking a stroll in the park. Most importantly, Yin Nuoxing brought them here personally. Yin Nuoxing's mistake was to believe in a guy who was not human. The guy with an unprecedented strong sense of confusion really made everyone feel that he was weak, pitiful, and helpless at first glance. Cricket was an ultimate master of source. He must be helpless in the battle of yuanshi. But in fact, it was hard to say. Yin Nuoxing had not yet seen Yin Nuoxing make a move. He only saw the continuous explosions around him. Those were the sounds of others tearing down the house. In fact, Yin Nuoxing's hands were tied because no one gave him a chance to make a move. He could only stand there and watch, staring at Shura and the leader of the sea. His colorful eyes casually looked at them disdainfully, as if he was asking them, "What else can you do now? What? Don't you want to move a little?" Yin Nuoxing was a little impatient from being stared at. He waved his hand, feeling a little like he wanted to respond. He wanted to rush up and press him to the ground to beat him up. The scene of great wind and great waves beside him was too intense. Yin Nuoxing's hands were itching. Don't you plan to do something? Countless years of arrangements, countless years of careful planning. You should have prepared something, right? You should at least give me a little surprise, right? I've been waiting here all this time. If you don't do something... He raised his head and looked at the battle in other places. Although the demonized people were a little stronger, they were still too weak under the rampage of the Order warriors. The torrents of energy were like millions of flowing arrows, covering the entire area and bombarding indiscriminately. The demonized people guarding here did not even know what hit them. Now, more than half of them were dead or injured, and some of them were also captured. Sigh, with the standards of Little Qing Zi and the others, how many of them could survive 2 slaps? Master Feng. I Ching took a break from the busy work and came to Feng Luo's side. First, he looked at his companions who were all shocked speechless. Then, he looked at Shura and the others who were staring at him. After thinking for a while, he ignored the latter's report and said, "Previously, when we were fighting outside the capital of God, we had already wiped out a considerable number of them. Now that they have escaped back here, even if they have gathered together, it is no different from a large group of people." Yin Nuoxing looked at him very gloomily. "Why don't you let me do it openly? I will use the Nihility Order Origin, and there will not be many left here. It is clean and convenient. The whole battle will only last for 10 seconds. This you have to ask Master Hui and the others. I Ching laughed dryly and quickly turned to look at Shura and the others. The remaining two are the leaders of the other side? Should we catch them? Yin Nuoxing put one hand on her waist and sighed. I am waiting for him to give me a surprise, but now he is just like an idiot. Other than staring at me with those eyes, he is not moving at all. It is making me feel very awkward. Boom! The gigantic golden fireworks in the sky symbolized a powerful energy explosion. The fortress-shaped great demons were annihilated by the energy fireworks. Those that were only hit by the energy shock waves fell from the sky while emitting thick smoke, smashing into the ground and kicking up black dust. The demonized energy was also dissipating bit by bit. Who are you? Yin Nuoxing, who had been stunned by the fireworks for a long time, finally reacted. However, the moment they spoke, the words that came out of their mouths made Yin Nuoxing feel a little troubled. I'm just me. Even if I tell you who I am, you will not know who I am. Yin Nuoxing crossed her arms and raised her chin. Compared to who I am and what I am doing, shouldn't you immediately think about what you should do now? Your compatriots are being attacked. Your soldiers are dying one by one under our torrent. The wave of demonic energy is gradually being devoured by an even greater torrent. If you just watch, then there will be nothing left for you. He saw that Shura was still stunned and silent. Suddenly, he spread his hands and laughed. What? You really don't want to do anything? I have been waiting for you to resist, waiting for you to do something that will surprise me. This is an extremely rare situation for me. I've been holding myself back, constantly emphasizing that I will give you hope, give you some time, give you some opportunity, and let you struggle for some way to turn the situation around. If you just stand here and do nothing, the situation will not get better. There are some things that you will not know the result if you don't try, right? Let me tell you the truth. That is, in the words I said to you before, other than joining the demonic life forms, everything else is true. I really want to come here, and I really want to know what you're doing. The energy, surging movement in the surroundings was coming to an end. Other than a group of people on the top who were still cleaning up the demonic life forms that were gathering from all directions, the demonic life forms on the platform had been reduced to a defeated army. Under the rampage of this group of explosives, the brave and fearless demonic life forms resisted bitterly for 10 minutes and were defeated without any suspense. In the end, there were only a dozen or so captives who were tied up into a group and thrown into the pit. After the Order warriors threw the captives here, they bowed to him and ran to the top to violently beat up the demonic life forms. It seemed that they were not satisfied yet and urgently needed to continue pouring out their strength. After a long time, Shura finally heard some other movement. He suddenly covered his head and laughed. His laughter gradually intensified and became crazier, as if he was about to go crazy after receiving too much stimulation. Our demonic life forms have been preparing for countless years. Because of the arrival of a group of inexplicable people, all of it has turned into bubbles. Yin Nuoxing listened to his defeated lines and dug his ears. Are you not going to resist? You really don't want this opportunity? Seeing that you have led the way for us, I can still give you a way out at this time. There are still a dozen or so people left here. It's okay if you take them back. Really? Don't you want to think about it? He smiled and shrugged. He casually picked up the captive who had just been captured and threw him at Shura's feet. I'm still very sincere, and I won't play any tricks. If you still want to resist, then try your best to resist. If you don't want to resist, I will now resist. Of course, I never said that it would end like this. Shura suddenly widened his eyes. His golden pupils emitted a burning golden light. He suddenly retreated and rushed to the crack behind him. He threw himself into the black and white energy light. A low growl came from his throat. Suddenly, monstrous demonic energy burst out from his body, making the entire energy light beam look more violent. The light beam shone brightly, and a gust of energy suddenly swept out from it. A violent tremor came from the tranquil wasteland. It was like the violent tremor after the ruins were destroyed. The earth shook, but it was not as violent as imagined. The demonic energy that was floating in the entire space suddenly rushed over here uncontrollably. It was as if a huge crack had opened up at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, the seawater was being sucked into the crack. The demonized beings that were still being beaten up on the top of the platform all disintegrated when this suction force appeared. They exploded into a cloud of dense demonic energy on the spot. All the Order warriors who were fighting hard were stunned. Their gazes followed the direction where the demonic energy was surging across the sky and finally landed on the big pit. After thinking for a while, they came to a realization. Maybe Lord Maple is doing something? In the sky, thousands of black energy torrents crossed the sky like black ribbons fluttering in the wind. As they kept getting closer, they merged step by step. Finally, they gathered into a dozen or so energy torrents that fell into the big pit. They fell toward the black and white light beam and washed over Shura's body. Oh, is he going to transform? Hui and the others who had sensed the abnormality could not help but exclaim when they saw the scene. This guy has finally been driven mad by Lord Maple. What an unlucky kid. I knew this would happen from the beginning. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? He is not transforming. Look carefully. He reached out and pointed at the bottom of the circular crack. All the energy has gathered into the crack that is gushing out. He has reversed the direction of the crack that was gushing out energy. Now, it is being sucked in by the storm. Shuang Shuang suddenly pulled him and pointed to the front. The remaining dozen or so demonic life forms were being stimulated by the rampaging demonic energy. They tore off the restraints on their bodies and stood in front of them and Shura. They looked like they were about to fight to the death. Those captives, oh, I threw them over. When everyone was speechless, Hui waved his hand to show that he was used to it. Lord Maple's mental attack. Do you think that everything will be fine after you return the captives? In fact, it is just a mental stimulation. If he does not stimulate them for a while, he is afraid that they will not be able to go berserk completely. Look, this kid must be mad now. What is he doing? Everyone was speechless. You're also very powerful to be able to understand what he meant. All the demonic life forms on the field are gone. Ning Fei dragged Gu, zooming down from the top, and shrugged. Not a single one is left. They have all turned into demonic energy and are gathering inside. Look outside, there is nothing left. I guess the whole tranquil wasteland is like this. Not long after they finished talking, the Order warriors who were in charge of cleaning up also landed at the bottom. They stood around them and stared at Shura, who was doing something unknown. They assumed a posture to let the energy continue to surge, guarding against any accidents. That these people and you guys, Emerald was still in a daze and couldn't react at all. Even if she regained her senses, she was still in a daze. She looked at the powerful warriors around her and was shocked and scared. Then, she looked at Shura, who looked even more terrifying and didn't know what he was doing. Are we really not going to stop him? Stop what? It was not easy for me to induce him to go berserk. If I stop him now, how am I going to reason with him? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Induce him? Mu Tsung-yin and the others also tried to recover, but they had not been in contact with Feng Ling and the others for a long time, so it was even harder for them to recover. At this moment, they could only ask in a daze, Induce. Do you want him to do something? Of course. Yin Nuoxing nodded slightly and turned to look at the energy beam that was getting more and more violent under Shura's provocation. The big crack buried at the bottom was also becoming more and more unstable at this moment. Let him do something that perhaps only demonized beings can do. If just killing him can achieve our goal, we don't have to work so hard from the beginning. Obviously, if we want to achieve other goals now, it's best to let him do it himself. Lu Xiaoqiu suddenly reacted. Could it be that you guys have been watching him from the beginning? Well, no. Hui shook his head. He appeared in front of us, so he was targeted. But that's not all. All the demonized people who have appeared in front of us have been targeted. Because we don't know which one is the real important person, we have to keep an eye on them. Whoever wants to cause trouble will be found. Look, we found this guy called Shura. Looking at him strategizing and planning, We can tell at a glance that he must have done a lot of things. The rest is to guide him crazily. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. Can't you do this next time? I really don't think it's fun. We looked at him and couldn't help but click his tongue. He turned to the others and said, let me tell you guys, this guy has driven so many poor children crazy before. Now he's here pretending to be painful. Yin Nuoxing hit him on the head with her hand and rolled her eyes. I think you were the one who first suggested inducing, right? But you were the one who carried it out from the beginning, and you were the one who agreed to it. Come, let me show you the scene at the beginning. We coughed lightly and took a deep breath. He crossed his arms and said in a calm tone, inducing is interesting. Let's do it this way. Let them personally deliver their hidden secrets to us. It's really fun. You see, that's what you said at the beginning. I still remember the original words. Yin Nuoxing, everyone, this calm tone and the sneering from time to time made him sound like a bad guy. While they were talking casually, Shura had been tossing and turning there for a while. The crack had swallowed countless demonic energy. As the core, he was still able to hold on. However, there were many cracks on his body, which made Yin Nuoxing think more highly of him. He was too familiar with hanging himself in the center of the energy torrent and letting the endless energy torrent wash over him. He often did this. Shura suddenly lowered his head and looked at Yin Nuoxing. Maybe it was too late now. This group of inexplicable people had given him the heaviest blow to the head. His head was still buzzing at this time. Only now did he realize that everything they had done, all their plans, and all their situations had been torn to pieces by this group of people who had descended from the sky. If he stayed here now, he would just continue to put on a farce. Right now, it was his last chance to escape. Although he didn't know why Yin Nuoxing and the others wanted to let him go so obviously, he didn't have time to think about it at this time. He still had a lot of things to do. Where there's life, there's hope. Maybe there's a chance to start all over again. Maybe there's no chance anymore. He had no idea what kind of place that domain was. Originally, he didn't think of using such a method to force his way in. They weren't fully prepared yet, but at this moment, he had no other choice. For the time being, I'll treat your thoughts and actions as ridicule. Although I don't know why you deliberately let us go, I'll remember this, Shura said in a deep voice. Azura said in a deep voice. This was the first time he had seen Azura with such an ugly expression. Last time, when he was ganged up on by them, he was not like this. He looked like he had picked up something on the road and eaten it. You'll regret letting us go. I promise. Shura's body turned into demonic energy little by little in front of everyone's eyes, as if he had melted into the light beam. The remaining demonized people also turned into demonic energy and quickly disappeared into the light beam. His eyes were locked with Yin Nuoxing's. Until now, he still didn't feel the slightest bit of concern from her expression. It was as if she didn't care about what he did. He couldn't help but laugh. I hope you can still be so indifferent the next time we meet. Next time, I'll let the demonic energy cover the entire world. Don't even think about escaping. Are you going to leave or not? If you continue to nag and refuse to leave, I'll send you on your way. Yin Nuoxing condensed her energy longbow with a look of disgust. Just as she was about to draw the bow and arrow, Shura completely melted into the light beam and disappeared along with all the other demonized people. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smack his lips. You're just running away, yet you're still nagging. Can't you see that the atmosphere is quieter? Chapter 1996. The pit in the center of the quiet wasteland had turned from a funnel into a bumpy mountain after being bombarded by a meteor shower. Only the platform and mountain walls at the bottom of the wasteland were still tenacious. The platform above had turned into powder and drifted in the wind. The green shimmer emitted by the powder made the space hazy like a dream. It would be better if there was no thick dark cloud in the sky. Around the crater, about 70% to 80% of the demonized energy in the inner circle of the wasteland had been absorbed by the crack. The activity of the demonized energy in the inner circle of the wasteland had obviously dropped to a relatively low level. At this time, even if they removed the protective measures left by Shura and turned off the energy barrier, it would not have much impact on Emerald and the others. In other words, the concentration of the demonized energy in the center of the wasteland had dropped to almost the same level as the outer circle. As the demonized clan left with their army, the place suddenly quieted down. I Ching arranged for some people to continue searching for the ruins in the wasteland and brought the remaining people to stand guard around casually, waiting for Lord Feng and Lord Huey's next instructions. At this time, they were surrounding the remaining black and white energy beam in the big pit. Its light was already very dim. The blocks that were originally used to support the crack and embedded in the mountain wall were accidentally torn apart by them, and a part of them was taken away. Without the support of energy, the crack would close at any time, and the light beam would be extinguished at any time. The crack seems to be closing. So you pulled Little Star along as they stood at the edge of the Rift Valley and looked down. The crack in the center of the circular platform was a rift valley that was more than 10 meters wide. It seemed to have been split open by a sword. Looking down at the bottom of the rift valley, one could clearly see a grayish-white crack that was perhaps only half a meter wide. It was as if space was treated as a piece of paper, and a hole was poked in the middle and then torn to both sides to form a crack. The scene reflected in the center of the crack was gray and blurry. Whether it was the crack or the energy beam, they could not understand it for a while. The crack itself did not have much spatial power. It was probably the influence of the environment on the other side, or it could be the influence of the concept. They could not teleport in this world. If they wanted to teleport, they had to use a method that they had not figured out yet. If this crack was considered a teleportation, it could only be a method that they had not figured out. Of course, it was also possible that they had not figured out some simple connections and could not connect the dots. As for the black and white light beam, it was the energy from the other side of the space. It was probably the energy of the environment on the other side. It was different from the demonic energy, and they could not explore it for the time being. Siyu tilted her head. Wouldn't it be better if we went over together? Not so good. Yin Nuashing shook his head. When they passed through the crack, there was a movement that only happens when a large amount of energy is consumed or annihilated in a short period of time. We can't see it here, so the movement and the vision should be on the other side of the space. It means that they have consumed an extremely large amount of energy when they pass through. We speculate that they sacrificed the demonic life forms to force the door open. I guess many of the demonic life forms that just poured in have been consumed. Obviously, Shura did not intend to do so at first. He wanted to open the door by other means, and then drag an entire army in, probably for safety reasons. Looking at it now, it's obviously not a good place. I'm not going to barge in. I've been wandering around aimlessly these days and bumping into some damn space. Yin Nuashing muttered to himself. Then he slowly spread out his right hand and took out a magic circle about a foot in size. So this thing needs a scout. Hui glanced at the colorful magic circle in his hand and suddenly realized. You left an energy mark on him. Seeing Feng nodding, he could not help but smile bitterly. You're so bad. I thought you were just forcing him to jump into the pit and wait until we meet again in the future. Huh? Why do you think I'll just let him go? Yin Nuashing glared at Hui as if he was looking at an idiot. God knows what will happen after he gets out of our sight. Do you really think letting him go means letting him live in seclusion? Do you think he's a protected animal? Let him go and let him fly. Of course, you have to keep a trump card. If it's not enough, I'll leave another one. If it's not enough, I'll leave another one. I'll leave 7 or 8 arms and legs to prepare for all aspects. I'll track them at a fixed point. I don't care if the sky collapses or the earth shatters or the void is annihilated. I'll just stay here and observe the situation. With a scout rushing in, I'll let him fly slowly. If something happens, I'll take the blame. Hui, Feng, you're so bad. You weren't like this in the past. When you first induced someone, you kept provoking him until he became stupid and crazy. He directly rushed up and died together with you. Oh, I didn't know that. Although we don't take the initiative to cause trouble, it doesn't mean that I can't increase my talent first. Moreover, as for the inducement, Yin Nuashing coughed lightly and said slowly, the inducement is also very simple. In short, you can't kill him all at once. If the opponent can still fight, you should first reduce his strength, and if he can still move, you should torture his spirit. You must make him feel despair and numb, but you can't oppress him to the point that he feels hopeless. Sigh. That is very likely to make him lose his mind and pounce on you, or even kill himself. Some people who are determined to die can't be stopped. You must leave a gap, like a gap in a flood, so that he can burst out hope and continuously squeeze out his own potential. Everyone has the desire to live, and in a life and death situation, it will increase without limit. As long as it is not a situation of certain death, you can definitely find a way that you think will work. Regardless of whether it will work or not, you must definitely try it. At this time, you'll find a lot of trump cards that you don't even know whether they are trump cards or not. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other and quickly took a step back. Cherish your life and stay away from the observer. This guy is evil to the core. Although he usually doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble and is only passive, regardless of whether he is active or passive, once he causes trouble, he will definitely kill people. Hui shivered. Foam, you've changed. You weren't so evil before. You become so skilled now. Seeing that everyone was staring at him as if they were looking at some kind of void disaster, Yinuoxing shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. He quickly turned his head. Anyway, that's what I mean. Cough, cough, I'm going to do it. The multicolored energy circle slowly rotated in his hand, and the energy in his body began to surge. Along with the aura of the source of origin, he smashed the circle in his hand into the space in front of him. Come, world, open up. Show me the world you have seen. Bang. Before the circle could reach the space with his arm, it exploded and turned into a large pile of fragments that suddenly scattered. Yinuoxing's eyes widened. Everyone else was also stunned and didn't know what happened. Is it over? Hui walked closer and saw Fang's stunned expression. He couldn't help but scratch his head. What's going on? This. A drop of sweat fell from Yinuoxing's pretty face. His body tensed up and he turned his head stiffly. The energy mark has been destroyed. Isn't this very awkward? Huey's eyes widened and he scratched his head. What's going on? I saw that you had a card up your sleeve. Why did it explode just like that? Isn't it really going to live in seclusion now? This is, I don't know. The energy mark just came out of its cocoon and that. Yinuoxing wiped the sweat on his face with his hand and hurriedly added, although it exploded. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8 hand are all heavily damaged, but that wasn't the end. The moment the mark exploded, I still caught something. There's indeed a space on the other side of the crack, but it's not perfect. I haven't figured out the rules yet. The energy aura on the other side is all this energy. He pointed to the black and white light beam that had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. Then, I also found the same energy aura coming from another place. It's at, Yinuoxing muttered and thought for a while. Then, she slowly pointed to the north. Over there, over a radiance. Fei Tsue identified the direction and exclaimed softly. Then, she hurriedly looked at Mu Tsungyin and the others and said with a little excitement, Is there anything strange over there? It's strange. At the mention of the radiant light region, Mu Tsungyin pondered for a while and shook his head. There are only some ruins from the previous generation in the non-chaotic demonic wilderness. We've explored most of them, so there's nothing particularly noteworthy. Could it be that it's actually not in the glow, but just happens to be in the north? After all, we've previously explored another area in the north, haven't we? But if that's the case, then it's even more troublesome. Fei Tsue couldn't help but mutter while playing with her fingers. Radiance is your place, so you're more familiar with it. If you have to cross to another place. It's so troublesome. Yinuoxing pulled her hair and thought for a while. Then, she raised her hand and condensed a part of the remaining black and white energy. She kneaded it into a ball and integrated the power of source origin into it. Then, she threw it into the sky with all her strength. Before it reached the dark clouds, it turned into a ring of energy that exploded and spread to the end of the world. Soon, it melted into the space and turned into an invisible wind that blew away. Everyone who sensed the faint energy movement turned their heads. They only caught a glimpse of a ring of energy sweeping past. After thinking for a while, Their eyes fell on Yun Nuashing at the same time. Yun Nuashing thought for 2 or 3 minutes before she slowly opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Now, I have 2 pieces of news. We immediately reached out and stopped her. Regardless of whether it's good or bad, tell me both at the same time. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while and raised his hand to point at the black and white pillar of light in front of him. This thing exists in tens of thousands of places all over the world. The extent of the horizontal and horizontal crossing is estimated to cross tens of millions of regions. Everyone was speechless. Huey's face immediately turned green when he heard this. Don't tell me, this is actually just the beginning or something? I don't know. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and forced a bitter smile on her pretty face. She looked up at the energy beam that had dimmed to the thickness of an arm. Then, she looked down and saw that the crack was only the size of a palm. Since there are so many of these things, it's not something that exists alone. I think it should be an entrance. Well, an entrance or something like that. It's connected to another space, but, well, you can just think of it as a collapsed tunnel. When you go through it, you'll need to use a lot of energy to get rid of the gravel on the road. This is the situation that I've concluded for the time being. Look, didn't someone say that the demonized clan has existed since a long time ago? Then, judging from a situation of the 2 generations of demonized clan, perhaps the previous generation and the 2 generations of demonized clan have never been active in the open. They all hide in dark and cramped places. Hundreds of people gather together happily, lowering their heads and constantly muttering great cause, dream, and our long-cherished wish. Then, with a whoosh, fireworks are lit. It's either rumbling or ringing, and the whole world begins to beat the beat and run towards death. Then, when you turn your head to look, there's not a single bystander because they're all doing things in desolate places and they don't want anyone to know at all. They're all leisurely thousands of miles away, and suddenly they encounter all kinds of natural disasters, and the whole city is dumbfounded. Everyone was speechless. This statement was a bit of a picture. They had almost imagined the whole scene in their minds. Hui held his head with a headache. I can't figure out what the hell is going on. Everyone, just give me a quick death. I can't stand it anymore. Lu Xiaoqiu heard him and looked at him with a strange look. But for tens of millions of years, they have been fighting against the demonized beings like this. Although there was a little episode before the sky fell, you wouldn't say that you can't stand it, right? Hui smiled bitterly. Well, they didn't know where they came from and what they were going to do. Fighting against the demonized beings was a dangerous but normal daily life for them, a world that staged daily resistance. They wouldn't suddenly say that they couldn't stand it anymore. Well, but they knew. What did they know? He didn't know. Anyway, he felt that he was going to get dizzy. Speaking of which, they hadn't been here for long. Why did it feel like almost 7 or 8 years had passed? Probably because when they were tossing about origin and creation in the void frontline, a few days passed in a blink of an eye. But here, they were either rushing or busy from morning to night. It felt like their lives had been lengthened a lot. Other than that, these things were all linked together. After running one round, they looked up and found that there was another round. If this world was a planet, then it must have 10,000 star rings. That scene was simply, Yin Nuashing looked at Hui, who had suddenly entered some kind of imaginary state. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Looking past him, she looked at the black and white light beam that was about to completely dissipate in the air. She frowned slightly. If this thing was really the entrance that the demonized race had opened in order to go to that place, as he thought, he felt that it was necessary to verify it now. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he dashed out with a whoosh and fell into the valley before anyone could react. Looking at the crack that was only as thick as a finger, he took out the rhythm of light and used the power he had inherited from the Netheruin sword to stab at it. Clang! The sound of the energy explosion startled everyone who was about to rush over. Arcs of energy erupted from the bottom of the rift valley. The chaotic energy swept across the green platform like dozens of long whips, tearing the ladder into pieces. The rift valley was also forcibly widened under the influence of this force. Rocks kept falling, and all kinds of sounds were entangled together like a symphony. The energy explosion lasted for about 10 seconds and suddenly dissipated. Yin Nuoxing's figure jumped up from below. She looked at the people who ran up and shook her head. It's resisted. As I thought, there's no way to go in. Isn't that bad? Hui rubbed his forehead and was distressed. Even if we know that there are tens of thousands of entrances and exits, it's the same as not being able to go in. What's the problem? Problem? Of course, it's the condition. Yin Nuoxing turned back to look at the Rift Valley, frowning slightly and sighing. I've tried to use the demonic energy to open the rift, but it didn't even bother with me. I reckon that this should be an entrance specially reserved for the demonic life forms, and the rest are naturally not for other people to disturb. Sigh, when encountering such a conditional event, what else can we do other than find a way to fulfill this condition? Hui snapped his fingers. For example, you're best at demolishing. Well, I've done some calculations. To demolish this thing, it's almost equivalent to completely destroying a certain concept in the conceptual layer. Then forget it. Hui immediately smiled bitterly and waved his hand. He could not help but sigh bitterly. After all, it's a Yuanshi realm life form. Even if the Yuanshi realm in this world is fast, the power is not enough, the order is not too good, but it's still a genuine Yuanshi realm life form. It has the power it should have. Doing something to the conceptual layer of the rules, borrowing the power of the concepts, and so on is a piece of cake. This is also their home world. If they chisel the walls of their house and link the load-bearing wall with other things, would these outsiders dare to have any objections? Even if they blew up their own home, the group of outsiders could only hold watermelons and durians and mourn for them, unless the explosion blew up on their heads. Forget it. Let's think about what to do in these 2 days. Yin Nuoxing knocked on her head and felt a little troubled. This time, there's no way out. Camouflage can't be disguised as a demonic life form. It looks like it on the surface, but in essence, it won't work. Then what should we do now? We glanced around the big pit that was left with nothing left. He turned to look at Fei Zhiwei and the others. Is there any follow-up plan? By the way, the situation has become like this. Do you have any other backup plans? This is... Mu Songyuan smiled bitterly and scratched his head. His face was dull and naive. We didn't think about what to do when things became like this. We just planned to take advantage of the time when they were attacking the city to tear down as much of the ruins as possible to create some trouble for Shura and the others. They didn't expect that they would tear down everything in the quiet wasteland. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. By the way, why did you let him run away in the end? If you captured him or killed him directly, wouldn't it reduce more trouble? There's a reason for this, but I don't know how to explain it to you clearly for a while. Because there's no result now, the plan to lure him to reveal the truth has been ruined because of the interference of this broken concept layer. It's hard to say. Yin Nuoxing pulled her hair and felt a little distressed. After thinking for a while, she decided to continue to guide them. Come, I'll ask you some questions. Think about it and answer. If you can answer clearly, you should be able to figure it out. It's known that after becoming a demonized race, one's mind will be changed in this way and that way. Then, suppose you're a demonized life form. Mu Songyuan thought for a while. Assist the expansion of the chaos devil wilderness and infect this world with demonized energy, just as Shura has always emphasized. Then, in order to achieve this goal, based on what you know of Shura's past conditions, the things left behind by the demonized race, the characteristics of demonized life forms, and this door, what are you going to do? Mu Songyuan and the others frowned fiercely. This was too divergent. It seemed like they could do anything, but it also seemed like they couldn't do anything. They weren't demonized races, so how could they know what to do? Lan didn't seem to think too much and blurted out, "We don't know, but they will do things that only they know." Yin Nuoxing shrugged. Congratulations on saying the answer. What we're looking for is this only they know thing. You have to solve this matter to be considered finished. In order to prevent some things from reviving, we have to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Otherwise, more demonized people may jump out in the future. So we have to solve the root cause, So, what you're looking for is something that could be called the root cause. Mu Tsang-yin also understood. But what if they don't have any methods? Then, do you think he would run for his life just now? Look at Shura's desperation just now. Although I did my best to let him go, if he really felt that he was at the end of the road and had no hope at all, do you think he would run or rush up to fight me? Everyone suddenly understood. Since he was running away with all his might, there must be something else. However, there were also other situations. In other words, if he just wanted to stay alive, he wouldn't be afraid of running out of firewood. Then, the next time we see him, we'll just strangle him to death. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He ran away without any follow-up preparations. Even if he ran all over the world, he would still be running away. The energy beacons he left behind would be enough for me to find him and beat him up again. But from the looks of it now, it's obviously not an ordinary escape. He was prepared to escape, although the price he paid would probably make him feel the pain for a while. He shrugged. Anyway, this matter has come to an end for the time being. For the time being, we can stay in the tranquil wasteland and continue to explore the ruins. We can also go back and report. Well, anyway, let's look for the ruins first. That's why we're here. When everyone was about to disperse, Feng Qing Wang, who always liked to stand behind Little Star and rarely spoke in front of others, suddenly spoke. Where did the demonized race of the past go? Everyone was startled when they took a step forward. They all stopped and looked at each other. Yin Nuoxing and the others all looked at Mu Tsang-yin and Fei Cui. The latter quickly shook her head, her ponytail swinging behind her. I don't know. There are no records of the demonized race in history. Didn't you say before that the end of the two eras was a real generation gap? They probably didn't appear in the previous two eras, so there are no records of them at all. Although I don't think they were destroyed in the destruction of the previous eras. After all, the ones that were destroyed were not demonized. Mu Tsang-yin scratched his head in distress. But there's no such thing as a lifespan in the original realm, unless the demonized race has a lifespan limit, or they never came out from the beginning to the end, so that even the Shura of this generation has never seen them before. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Hui said and turned to look at the crack. Of course, it's also possible that they all went to that place and couldn't come out again. You see, there's so many things that look like exits in the world. It's very likely that they are holes made by the demonized race of different eras. That's what I mean. Yin Nuoxing also thought of a question. How did the Shura become a demonized race? Tens of thousands of years ago, when he swarmed into the chaos wasteland. This is very likely, but we don't have any evidence, so we can only guess. Mu Tsang-yin smiled bitterly. Yin Nuoxing continued to frown. But if that's the case, why would he choose to become a demonized race? Is his brain damaged? I don't think so. Could it be an accident? Ugh, there's still a lot of things that we don't understand. It's really troublesome to trace back the cause. The higher beings had a purpose. Although this thing's directivity was very strong, there were too many targets that could be identified, and they had to be screened one by one. God knows what purpose they had to join the demonized race. Could it be that they had all taken things too hard? In fact, they didn't know that they had joined the demonized race. They just suddenly rushed in and found that not only did they not die, but their strength had also skyrocketed. However, after becoming a demonized race, they could no longer return to the normal world. They could only wander around the chaos wasteland all day long. Finally, one day, they saw a relic. The mysterious relic revealed the truth of the world to them, and they resolutely embarked on this path. I'll omit a few million words later. You're so specific. It's as if you've experienced it yourself. We cannot help but complain. Yin Nuoxing grinned and said in the soul transmission, I've seen a guy who had a similar experience before. I just happened to think of it. And then, he was killed by the people in his own world. Everyone was speechless. What was this? Chapter 1997. A person with a law entanglement point. Perhaps in many worlds, there would be many impressive and resounding titles, glorified as a favor or blessing. But this thing itself was a basic existence in the world. A world would have one, and a small world with its own world core would also have one. In terms of rank, the former was obviously superior. It could be that underpants suddenly fell from the sky and was inexplicably selected, or it could be that this thing was just a small rock on the side of the road and completely unnoticeable. There was no limit to what it could be, and what it could be was basically up to the world's own choice. After all, it was its law entanglement point. As for how the world itself thought, well, it was actually very simple. It did not think about anything, and everything happened randomly. Even if divine grace really made someone a law entanglement point, it was nothing more than a random event. Of course, unless there was some void-class disaster, the world would probably take a series of emergency measures to save itself and would obviously interfere with everything within it. Still, it was a pity that it could not do anything directly and could only interfere and guide, allowing everything to develop in a direction that was beneficial to the world's survival and survival. Unless the world itself developed a true consciousness and did not only follow rules and concepts to carry out a series of automatic actions that had been arranged since ancient times. With a consciousness, a world would have variables, and not just a change in the direction of its activities, but also because it had officially become a life that could move on its own. It did not have to rely entirely on the power of the world's life to change the world and could dress itself up. Well, actually, the movement of a world's dressing up was quite huge, and it might suddenly change to another system on a whim, and then mix 200 or 300 systems together. In a small world, perhaps it would change the landscape or something. The law entanglement point. To be honest, this was just like being an origin inheritor. You would think that it was a blessing, a great responsibility, or a shortcut to becoming a god. No, it was actually a test, a calamity, and a symbol of bad luck. At any rate, that was how it was for him. He had been chosen for no reason at all. Just hearing about it made him feel quite unlucky, just like that unlucky young man who had a law entanglement point and died in his own world. A long, long time ago. If I keep going, I won't even finish drinking a whole lake of tea. I'll keep it simple since it's just a digression. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and began to narrate, speaking quickly through soul communication. A long, long time ago, a calamity caused by the activity of the void itself dragged a world group into the range of the calamity. It was a story of trillions of lives fleeing for their lives and competing against the void in speed and power, while the world itself followed the survival instinct built into the concept of rules to save itself. In one of those worlds, a young lad had prematurely stumbled upon the calamity and was chosen as the rule entanglement. Ordinary void calamities usually lasted for a long time, a reprieve. That's not right. It was an ongoing event where everyone could see the world itself being executed every day. Everyone could see that all rules and phenomena were ignored as the world was eroded, with everything happening simultaneously and happening every moment, every day, and every month. For example, one night when they looked up at the stars, they realized that the stars and the distant stars had been extinguished at some unknown point in time. Although those stars might have been extinguished many years ago, their radiance was still reflected in their eyes, and therefore still existed for the time being. However, the advent of the void calamity ended that phenomenon prematurely, with the light and phenomena of the stars that had reached the end of their lifespan being devoured by the void. When ordinary void calamities occurred, life would have a long time to save themselves and save themselves. For those who had yet to challenge the void, the period before their world was completely executed would be their final struggle and the most dazzling moment. Usually, dazzling was just a term used in writing, and it could be described in any way pleasing to the ears, but in reality, it was nothing but a joke. In the face of a calamity, a reprieve, and a visible void-level calamity at that, the world was being eroded and destroyed, and death was approaching bit by bit. In such a world, a bunch of lunatics, fools, the incurable, the suicidal, the troublemakers, and those who wreak havoc all over the world. It's those fellows. In fact, with their own natures, challenging the void was just a matter of a foot in the door, and there was still time if they struggled as hard as they could to get past it. That young boy did indeed do so, struggling and acting for this world. Day after day, year after year, he gathered those who still held hope in this chaotic world, fighting, resisting. It was almost a script that all life would play out in the face of a void-level calamity. Yin Nuashing breathed a long sigh. Then, after about 2,000 or 3,000 years, when the void calamity was about to engulf their world, they successfully broke through the void seal. Congratulations, congratulations. We felt that something was not right. What happened after that? Didn't you say that they were screwed to death? Oh, those who still held hope and fought in that world were only 100% left. It was a little over 11, still a little over 10. Then what about the rest? They were all screwed, and their heads were full of useless fools. The power they gathered was far greater than the boy and the others. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Even if they had transcended the void seal, it did not mean that they could immediately grasp the power of the void. They had just barely built a bridge and did not instantly transform from a landlubber to a swimmer. But at least they could cross the bridge, and grasping the power of the void that they did not understand at all did not allow them to instantly become powerful enough to fight against an entire world. Then, they gathered about 11% of that world's power to create a void portal or something else related to the void. I don't really remember, but it was something that could barely move through the void and leave. Because it was an unconventional creation that transcended the void and was not created by someone who had truly analyzed the void to a certain extent, it was not replicable. That's right, it was the only bridge that led to the other side, and it was created by accident. That bridge collapsed under the torrent of the other 80% of power, and in less than 2 days, the void calamity descended, and the entire world was doomed. Yin Nuashing shook her hand and sighed. What a miserable boy. Ah, so miserable that it's a pity. After 2,000 years of effort and struggle, he chose to accept the entanglement of the natural order and turned it into his own fate. Then he fought with everything he had, and in the end, all his efforts vanished in a thin air, just like a joke. As for what those people were thinking, I really don't know. I'm not a fool, so how would I know what they were thinking? You can't really expect everyone to choose to fight to survive in the moment of life and death. Perhaps there were some who would calculate the gains and losses of the present. I've seen some, and I've seen them. Anyway, tomorrow's death is tomorrow's matter, and next year's matter is next year's matter. Today's gains are the most important. I was a little confused when I first heard that. The more you dig, the more ridiculous you'll find the bottom line, because some people have no bottom line at all. Actually, with more time, when they could really use the power of the void, they would no longer have any scruples. It's a pity that time is just a little bit short. Huey's expression was strange. Why do I feel like something is not right? Shouldn't they first understand the power of the void before starting to build a bridge in the void? The time needed to build a bridge is much shorter than the time needed to master the power of the void. The former requires less analysis and mastery of the void than the latter. Yin Nuashing sighed softly. For more than 2,000 years, in a world that has never come into contact with the void, a world with zero foundation, it's already very impressive for an ordinary world to have grasped the skill to open a path in the void in 2,000 years. But to master the power of the void, they still need more time. 2 days after the bridge was successfully built, the disaster broke out. How much time do you think they have? That's true. He scratched his head and was silent for a while. Speaking of which, how do we get so far? What were we talking about just now? We were talking about that guy who seemed to know something, and now we don't know what to do. Yin Nuashing spread her hands and sighed. We made no sound. Now, they had really let them go. It looked like a one-way entrance, and the gap did not allow them to pass through. It was a little. I don't know what to do next. Anyway, let's just continue with the previous situation. There won't be any progress if we just stand here. Yin Nuashing clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. She then looked at Mu Tsungyuan and the others. We're going to continue exploring the ruins in the wasteland. You guys, Mu Tsungyuan thought for a while. Let's go back and report. Maybe we'll have to go back to Glow. If what you said is really hidden there, it's necessary to explore again. Well, let's go back and take a look first. Okay, then let's part here. If there's a chance in the future, We'll meet again. Mu Tsungin nodded slightly and looked at her deeply. He then left the center of the wasteland with his companions with mixed feelings. He felt that many things had become strange after this trip to the wasteland. Although the result should be a good thing, as Feng Ling said, the root of the problem, this question that they had never thought about, suddenly broke into their cognition. How should they deal with it? Phew, this was another troublesome matter. There were still some things hidden in the tranquil wasteland. Perhaps it was something that Shura could only give up on because it was not a high priority in the process of inducing the wasteland. For example, why would there be an explosion of energy from the underground after the ruins were demolished? What was the purpose of the ruins scattered all over the wasteland? They still did not know these, even the tranquil wasteland itself. They did not know how many years ago a place that belonged to the human race suddenly exploded one day and became the territory of the demonized beings. Logically speaking, they felt stuck. After all, they did not know much now, and there was no way to make a logical judgment. They could only treat this matter as fact and understand it in reverse. Otherwise, they would start from the root of the problem. They could come up with dozens of reasons, but in the end, none of them were reliable. Aya, there are really many reasons. There are so many that I can't even explain them all. Yin Nuoxing felt a little helpless when she saw that everyone was staring at her, wanting her to say something. She could only squeeze out a few words. Studying demonized energy kills itself. Suddenly, a mutated great demon falls from the sky. Or it could simply sit on top of a volcano with a bunch of energy nestled in the ground. Or it could be torturing the concept layer to create something bad and exploding itself. The fissure has concept power, which is definitely related to the concept layer, so it can't run away. So, torturing the concept layer to cause an explosion makes sense. Plus, didn't the concept of space collapse, so it makes more sense. You see, everything seems to make sense, and without a more accurate general direction, it won't make sense at all. That being said, he did have a few clearer questions. The fissure with concept power was suspected to lead to another space, and the black and white energy that leaked out from the other space into the tranquil wastelands would also absorb energy from the wastelands. It was a two-way energy channel. However, the energy that leaked out from the other space became weird when it reached the wastelands. After it leaked and spread out, it was probably weakened into demonized energy, big, while Shura and other demonized life forms had demonized energy, small. That was to make it easier to distinguish between two similar but not exactly the same energy. Then, according to this line, the black and white energy would become demonized energy, big after it was weakened, changed, and adjusted, while the latter would become demonized energy, small after it was continuously weakened, changed, eroded, and invaded something specific. That was probably what it meant. It was no wonder that Shura would treat the other space as something, a place of ascension. He probably intended to hide in there for a while, and when he was successful in his cultivation, he would return with his army and flatten everything. That's the situation for now. The tranquil wastelands being divided into 3 circles coincides with this situation. Yin Nuoxing said slowly as he snapped his fingers. And by the looks of it, the demonized energy is weakened because the original energy of order in the environment was weakened bit by bit. But why did it stop after spreading to this area? She was munching on the apple in her hand. She did not speak ambiguously, but there was a puzzled look on her face. The previous demonized race used their method to keep the fissure open, and the energy kept leaking from there to here. If this process continues, the wastelands would be connected to the surrounding chaos wastelands sooner or later. So why did it stop at this boundary? I'm not sure. Let's put that question aside for now. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He led everyone out of the center and went to other places. They had been standing here talking for a long time, and it was time to do something. Little Qingzi and the others had already been active for a while, so they felt bad about slacking off. After communicating with Little Qingzi for a while and confirming the scope of the wastelands that they had explored, the group discussed and decided to split up, but considering that only Fei Wei and Lu Xiaoqiu knew what these ruins were for, it did not seem to make a difference whether they split up or not. They simply gathered together and started to walk out from the center of the wastelands, looking for new ruins along the way. There were ruins from the last 4 eras in the wastelands. The center itself was a pit. As for what its predecessor was, no one knew. The ancestors of the Shura clan might know, but they could not find them, so they could only give up. Near the big pit in the center, with the edge of the big pit as a radius, drew a fan shape. The ruins of the last 4 eras and the last 3 eras were almost all within the scope of this fan shape. The last 4 eras were basically in the inner circle, and the last 3 eras were a little further away. The relic of the last 4 generations had a shape that made everyone feel a little resentful. It was a huge building that covered an area of hundreds of miles. At first glance, there were 5 things in total. There were 4 pillars erected at the 4 corners of the building. They were tens of thousands of feet high and in diameter, and placed on top of the pillars. It looked like a ball was placed on top of the 4 pillars. It was a huge, round, green sphere. It looked like a ball was placed on top of the base, cast by the 4 pillars. I thought I wouldn't see Chocho here anymore. We couldn't help but mutter in the soul transmission. I'm tired of seeing Chocho, and Chocho in the observer space every day. Yin Nuashing turned her head and laughed dryly. I'm sorry to see Chocho hanging all over the sky. When they stepped into the area covered by the energy of the ruins, everyone was slightly startled. A very strong aura suddenly enveloped their heads, causing them to be slightly startled. The energy contained a huge will, and there was a faint sense of restlessness. It seemed to be mixed with something inside, causing people to feel a little restless. It's still the same. This force has been lingering in the ruins of the last 4 eras. It has been difficult for us to deal with it. When Emerald felt this force, she was not surprised at all. She was a little distressed. This inexplicable force entangled in the ruins seemed to have hindered their movements. But this time, it seems to be very safe to go in with you. Yin Nuashing identified it and said, Didn't you deal with this force? You should be able to deal with it. No, it won't work. Emerald sighed. She pulled her ponytail and couldn't help but mutter, What a strange force. I can't recognize it at all. If we want to deal with it by force, we will just make our own people hit the wall in vain. When the time comes, 5 people will have to go in and 12 people will have to go in. The extra 5 people will fall during the rescue. 2 people will be responsible for dragging the first 10 people out, and finally, 1 person will be responsible for bringing the 12 people back. Everyone, it sounded like a relay to drag the people out step by step. Yin Nuashing frowned and crossed her arms. Can't deal with it? It shouldn't be. When Emerald heard this, she looked at him strangely. Why do you think we can deal with it? We don't have such a powerful force like you. No, although it is related to the strength of the force, it's not just a problem. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. This is the power of consciousness and will. The power that you're all using. Although you can't use it to create anything, you can still use it to resist and disperse part of it, as long as you don't forcibly resist the will contained in this force. Consciousness and will? Emerald's eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief. Lu Xiaoqiu suddenly said, But it is completely different from the will that we know. It's 2 different things. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he closed his mouth and thought for a while. After a while, he said, It's like this. Because of the influence of the era gap, even the level of consciousness and will has decreased. Indeed, although these 2 forces can be classified as the same type, their nature is different. The ancient will? Emerald looked at him and rolled her eyes. She seemed to understand. Then there's no other way. The era gap has been broken, and everything has been forgotten. There's no other way if we can't deal with it. Yin Nuashing pursed his lips. He took a while to sort out something. Speaking of which, I found something. The era gap should appear once in every era. The energy crystallization should also be affected by it. What do you mean? You see, starting from when we came into contact with the ruins of the previous generation, then the 2nd generation, the 3rd generation, and the 4th generation. Every time we push back time by an era, there will be an additional force in the ruins. Siyu immediately understood. He clapped his hands and said quickly, "The ruins of the previous generation only had pure energy. The second generation had the power of the soul, the third generation had the power of the mind, and the fourth generation still had the power of consciousness. But it's completely different from the power of consciousness that we have now." Huey's face twitched when he heard this. "It sounds like a change of power. Every era." No? Yin Nuashing shook his head and denied Huey's statement. "It's not a change. The most important force in every era is the power of will. It's just that in the last few eras, there will be some other things that are different. You can say that it's embellishment, but my personal understanding is more. Well, from the very beginning, everyone could control these forces, will, soul, and spirit, and the three are actually complementary to each other. In the last 4 generations, the power of will was complete, but in the last 3 generations, the power of will began to weaken, and then the spirit soul, and until now, they're all gone." Emerald shrunk her neck and muttered, "That's... Now, only the power of will is left. The power of spirit and soul is reserved for the time being, but if we don't use it, well, we can't find a place to use it. Now, we can't even give the power of will to creations. Creations are just pure energy creations and rules, let alone other forces." Shuang Shuang listened blankly and said, after another era gap, even the level of energy may begin to weaken. This is really something that is very likely to happen. This was a relic of the last 4 generations, and the ball at the top of the pillar, they didn't discover anything. In fact, there wasn't even an internal space. Xiao Xiao circled around the pillar and inspected it once, and then very indifferently said to everyone, "Medicine ball, full energy, creation of rules." Yin Nuashing was stunned. "There's no power of order." "Yes, there's no power of order." He took a deep breath and thought. While thinking, he covered his forehead and muttered, "Could it be that we can still find the power of order in the relic of the last 5 generations?" According to this trend, it was indeed very likely. Since the power of order appeared in the environment on the other side of the cracked door, it proved that the power of order existed in this world before. Since it didn't exist now, and since the relic of the last 4 generations had not found the power of order, it could only be in the relic before that. We couldn't help but mutter, "Phone, I think we'll see a ghost sooner or later if we continue to look for it." Yin Nuashing, "Oh, I'm already mentally prepared. Even if a ghost pops up in this place, I'll still be able to calmly rush forward." After walking around the ball and the pillar for a while, Siyu couldn't help but ask Feizi, "What's the use of this pillar and ball?" "No, I don't know. Currently, we only have the experience of constantly moving people out of the relic of the last 4 generations." Feizi shrunk her neck and muttered. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 5 people rushed in, and a total of 13 people came back. Just listening to this sounded very ridiculous. Shuang Shuang also checked around, pulled Little Star, and said, "The power of will. It's blank. There's only the power of will. There's no, obsession, they're blank." Yin Nuashing's eyes widened. After thinking for a long time, she could only explain, maybe the obsessions that were left behind have been destroyed. After all, they were placed in the wasteland. The order demonized energy hovering here might be able to kill them. Everyone walked around it for a while, and after confirming that they didn't find anything, they planned to leave. Before they left, Feizi hurriedly said, This doesn't need to be blown up. Anyway, they're no longer here. It shouldn't affect anything if we leave it here." "I was just about to say that." Yin Nuashing nodded and floated a look at the huge sphere in the distance. "I'll leave a mark to check the situation. Just leave it there. If we blow it up, I'm afraid that the tranquil wasteland will collapse." He didn't forget about blowing up a piece of the wasteland and collapsing it. They found about a dozen ruins near the inner circle. All of them were from the 4th generation. Only when they went a little further outside the middle circle and at the edge of the inner circle and the middle circle could they see ruins from the 3rd generation. They didn't know how the ruins were set up. Until now, they still didn't know what the ruins were used for. They only knew that they were either created by energy or laws. Each of the ruins had the power of will, and that was it. Lord Feng, are you free? I Ching's weird voice suddenly rang out, startling Yin Nuashing. I'm free. Speak normally. Oh. Ahem. How's the exploration going on over there? Can you tell me about the place where you found the ruins? We found something, and we have a little guess that needs to be verified. Huh. Yin Nuashing replied blankly. She reported the location of the energy mark that she left in the ruins to I Ching. She couldn't help but ask, why are you asking about this? Did you find something? Wait a moment. Let me see. I Ching replied vaguely. After confirming for a while, he exclaimed, Oh, Lord Feng, I found an interesting piece of information. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. You'll definitely be surprised. Chapter 1998. All of a sudden, little Qing Zi said that he had found something interesting and pointed them in a direction. As he led them to the location, he made a strange hee-hee sound through the soul communication channel. At first glance, it sounded very creepy and weird. It was as if a young man had suddenly found something and was giggling. 2 minutes later, Yin Nuashing and the others landed on the other side of the fourth-generation ruins. They looked at the building on top of the pillar and scanned their surroundings. Then, they saw little Qing Zi waving at them from below the ball. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, over here, over here. I Ching raised his hand and shouted. When Lord Maple and the others ran over, he waved his hand and had the other order warriors disperse. The latter and the others bowed from afar and continued to lay prone on the spherical pillar-shaped building to ponder. They knocked on the ruins incessantly, leading everyone to little Qing Zi. Yin Oshing first looked at the order warriors who were lying on top of the pillar and the ball, as if they were going to lift it up. After some thought, she decided to ignore them for the time being. She asked little Qing Zi, So you found something interesting? Ahem, it's like this. I Ching coughed softly and cleared his throat, placing the crystal balls that he had tidied up in the space around him. We've sorted out the situation of the tranquil wastelands because there are more ruins here than we thought. There's an area above ground and a circle below ground. Apart from that, the large buildings we've found so far are only visible on the surface. In fact, most of them have been torn apart by the torrent of time, and we've barely managed to find some remains. Well, remains are also troublesome. If we hadn't gotten used to and familiarized ourselves with the Fortress of Origin back then, we probably wouldn't have been able to restore part of the information based on the remains. Oh, right, we've also restored their original locations and recorded them in the crystal ball. Yin Nuashing asked, What kind of weird talent did you guys choose? I Ching shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. It's all because of the Fortress of Origin. If I didn't change my talent urgently, I wouldn't have been able to torture that big guy. Although they would be done after a while. Well, there's no harm in having more skills. Since I've learned them, I can't forget them. We've restored the map of the tranquil wasteland as completely as possible. Aside from the terrain, we drew a simpler map and placed everything we found on it. As I Ching spoke, he opened the crystal balls around them and projected the energy image in the space in front of them. Everyone immediately gathered and curiously examined the large map that was 10 feet wide in front of them. The ground was a light brownish yellow, and the whole map was dotted with bright yellow and green dots. There were also many other colors that were marked. However, they were just simple markings. After all, the map was newly made. It was responsible for explaining the specific meaning of these dots and markings. The map covers the entire area of the tranquil wasteland. The gray and black refer to the demonized energy. Although you already know the arrangement of the demonized energy in the tranquil wasteland, I've marked it out so that you can see it more clearly. Hee. I Ching smiled and pointed to the center. The center is where the demonized energy is the most concentrated. It's like a drop of oil dripping into water. It starts to spread evenly in all directions to form a complete circle. Then it starts to weaken here, and the color gradually fades. When the color fades to this extent, this is the middle circle. The area outside where only the light gray color is left is the outer circle. Yin Nuashing looked carefully for a while and frowned slightly. It's too uniform. There's no trace of change or diffusion. The inner, outer, and outer circles are really 3 circles. They're clearly separated and don't interfere with each other. As long as the energy is in the same area within the circle, it maintains the same concentration of energy. It's as if it's completely fixed in this state. So you held his shoulder and swung it back and forth. After looking at the map for a while, she said, "What does this mean?" "Well, it means that the entire secluded wasteland is under the control of something." Yin Nuashing explained, "Previously, when I learned that the size of the tranquil wasteland was constant, I assumed that it was a permanent domain that would not change no matter how much time passed. I also assumed that there might be something limiting its range. Up to this point, there was no problem. But if the energy density of the inner domain was arranged in such a consistent manner without any changes, you can imagine that the sea would no longer be affected by the wind and would no longer be affected by the temperature of the sea. There would no longer be any undercurrents, and it would forever become a pool of calm water that is only big. In other words, it would have lost its connection with the outside world and would no longer be affected by anything external. It's completely isolated from the outside world. This point proves that it's deliberately controlled by something. It also shows that it's in a state of isolation from the outside world. There's an energy source inside, a source that affects everything. At the same time, it's precisely controlling the energy in this area without any interaction with the outside world. It's trying its best to keep itself in a stable state. But here's the problem. When we entered the secluded wasteland, we didn't feel that we've crossed a domain or entered some kind of restricted space. Did you guys feel that? Seeing that everyone shook their heads after thinking for a while, Yin Nuashing shrugged. "That's a little strange." "I can probably explain that. It's because I want to explain that that's why I called all of you here," I Ching said with a smile and pointed at the flickering green light in the secluded wasteland. "Lord Feng, look at these. The green light spots should be the ruins of the previous 3 and 4 generations. They're all arranged in the inner circle of the secluded wasteland. Well, the brighter ones should be the ruins of the previous 4 generations. They're so densely packed that it looks like it's quite orderly. They're all arranged in a direction away from the center of the secluded wasteland. Not only that, if the light spots closest to the center of the wasteland were connected one by one. Everyone watched as he used an energy stick to point at the green light spots and left energy lines on the map. Slowly, he made half a circle and finally closed it into a complete circle. Then, they were all stunned. A considerable portion of the green light spots just happened to fall on this circle, not missing at all. This is arranged according to a circle? We immediately understood, and then he also discovered something. He took the stick from Maple's hand and pointed on it. Not only that, if all the ruins are connected in this way. I Ching nodded with a smile. You can see circles after circles, connecting all the ruins of the corresponding era together. That's the answer. Well, although there are still gaps in some places and there are no ruins or fragments to be found, we can just assume that there's something there. After all, this pattern matches too well. This is a sign of sealing the tranquil wasteland. These circles are all concentric. The ruins of the same era are not only arranged in a circle, but they're also arranged in a diameter, layer by layer away from the center of the wasteland. Yin Nuashing understood and looked at the ruins that were all connected together. He looked carefully and suddenly said, "There are 3 rings of ruins from the previous 4 generation in the inner circle. Back then, people used thousands of ruins to encircle the secluded wasteland in 3 rings to seal it." I see. This is why the demonized energy in the secluded wasteland became like this. It's not that they can only spread like this, nor is there something controlling the flow of energy in the secluded wasteland, but there is something inside that is trying its best to limit its range of activity. It has been releasing energy as if its life depended on it, but it was all restricted by the ruins. Lu Xiaoqiu's green eyes widened. Then, if we destroy the ruins, won't we? Everyone was speechless. That's just digging their own grave. The thing that was used to restrict the tranquil wasteland was destroyed just like that. We're done for. Is something big going to happen? Fei Sui's pretty face turned pale when she heard this. It seemed like she was about to join the ranks of the statues. Oh, but the people of the demonized race can also use these ruins. I'm afraid that this knowledge was obtained from their seniors. They can use the ruins, so naturally, they can also use the shackles that were supposed to be seals as sharp arrows against their enemies. Yinuashing frowned slightly. She looked at Feitsue and said with a slightly serious tone, "It doesn't matter if they know that the ruins are used to seal the wasteland, and it doesn't matter if you know about it or not. When they plan to use the ruins, and you can't stop them, destroy it, and stop the demonized actions is one of the options. At this time, there is no time to think about the so-called future. If you don't destroy the ruins and let Shura and the others hide in the dark for a while, they will die quickly. He can turn a ruin into a great demon, and the energy released by the great demon in the ruins can directly destroy the defenses of other cities except for the capital of God. It is obviously more dangerous to leave it alone, so don't worry about it." "Well, I'm glad that you can comfort me." Feitsue shrunk her neck when she heard this. She stared at the 20-something circles for a while and couldn't help but smile bitterly and scratch her head. "Indeed, we didn't know about this. It is because we know what the demonized are using the ruins for, and we can't stop them. We have no choice but to destroy them. If we can, we don't want to tear them down. Those are cultural relics, and it is better to keep them for research than to burn them to the ground. But, well, since there are already 3 circles in the inner circle, why?" Feitsue pointed at the slightly lighter green circles of the previous 3 generations. There were a total of 5 circles, and the number of the ruins that were arranged by the previous 3 generations was even more. Why did the ruins of the previous 3 generations, 2 generations, and the previous generation have to be arranged like this? Didn't they already have a seal? Because, with the passage of time, the seal that exists in the center of the ruins can no longer hold on. Yin Noashing crossed her arms and let out a long sigh of relief. They gradually weakened in the torrent of time and have lost the ability to completely maintain the seal. In other words, the tranquil wasteland that had been stabilized has once again begun to spread to the outside. The people of the previous 3 generations may have realized the situation and used the remaining knowledge and corresponding methods to strengthen the seal. Thus, these 5 circles of ruins were added. You see, the area covered by the demonized energy in the inner circle has a small area that has exceeded the circle drawn by the ruins of the previous 4 generations. This means that the tranquil wasteland is still spreading. Moreover, the ruins of the previous 4 generations have no way to completely bind it to this area. The people of the previous 3 generations must have continued to strengthen the seal under this situation. Yin Nuashing's finger continued to move outwards. She pointed at the yellow circles and said, "Similarly, the ruins of the previous 2 generations and the previous generation are the same. The tranquil wasteland is not unchanging. Under the condition that the demonized race deliberately preserve the crack, it will continue to leak energy until the entire land is in the bag. Well, under the premise that the ruins are used to block the demonized energy, it seems to be able to explain the purpose of the other ruins that are scattered all over the land. It's like a fortress in front of a battle, a bridgehead resisting the stormy waves that come from the front." Feitsue heard this and exclaimed as if she had understood something. "No wonder. So far, most of the ruins that we have discovered are arranged along the Chaos Wasteland. Even if there are ruins that are arranged in a place far away from the Chaos Wasteland, it's only a very sporadic part of it." Yin Nuashing looked at the map twice. After confirming that the things marked on the map had been explained, he looked at Little Qing and asked, "Is there anything else worth noting, like the main body of the ruins?" "Not at the moment." I Ching shook her head. When she said this, she turned around and glanced at the Order warriors who were trying hard to dismantle the ruins. She looked helpless and said, "We also want to dismantle it and take a look. But the situation is, as you can see, we have tried on every single ruin once, and all of them returned empty-handed. We can't even find a crack that can be pried open. Well, the ruins of the previous 4 generations have a huge force of will. Although some kind of obsession that should have existed has been destroyed, it still can't be dismantled. The obsession is only used to tell the people who want to dismantle it why it exists and why it is guarding this place. After all, the obsession is a kind of strong will. Even if it's blurred, it still exists. In fact, it still plays its role as a kind of power. It's just that we don't know why it exists, so we can't dismantle it with simple methods. If we want to explore it, we can only... Yin Nuashing immediately shut up. Hui smiled bitterly and said, "If we dismantle it, there's no point in exploring it." Yin Nuashing stuck her tongue out at him with dead fish eyes. Then he really couldn't do anything. The force of will was just a kind of power. He could just drown it with a stronger power. But if he wanted to know what was hidden inside, or how it was formed, he had to ensure its existence. In other words, if he couldn't dismantle it, he could only break its defense. But the force of will didn't have the ability to break defense. Once the defense was broken, it would explode. There was no compromise. This was great. They didn't intend to dismantle the ruins in the first place. Now that they knew that the ruins acted as a seal, they couldn't dismantle it. But they seem to have already dismantled more than a dozen ruins from the previous 3 generations. It shouldn't be a problem. Hasn't the crack closed? The demonized energy won't flow anymore. Shuang Shuang reminded everyone who was overwhelmed by the destruction of the ruins. Everyone slapped their foreheads and face-palmed. They had forgotten the most important thing. Now that the source had been eliminated, what was there to be afraid of? The concentration of the demonized energy in the tranquil wasteland was gradually decreasing. Perhaps the ruins still had the ability to slowly purify the energy. Since the seal could remain intact even when the ruins were damaged, it should not be a problem if the source of the demonized energy had disappeared. The purification function should still exist. As long as they waited for a while, the tranquil wasteland should disappear. In the future, people could only learn about this place from history. So, solving the environmental problem had to start from the source. The dozen or so Order warriors who had been circling the sphere for a long time gave up on tormenting it after their conversation ended. They gathered one by one, dejected and unhappy. It seemed that they were a little depressed after toying with this tough bone for half an hour without any results. The power of will is quite troublesome. It can't be helped that we can't do anything about it. If it's just simple destruction, it would have been over. Yin Nuashing saw their helpless faces and shrugged. She said to little Qing, "Pack up and get ready to retreat. There's probably nothing left here." Wait a minute. Okay, it's a deal. I Ching didn't take more than a few seconds to finish his sentence. Then he asked, "What do we do next?" "Let's go north." Yin Nuashing turned his head and looked towards the north. The nearest suspected entrance is in the north. Although I don't know where exactly it is in the north, it's better to go and take a look than stay here in a daze. I Ching replied with an "oh," and was about to lead the vanguard to the north to find their destination. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, the space suddenly trembled. It was as if they were locked in a box, and then the box was slammed against the wall by someone. Everyone was also jolted by this sudden tremor. None of them were able to maintain their horse stance properly, and they all staggered a few times and almost fell down. Boom! A violent rumble shook the earth. It was as if a huge and heavy energy pillar had fallen from the sky and smashed into the ground, causing the earth to churn again. This time, except for Yin Nuashing, everyone swayed and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, they were all shorter. Yin Nuashing was flustered. He held Shuang Shuang and Blue Phoenix in his left and right hands. The little angel consciously wrapped around him. Siyu had already fallen into his arms, so she did not fall. He also waved the chain of order to bind everyone who was about to fall. In an instant, they all turned into gymnastics performers. Their arms, waists, and legs were all twisted into strange shapes. I hate it. It's happening. Yin Nuashing hurriedly straightened everyone up, then sighed and turned his head. After everyone steadied themselves, they followed his gaze and looked over. The vibration came from the building on the top of the pillar. A few black cracks suddenly appeared at the bottom of the ball. It looked like an egg that had been cracked. It was gradually cracking under the influence of an unknown external force, and a small piece of green debris fell down. The debris was about 10 meters in size, and it was the size of a small attic. It crashed in front of them with a loud bang, and the vibration made them all stupefied. Boom, boom, boom. After a few seconds, the ground lifted its surfboard excitedly and set off waves on the land. It seemed like it was going to surf on dry land. In just 5 seconds, a huge wave was set off. The ground in front of them on the right suddenly rose up to a height of 10,000 feet and then fell rapidly. The ground was constantly being crushed throughout the entire process. The sound of cracking echoed in the entire space. It was the sound of the entire ruin cracking. Its fragments had begun to fall from above like raindrops, and the whole thing began to disintegrate. The fragments that were 10 to 100 meters long continued to fall from the surroundings, setting off a mighty wave of dust. Yin Nuoxing looked at it for less than 2 seconds before hurriedly dragging everyone away from the ruin. Looking from afar, half of the ruin had been drowned by the dust and smoke that splashed up. One could also see 4 pillars carrying a ball, throwing things down with all their might. The echo of the falling objects hitting the ground was extremely noisy and ear-piercing. Yin Nuoxing looked back at I Ching and the others indifferently. "What did you do to it?" "We just did some ordinary research." One of the Order warriors was sweating profusely. He looked nervous. "We definitely didn't do anything dangerous. We didn't try to break it by force. Really, I feel that ever since we entered the wasteland, we have not been in an environment without tremors for more than a few minutes." We could not help but blurt out, "Sure enough, the ground is shaking wherever we go." "Feng, you're such a troublemaker." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes fiercely. He was about to argue with him about this matter, but the sudden movement from the ruins made him not have the time to care about Hui. Right now, he only wanted to know what was going on. The pillars in the 4 corners of the ruins that had mysteriously disintegrated suddenly broke, and the huge ball that they were supporting suddenly fell down. The ladder's huge size and weight, coupled with the fact that its surface was full of cracks and scars, after it slammed the ground with all its might, it turned into debris and dust that flew in the wind. The dust that covered the sky was like volcanic ash that had just erupted, spreading far away with the wind. It took a while for the impact to reach them. At this time, it had become a gust of wind, mixed with a weak power of will, as if it was still trying to tell them something, but even it had been blurred by the passage of time. Thousands of words were left with only a sigh, and no one paid any attention to it. It was not over yet. Just like when they demolished the ruin, not long after this ruin collapsed, the earth trembled again. But this time, it did not intend to stop. In just a short minute, the earth trembled more and more violently. The shaking caused the space to step on the pace of surfing. The originally calm, dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to roll violently. High-energy, demonic energy rushed rapidly in the clouds, brewing and changing rapidly. Suddenly, I Ching's face changed. He hurriedly said, "Lord Feng, the other ruins in the wasteland have all collapsed. All the ruins that we are observing have collapsed at the same time." "Wow," we could not help but exclaim. He then whistled and patted Feng's shoulder. "Feng, we're in trouble. If it was not for this sudden and inexplicable occurrence, he would have kicked this guy out." The inexplicable collapse of the ruins. Forget it. In short, it was inexplicable. In less than 2 minutes, they felt a violent tremor coming from the other side of the earth. An earthquake. No, it was not an earthquake. He seemed to see an invisible energy turning into a big hand and slapping at the center of the wasteland. That hand was bigger than the big pit in the center. It was using all its strength to press down on the ground with the center of the big pit as the origin. It pressed down with all its strength, as if it wanted to compress that piece of land into a flat cake. The tremors, the large cracks in the earth, and other movements were just incidental phenomena caused by the palm. At first, he thought that he would eventually see a crumbling ground that tilted towards the center of the wasteland. However, he still thought too simply. It was only when those large cracks that traversed the earth suddenly released a ray of light that was dim enough to dye the sun, moon, and stars black that he realized that things might not be so simple. This crack had already run through the entire underground. What is this? The scene that looked like the blooming of the earth and the scene of the aurora hanging upside down on the ground scared Fei Cui, and Lu Xiaoqiu. Even though the latter was completely numb, she could not help but grab his robe and widen her green eyes. This power, it's far more terrifying than the demonic energy. What the hell is this? Something under the ground. Yin Nuoxing and Hui looked at each other and nodded. They quickly exchanged glances to let each other know the situation. Then he continued, "There are some things buried under the ground. I don't know if you know, that is something like a barrier, something that is used to shield and interfere with detection. There are specific layers of existence buried deep underground. So far, I still don't know what they are, but now," he looked at the extremely deep black light that gushed out from the crack like a curtain. "Now, it has appeared in front of us, but I still don't know what it is." Everyone's soul images quickly looked at each other. Yin Nuoxing shook her head first. Hui shrugged, and Little Xiao and Sui Qing also shook their heads to express their denial. They all gave a negative answer together. This was not the chaotic energy. It still belonged to the order, but the order power it contained was extremely huge, comparable to the order power of the high-level premier level. Moreover, it was an extremely negative order power. There were layers and layers of such things under the ground. Why did he feel that the world might be over? If all of them burst out, wouldn't it? Hiss, even the world would be turned upside down, and the ground would be lifted into the sky. Chapter 1999. The mysterious, unknown object buried underground, for the time being, was a concrete object that could be seen but not touched. It could be distinguished but could not be sensed. It was a bit like the feeling of a beginner trying to touch the void for the first time. The only difference was that when trying to analyze the void, the beginner's brain would burn. But this unknown object, after trying for a long time, did not intend to respond to anyone. This was the situation he and Hui got when they tried to touch it for the first time. Because it could be seen but not touched, and also seemed like some kind of rule or concept existence, they regarded it as a special structure in this world that was difficult to touch. They threw it away and chose to forget it. Until now, when they realized that it was reacting, they were so anxious that they could only let out a sigh of relief in their hearts, and then hurriedly fled with their people. It was definitely not fun to be caught in the energy explosion of a high-level premier. Even if there was a shield here that could withstand the energy explosion, it did not mean that they liked to drill into the center of the energy explosion. That was something that only masochistic people would do. While they were running for their lives, the tremors in the tranquil wasteland were so violent that it was about to flip the table and flip the earth upside down. Countless large cracks were opening up and running across the entire wasteland. Black earth light was constantly blooming from the cracks, illuminating the dark clouds in the sky. Just by staying in the wasteland, one could experience the feeling of not being able to see one's own fingers in front of one's face. When they jumped out of the wasteland and immediately turned around, what they saw was a pure black curtain. It was a space completely occupied by the black light. The layer of black light completely enveloped the tranquil wasteland and the dark clouds above it, reaching straight up to the sky like a pillar of energy. They believed that the strange phenomenon in the center of this large area had attracted the attention of many people. Perhaps someone was looking, or perhaps someone was fearlessly rushing over. Of course, it was more likely that the warriors of the Grand Temple had come to watch with their fleet. In short, there should be a lot of spectators now, and everyone was in position. So, it was time to use the grandest fireworks to send a curtain call to this matter. To put it in layman's terms, it finally could not hold back and was about to make a big news. The expected hot, intense, and vast energy explosion did not happen. The black energy beam existed for half a minute before it suddenly disappeared. Then, a huge black energy ball began to bloom from the center of the tranquil wasteland. It expanded at a speed that far exceeded the limits of normal laws. In just a few seconds, the entire tranquil wasteland had been swallowed by the energy ball. Then, the energy ball's speed slowed down the moment it passed through the wasteland. It started to appear slow on the scale of the map. However, if one were to observe it from a distance, one could still feel that the energy ball was expanding at an exaggerated speed. The expanding dark radiance shone across the entire sky. It was as if a giant black sun was blooming. Even the dark clouds in the sky were distorted and swallowed by the energy ball. The surrounding space was distorted like a pancake under the influence of this newly born black star. On the surface of the black energy ball, there were white clouds and smoke, floating and surging, condensing into what seemed to be some special patterns. He looked at the changing patterns and frowned slightly. He had a feeling that these patterns were condensed by some other power. However, there was no time for him to observe more. After the energy ball had dug out 1/10 of the area of the wasteland, it trembled slightly. Then, like a balloon that had expanded to its limit, it instantly poured out all the air. Then, with a whoosh, it shrank towards the center. In an instant, it was only a few thousand feet wide, or a few hundred feet wide. Then it was completely annihilated. Along with the space and land that were completely swallowed by the energy ball, all that was left was a huge crater with an exaggerated size. So far, the quiet wasteland had become a name in history. Even the archaeologists could only pick up the surrounding smoke and dust to see if there was anything left. Even the traces left behind by generations of people who fought against the quiet wasteland had disappeared completely. What was left behind was only a huge crater that was big enough to fit a galaxy. As for the onlookers, well, for the time being, they didn't see anyone who was really fearless and rushed here. Also, according to Emerald, there was actually no one living in a considerable distance from the quiet wasteland. The cities of the 4 regions were basically arranged in a ring around the quiet wasteland. They were very far away from each other, so the 1/10 of the wasteland that was dug out did not affect anyone. This was actually good news for them. Before this, they didn't do any disaster warning, nor did they take any precautions. If this inexplicable outbreak directly hit other people's cities, well, although this disaster was not caused by them, they would still feel a little guilty. Congratulations that it didn't turn into an earth-shattering explosion. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but clap her hands and look back at Emerald and Lu Xiaoqiu, who had just escaped death. Although the 2 girls were already numb, they were still frightened by the movement just now. Looking at their thoughtful expressions, they were probably thinking about how to report what happened in the last period of time. After all, they were the members of the Great Shrine. The necessary reports were still necessary, and this would probably make them pull out a lot of hair. They hadn't figured out the cause of the incident, but the result was clear. Now that they were back on top of the quiet wasteland, they looked down as if they were looking into the abyss. They couldn't sense any strange or abnormal energy aura from below. The energy was even completely devoured by Qiu just now, and they couldn't recover in a short time. The layer, curtain, barrier buried under the ground. Whatever it is, it's referring to that thing. Yin Nuoxing raised his hand and pointed at the ground below. He said softly, "It's blown up." Hui was startled. Exploded? Was it affected by the energy release just now? Should I say that it was blown up? Or that the explosion just now was because it had been accumulating energy for a long time, and it found a vent to release it all at once, which led to the situation we just saw? Furthermore, the range of that energy. Was it a single curtain that was released? Or was it the release of 3 or 4 curtains along the way? I just glanced at it roughly, and I don't remember their specific distribution location. Moreover, the layer of curtain under the ground directly disappeared, not just a single area that disappeared. Emerald couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is that thing you're talking about? I haven't heard of anything hidden under the ground at all." "Well, it's normal that you don't know. After all, it's deep underground, and it's even deeper than the ruins where we first met. You shouldn't have run so deep underground for no reason, right?" Yin Nuoxing explained. Fei Chui thought for a moment and understood. It was indeed the case. Who would be so bored to go so deep underground? Even if they were digging ruins, they wouldn't dig so deep. The depth of the underground was so deep. Since ancient times, the number of lives that stepped on it was estimated to be less than 0%. She didn't know how many zeros there were. But it's actually such a dangerous thing. After Emerald sighed, she put on a distressed face, lowered her head, and muttered. Her expression was the same as his when he found out that there was a large group of deadly things buried under the realm of the gods. 30% of it was difficult 30% of it was crazy, and the remaining 94% of it was half dead. Well, take it easy. We still don't know what's inside that thing, and what's inside. We gave a thumbs up and showed a bright and reassuring smile. The tranquil wasteland was killed. Although the process was a little violent, a little unexpected, but the result is still good. That so-and-so disappeared, and now we can at least be at ease for a long time. As for what you can do with this extra time of peace, it depends on your own plans. Plans. Emerald muttered these two words in a daze. She looked at the big pit below, and a lot of messy thoughts ran rampant in her mind. Her eyes quickly became dull in 3 seconds, and her mind was full of rest, big pit, safe time, and what to do. After a while, her body trembled and she reacted, but she was even more sluggish. Why do I feel like there are more things to do after solving the problem? Yin Nuashing and the others covered their faces and smiled bitterly. It was difficult to deal with the aftermath since ancient times. The bigger the trouble, the more troublesome the aftermath. They were already used to it. When they often went to other people's houses to cause trouble, they would make a big mess and have to slowly clean up. They were responsible for moving, and the locals were responsible for cleaning up. It was a little irresponsible. Bam! It's other people's world, right? Don't meddle too much. They had moved other people's world away, and it was already quite a big mess. Unless it was necessary, they should not meddle in the internal affairs of other people's world. Otherwise, they would feel like they were overshadowing the host. After all, they were still outsiders. Unless they found that they were surrounding their home and causing trouble again and wanted to tear down their world, then they would have to intervene. They had spent a lot of effort to move their world from a remote and desolate place to a place with good mountains, rivers, and scenery, not to see them continue to tear down their home. In short, the quiet wasteland had completely become history. If they wanted to remember or find something, they could only jump into this bottomless pit. After returning to the capital of God in the dark region, Emerald and Lu Xiaoqiu reported to the headquarters with a headache written all over their faces. They gathered together to discuss the next step. However, before discussing, he turned his head to look at Shuang habitually, but he still got the expected answer, which made them feel very helpless. They were already a little suspicious that they had come to the wrong place. We've come to the wrong place. It's still too early to say. After all, we've only been in the Yuan realm for 1 or 2 months. It's still too early. Yin Nuashing patted Shuang's head and sighed. I wonder how the Void frontline is now. It's hard to have any changes in such a short time, Little Hourglass replied. Void-level events usually took a long time to happen, not just the Void calamity that was mentioned earlier. The war between order and chaos that they had to deal with was also a Void-level event, but it was of a higher level and had a greater impact. As for the time, it would naturally take a long time as well. The Chaos Era was the 326th era. In the previous era, the war between order and chaos had been preparing for more than 10 or 20 eras, and the confrontation had lasted for several eras. This era had been going on since the beginning until now, which was enough to show how time-consuming it was. Well, that's true. Yin Nuashing shrugged and turned her head to look towards the north. Little Qing and the others had already gone to the Radiant Light region ahead of them. They were walking along the northern direction of the tranquil wasteland to see if they could find anything. They had to set off a little later, and they had to tell Emerald and Lu Xiaoqiu about what they were going to do next. They had to report their itinerary to prevent them from not knowing where they had gone to. Cough, cough. The main thing was that they felt a little apologetic for bringing them around all the time and putting them through all kinds of ridiculous scares. On the way back, the two girls' eyes were filled with mischief. They had lost their glory and hope. They felt that if they continued to destroy their worldview, there would be 2 more little lunatics in this world. As the time was short, reporting the situation should not take too much time, so they did not go into the city to shop. Instead, they stood on the city wall and looked at the situation in the tranquil wasteland. They chatted for a while and kept in touch with Yi Qing and the others to see if anything had happened. Soon, it was over. About half an hour later, Emerald and Lu Xiaoqiu, who had finished their report, returned to this place. You guys are quite fast this time. You finish your report so quickly? Yin Nuashing looked at the two girls landing on the ground and was slightly surprised. Last time, they reported the matter of the ruins where the giant octopus turned into a giant octopus. When the people of Radiance came back, they already reported it. After all, they set off from here this time. Emerald explained, so we added the follow-up matter of the tranquil wasteland. Oh, so what's the result? Speaking of the follow-up, Emerald became silent. Her mouth was mumbling some unknown syllables. After mumbling for a while, she finally said clearly, "We can only leave it there. For the time being, we don't have any plans to deal with it." Ah, that's also true. Suddenly rushing to other people's face and asking what's the use of this newly dug big pit. It was too sudden. Their first reaction was to leave it there. Anyway, the four major areas were vast, and there was no shortage of land. So, they didn't need to rush to fill it up. They could only leave it there for now. However, in short, we need to use something to surround it first, so as to prevent whimsical people from jumping down. Everyone smiled bitterly. Are there people who like to have such dreams in this place? There's nothing under this big pit, not even a trace of energy. If one jumps down, there's nothing else other than a long period of free fall. As for the thing underground that you mentioned, Emerald pulled her ponytail in front of her and lowered her head to think. After a while, she looked up at Feng Ling and shook her head. The managers also said that they don't know about the existence of this thing underground. But since they already know about its existence, they can't just sit back and do nothing. Not to mention, she paused for a moment and looked at the edge of the big pit that she could barely see. Her body trembled. Not to mention this matter. No matter when something goes wrong, we won't know. Ugh, I don't want to die inexplicably. If possible, I want to die with more understanding. Yin Nuashing nodded in agreement. So, do you plan to explore it later? Yes, but it will take some time. Just discussing the plan and starting the preparations will take a long time. After all, there are very few people involved in the underground domain. But for the time being, I have a rough idea. It should revolve around the pit in the wasteland. I still need to let people from other regions gather together to discuss this matter. Emerald showed a tired expression as she spoke. She sighed and glanced at them. Let's not talk about this for now. What about you guys? What's your plan next? Looking at how busy you are, it seems like you're looking for something. You won't stay here for too long, right? Oh, I was just about to talk to you about this. Yinuashing nodded. Next, we will go north and look for that. Look for Mood Sangyin. Then, if we can't find that thing that seems to be the entrance, we will continue north. Didn't they say that there's an area in the north? It seems that they haven't explored it clearly. The area in the north. Indeed, they haven't explored it much. Emerald scratched her head and frowned slightly. The area north of the Radiant across the Chaos Demon Wilderness was actually the first to be discovered. It was already explored when the four regions gathered 15 years ago. Later, for various reasons, well, in short, they didn't look at the situation there in detail. I heard that the people from the Radiant were the ones who went to explore it. I heard that they were beaten back. Hui Gang was still in a daze. When he heard this, his body suddenly trembled. Beaten back? What's the situation? Beaten back. Blocked halfway by the demonized creatures. I don't think so. Emerald shook her head with a strange expression. They were driven back by the human compatriots in that area. Everyone was speechless. Well, things were starting to change again. When they heard this, they could almost guess the situation. Even if a series of crackling things happened next, they wouldn't be surprised. That's what they mean by driven back, right? See, you tilted her head. You mean that area, isn't very peaceful? While fighting against the demonized creatures, the human compatriots still have the spare energy to fight among themselves. Emerald's pretty face trembled. She turned her head with a subtle expression. I don't want to talk about this. I don't know what kind of mentality I should have when talking about this, especially in front of the Guardian of Will. I don't want to talk about it, but it seems to be the case. Hearing her subtle words, Yin Nuashing was also a little puzzled. Why did you suddenly mention me? No. Why did you suddenly mention the Guardian of Will? It seems like you have some scruples. I don't know much about this title. Can you tell me more about it? Emerald mumbled for a while. She nervously pulled her ponytail and whispered, "The Guardian of Will. It's the Guardian of Will. Well, I don't know how to say it, but if you need help with anything, no matter which big temple or main temple you go to, you can get unreserved help." Well, that's what it means. Yin Nuashing took a few deep breaths. She was confused. Faith. It's not that. It's just, you can think of it as a long, long time ago. It's still a habit or rule. You can call it a tradition. Emerald twisted her hands together and swayed her body from side to side. Her ponytail also swayed. Looking at her awkward appearance, everyone felt uncomfortable. It's strange, isn't it? After so many generations, there's still some things that have been preserved. Even we don't know why. In short, it's a habit. It's a rule that needs to be followed unconditionally. Although it seemed like she said something, it also felt like she didn't say anything. In short, they knew that it was a very difficult tradition to preserve after so many generations. Although the Guardian of the Wool seemed to have not appeared for a long time, it was not easy to still remember this rule. Although they didn't know why assisting the Guardian of the Will became a common rule, there must be a reason for it to be kept. It was just like going to someone else's house and seeing some very strange rules and reminders, even strange to the point of being unimaginable. In fact, it might be a lesson learned with a painful price, so they shouldn't ignore it. Anyway, there was always a reason for things to exist. For the time being, they didn't know what the reason was, but it didn't matter. They could try to understand it as long as they figured it out. We don't know what happened at the beginning, but only this sentence has been regarded as a rule and a rule that must be obeyed. All the members of the Great Temple and the main temple must abide by it. Maybe even you don't know why, but maybe you will understand in the future. Emerald stopped swaying. Her tone became serious and serious. We only need to follow this rule. Hui suddenly said, "Will the people fighting in the north abide by this rule and regulation?" Emerald's face stiffened. Cold sweat appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was very embarrassing. Emerald couldn't answer. It seemed that she didn't know how free the people in that area were. This also reminded them that if necessary, they could do something. That side. I only heard the report. Anyway, it said that the situation is not good. I don't know if they will abide by the agreement. Well, can we not talk about that side? I feel very worried. Looking at the girl who was talking about that side, Yinuashing felt helpless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's nothing to hide. Anyway, we're used to this kind of thing. You don't have to feel uncomfortable. We are more used to this kind of thing than you think. Of course, I also hate it and feel very helpless. Emerald stuck out her tongue and finally felt more natural. If you want to go to Glow, you can set off from the port in the west. I have already sent someone to remind the people at the port there. As for the guards and the like, she paused again. Her eyes swept across Feng Ling and the others. Her expression was subtle. I think you don't need guards, so I don't intend to arrange any. Hey, it's okay. We can kill our way there. Don't worry. Hui grinned and waved his hand. When we brought you back, we charged all the way through the Chaos Demon Wilderness. That's true. Emerald nodded. She suddenly stood up straight and bowed to them. Then I wish you all the best here. We still have to deal with a lot of messy things here. We may not be able to go to other places to explore in a short time, so we won't accompany you. Okay, then we will go on our own. See you again in the future. Hui nodded. Just as he turned around, he turned back like the wind. Hey, you have to be careful when you dig 3 feet into the ground. Don't make any big movements. We may not be able to come back in time to clean up the mess. Emerald smiled bitterly. I know. I will be careful. You guys are the ones who should be careful. Don't make too much noise so that we can hear your news from here, especially the news mixed with the explosion. Everyone, it seemed like this lass had already figured out the main movements of their group in a relatively short period of time. After leaping out of the western port of the high tower, they entered the next journey. What was ahead was still unknown. Or rather, there were still many things in this world that were a question mark to them. It was not so easy to brush away the fog one by one and figure out the essence of these things. Yin Nuashing looked at Hui, who was standing at the bow of the ship with his left hand on his waist and his right hand pointing to the front as if he was leading the charge. After thinking for a while, she decided not to pay attention to someone who was posing like a statue. She turned her head and looked at Lu Xiaoqiu, who was looking at the energy map. "I thought you would stay there?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiu moved her attention away from the map and shrugged at him. "Although it is the capital of God, there is also a main hall. I can also stay there directly, but I'm not familiar with the place. It is boring to be familiar with you guys. Moreover, even if I want to go back, I have to wait for you to send me back. Emerald and the others are busy now. They don't have time to arrange for someone to send me back. Also, the risk will be much smaller if I follow you guys." She put on the familiar smile again, but this time it was not as perfunctory as before. She blinked her eyes at him. "You will be responsible for sending me back, right?" Actually, we usually don't turn back." Yin Nuashing mumbled subconsciously. Seeing this girl's expression stiffen, he hurriedly said, "Of course, that's usually. Since you followed us, we'll definitely send you back. But we might have to wait until we're done with some trivial matters before we send you back. However, if you're in a hurry and really want to go back, why don't we send you back now? After all, you have experienced it yourself. Traveling with us often leads to accidents." "I am fine. I'm not in a hurry to go back. I have also adapted to the things on the road. It is quite interesting to travel with you guys." The gray-haired girl stopped smiling and sighed subtly. "It would be better if there were fewer accidents. This time, before leaving the capital of God, I brought some stomach medicine. I hope there will not be a time when I need to use it." Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. "You are following the #1 Void Force and the #1 Void Prophet Emperor. Do you think there won't be any accidents? Is that possible? You have already rushed into the center of the vortex." Chapter 2000. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. At the end of the blue canopy, faint traces of green energy and some faint fog-like things could be seen. Those were things that existed on the zenith that was so far away that he did not know how far away it was. They were vapors floating on the lid of this caged world. It was easy to notice the difference when compared to an ordinary world. For example, he could not see the stars in the planetary system even if he stared until his eyeballs were about to pop out. That was because those were just textures hanging high in the sky, and there was no such thing as a real planetary system. This world was pieced together by a series of simple rules and concepts to form complex environmental conditions, and this layer of textures was one of them. Oh, there was also a prefix, surface environment. In fact, there were more things that were operating quietly in the dark. Those were things that were more important and more deadly. The big environment that truly dominated this world in the dark. These were directly related to the concept of rules. For example, the series of things that they were doing now had a high probability of being close to the roots of the world. A little carelessness would either cause the world to collapse or create something inexplicable. But that was already a basic operation for them. Whatever they did on the concept of rules, there were many things that caused the entire world to repeatedly jump on the edge of death. Of course, in the end, they still followed their usual pattern of doing things: thrilling, stormy, stable as a rock, calm as the wind and waves. When it was over, apart from scaring everyone and tormenting them to death, there was basically no real damage. That was the situation a long time ago. Anything that happened now would be pulled to the highest level. That's right, those two things. And if it involved the origin of the world or the chaos, it was basically impossible to protect everyone without getting hurt. When that time came, it would be like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to even protect himself. Even if he could come back from the dead, there was no way he could control everyone. Everyone could only do their best and leave everything to fate. As for what happened afterwards, he would either be in trouble or dead by then. Even if they wanted to find him, they could only talk to him who had turned into a ball, and he could not hear them at all. So why did he suddenly bring up such a tragic matter? This he also did not know. It was just a sudden feeling. Perhaps it was because he felt that the first thing that happened in the void was about to happen. Or perhaps it was because his temples were throbbing and his right eyelid was fighting with his eyeball. These two things were causing him to be a little nervous. What are you looking at? Golden energy particles that were like afterglow suddenly floated in the air around him. A pair of pure white wings came into his line of sight and gently swayed in front of his eyes, causing him to turn his attention slightly. He moved his neck that was already stiff from looking up. When he looked down, he saw the little angel sitting on the side of the ship. She habitually waved her wings and wrapped him up. Her golden eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at him. Yin Nuoxing gently stroked her wings and pointed to the sky with her eyes. Looking at the lid of this world, try to find something unintentionally or deliberately placed in a corner where no one would notice. The little angel tilted her head, blinked her golden eyes, and asked for the follow-up. He sighed softly. For the time being, I saw something, but I can't identify what it is. It looks like a layer of cloud on top of the steamer. I haven't found anything yet. For the time being, I can only ignore it. Oh, she tilted her body and leaned her head on his chest. He smiled faintly. Why did you suddenly come here? I suddenly wanted to come here. She pursed her lips. Let's have a quiet rest. It's been too noisy these days. Yin Nuoxing thought so too. He thought for a moment and sat down beside her on the side of the ship. He put his arm around her waist and held her hand gently with his other hand. He tilted his head and leaned against her. Ah, this atmosphere, it's quiet and comfortable. But even without thinking, he knew that this atmosphere would only appear occasionally. It's hard to say when it will appear, and it's also hard to say when it will disappear. Looking at his big family gathering together, it's likely that Siyu will come in less than 2 minutes. Of course, we might also come to tease him, because there was never a lack of liveliness when everyone gathered together. The inadvertent silence would be quickly broken. He had gotten used to it. Well, it didn't matter. The occasional 1 or 2 minutes of silence were quite precious. Now, he just had to wait for time to pass slowly. When he was alone with them, there was a high chance that his mood would calm down. He couldn't explain why, but he also liked this kind of quiet moment. He didn't have to think about anything. Time would pass slowly, just like the carefree days in the realm of the gods. Under the high blue sky, as the ship swayed across the sky, the wind that broke the rules would occasionally crash into the airship and blow their long hair. It was peaceful and comfortable, as if it could last forever. Peace. When will we usher in true peace? Can we not care about that now? Just let this atmosphere be maintained for a while. Just a while. Phone! Phone! When Yin Nuoxing heard Huey's call in a daze, she was slightly startled and came back to her senses. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the airship had already broken free of the rules and was moving forward rapidly. She didn't know when, but the airship had stopped moving. She focused her gaze for a while and saw Hui standing beside her, holding her shoulders and gently shaking her a few times. Behind him were Siyu and Blue Phoenix, who were carefully stretching their necks to look around. You're awake? We saw her open her eyes and smiled. We've arrived at our destination. We've arrived at the capital of God in the radiant light zone. Yin Nuoxing's eyes widened, and her pupils shrank slightly. So fast. How long has it been? Hui laughed helplessly and used his eyes to point at the little angel, who was still leaning on him and sleeping soundly. He whispered, You sat next to her and relaxed and fell asleep. You don't even know it yourself. For days have already passed. If you tell me that you're lying to me, I'll forget about it. Unfortunately, you really did sleep for 4 days. Hui shrugged. Blue Phoenix and the others sat next to you, but seeing that you didn't wake up at all, he coughed dryly and sighed helplessly. Well, that's it. Yin Nuoxing opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he covered his mouth and yawned loudly. Everyone was stunned. He also had an embarrassed look on his face. It's over. After sleeping for a while, I seem to be even more tired. Everyone sighed in their hearts. This was the manifestation of the tiredness hidden deep in the soul, inadvertently leaking out. He had endured the pressure of 5 eras without releasing it. It had been accumulating in his heart, so that his spirit and soul could withstand it. It didn't mean that it was gone. At this time, he could only go back to the factory for a major repair. But a trip back to the factory would be, many years. What? The 20 years of lying down after tormenting the source law? Although he had been lying down for 20 years, he was dealing with the concept-level wounds. The two offset each other and did not change at all. He had just used 20 years of lying on the floor in exchange for the source law. His soul was still as weak as it was when he woke up. 20 years was just to offset the price of tormenting the source law. There were still 5 years before. It was not like they would go to the sanctum of origin or the sanctum of creation from time to hang themselves up for a while. It did not matter whether they had broken through or not. The main thing was that they gave themselves a major repair, and their soul would be refreshed. It was not like he was a fragile physical body. He could sleep and pretend that nothing had happened. This guy's soul was already deformed from the pressure. Look at him now. He kept yawning after waking up. It made them want to yawn as well. Yin Nuashing rubbed her eyes and subconsciously wanted to yawn again. She immediately raised her hand and slapped herself. Slap. Yes, I'm awake. Everyone was speechless. No, no. He skillfully shifted the little angel, who had not yet woken up, so that she could wrap her arms around his neck. Then he folded her wings around his body and wrapped the two of them together. After making sure that the wrapping was flawless, that she did not float up, and that her long dress was not fluttering. Then he nodded and looked at everyone. Let's go. Huey's face twitched twice. Looking at his red cheeks, he said, Do you want to wash your face and rest for a while? Let's go. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes at him and took the lead to disembark from the ship and walk towards the port of the tower. They had already entered the city. The capital of God of Glow was not as lively as before. It was no wonder that he did not notice anything before he was shaken awake. As soon as he led the others down the ship, he suddenly turned his head. So what are we going to do again? Everyone said, Do you want to rest for a while? The only one who was confused was a guy who had been accumulating pressure for 5 years. The more pressure he accumulated, the more he pushed himself to the brink of death. Although he had slapped himself in the face, the road ahead was still a little unsteady. This might be the reason why he never rested. He accidentally slept for a while and was so confused that he was about to float. But we squinted at Maple and whispered to see you in a low voice. Didn't you guys drag him to sleep for a night a few days ago? Why didn't I see him so confused at that time? See, you thought seriously for a moment. Probably because Little Star fell asleep in a combat state that day, so he didn't really sleep. We understood in a second. Maple was dragged in with a mentality of defending his chastity to the death. The nature of the situation was different. It would be a miracle if he could sleep well. It might be better to say that he might be more tired after lying down for a night. TSK, to sum it up, this guy needed to inadvertently create a moment of rest. The conditions were too high. He remembered the few days when he was in the tertiary realm. After wandering in a daze for a while, Yin Nuashing finally came back to her senses. Lu Xiaoqiu reminded her a few words and reminded her why they came to the capital of God of Radiance. They were looking for Mu, Songyuan, and the others. They wanted to hear if they had done anything in this area. Mu, Songyuan, and the others have set off of the large area in the north of Radiance. Based on their speed, they should have successfully crossed the Chaos Demon Wilderness yesterday. The manager of the main hall calmly told them this piece of news that made them a little dumbfounded, catching them off guard. The manager took out a purifying magic stone and handed it to Yin Nuashing. Mu Songyuan has already mentioned your matter to us. He said that if you came, he would give you this part of the information that he left behind in advance. They will wait for you at the marked location. Yin Nuashing took the purifying magic stone in a daze. She glanced at it and threw it to Lu Xiaoqiu. She continued to ask the manager, Did he say anything else? Did you find anything in the Radiance? The manager shook his head gently. We mobilized all our forces and swept the entire Radiance in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, we didn't find anything similar to the nature of the center of the quiet wasteland in the report. Mu Songyuan also embarked on the journey to explore other areas. We felt that something was wrong. We should have arrived at the same time, right? How come you've already done everything? The manager glanced at them and said, If I'm not mistaken, your airship seems to be a standard civilian airship? Lu Xiaoqiu shrunk her neck and nodded. Because we borrowed it. We left the capital of God in a hurry and forgot to change it. Oh, Mu Songyuan and the others used a combat airship with speed specialization. Its speed is 13 times faster than your civilian airship. They had already returned here on the day they left the dark region. We also began to do various things on the same day. Oh, that makes sense. That sounds a little awkward. The manager waved at a temple warrior behind him. The latter nodded and disappeared like the wind. Half a minute later, he rushed back like the wind and handed something to the manager. The manager handed the thing that he had just touched to Yin Nuashing. The latter took it and looked at it. It was a model of a ship made of purifying magic stone. He immediately understood. He nodded and handed it to Lu Xiaoqiu. He felt that he had already casually regarded the girl as the captain of their group. Thank you. Since they're not here, we have to hurry and catch up with them. I don't know why they suddenly left in such a hurry. The manager nodded. We will continue to explore things related to the wasteland fissure, not only in this large area, but also in other areas that have been explored and across the sea from the Chaos Wasteland. Hopefully, there will be a good result here. Then, I wish you a safe journey, Guardian of the Will. May your existence return the deviated orbit of the world to its normal position. Yin Nuashing listened to him and looked at him meaningfully. He smiled faintly. Although I dare not directly guarantee anything, there are some things that we will not do. We will just watch. After hurriedly passing by the capital of God, the group once again galloped towards the north of the Radiant without stopping. When they left the capital of God, Yin Nuashing had been watching the city. It was not until the airship began to accelerate and the space became blurry. Its figure was hidden in the chaotic space and could no longer be seen that he withdrew his gaze. Little star, what he said just now seemed to have some other meaning. See, you asked curiously. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it does have some meaning, or maybe it doesn't. It's just like the words that are still being passed down. It's like the words that are said to the Guardian of the Will. There are many possibilities. It's not worthwhile to delve into it. They were still a little confused about this so-called Guardian of the Will. The only thing they were certain of was that he was definitely not the Guardian of the Will. That was a special product of this world. He was just an outsider who accidentally triggered some kind of judgment mechanism that existed in this world. Because of that, the life forms here were able to identify him as the Guardian of the Will. In short, he was not the original Guardian of the Will. He was just an imposter who accidentally stepped into a similar realm and caused everyone to misjudge him. However, from the level of the void, he should be able to do what the Guardian of the Will of this world could do. After all, this was just a strange and incomplete world. Their position in the void was higher than the life forms in this world. Unless something happened, there would not be any trouble that could hold them back. After changing to a new airship, their speed could be said to be as fast as lightning. Lu Xiaoqiu was a little excited about the new airship and could not help but speed it with all her might. Along the way, the demonized life forms basically crashed into them without even looking at them. Anyway, with the protection of the Radiant, it only took them a day and a half to cross the Chaos Demon Wilderness and arrive at another large area that was isolated from the world. The place they arrived at was at the intersection of plains and mountains that looked nothing out of the ordinary from high altitude. Because it was a new area that was completely dark, they did not have an exact destination. First, they let Lu Xiaoqiu drift slowly towards the place designated by Mu Songyuan. At the same time, they contacted Yi Qing and the others who had been wandering in this area for some time. Little Qingzi, we're already here. How's the situation here? Is there anything interesting? Oh, Lord Hui, this is really a bad time. There's definitely something going on, but it's not interesting. That bastard over there, I see you. Stop right there. Don't think I don't know that you just threw a brick at the back of my head. I'm going to press you into the void and take a shower. Shit you. Everyone. F*CK. What happened to make him so agitated? There was a series of clinking sounds that made one's heart tired. After listening for a while, they felt that there was no intention of stopping. Just as they were about to block the spiritual communication and let Yi Qing and the others fight for a while, the latter's panting voice immediately came through. Phew! I'm sorry, Lord Hui. There's a small matter here, but I'm backing out now. Hui smiled bitterly for a while. So what have you been doing here for the past few days? Why are you suddenly fighting with others? Yi Qing was silent for a while. Then, he let out a long sigh. It's not that I fought with them. It's those bastards who dragged us into this. Damn those bastards. Everyone in this area is crazy. Everyone is sick. Definitely sick. Must be seriously sick. Can you imagine that when they're fighting among themselves, they'll actually borrow the power of the demonized life forms to attack other people's lairs? Oh my God, this battlefield. I think that once a torrent of energy blasts down, there won't be a single accidental casualty. Everyone was speechless. With just one sentence, they knew how crazy this was. This was equivalent to a bunch of chaos spawns who didn't look too smart rushing into a domestic violence incident in the world of order. They were immediately swept into the storm and used as tools for internal strife. Without a brain thrombosis from 10 eras, they probably wouldn't be able to do something like this. The situation here might be more serious because the accumulated power of the demonized life forms here was enough to cause the phenomenon of a generation gap. As far as they knew, it had happened a few times in history. In other words, it was about a group of order life forms wandering into the void of chaos and being surrounded by chaos life forms while they were busy fighting among themselves. It was obvious that they did not want to live anymore. They just did not know what to say. Just hearing about this situation made them feel very tired. By the way, Lord Hui, we saw that group of people who came in with you. There are quite a lot of them. There's a few thousand here and there. I don't know if they're all here. Yin Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and widened their eyes. They had almost forgotten about that group of people. They did not expect to see them here. I Ching's side was filled with clanging sounds. Even though he had retreated from the battlefield, he was probably still on the battlefield looking at the countless bursts of energy. After a while, he suddenly sighed faintly. I thought I'd seen everything in my life. Well, I've seen everything related to the origin of things, and I also know about the concept body of chaos. I'm already used to those traders from the underworld joining the chaos and rushing at us. But, there's still many things worth exploring in this life. I've never seen such a scene before. Well, this was just like how they could not imagine the scene of order life forms dragging chaos spawns into an internal conflict. They thought that the situation I Ching was seeing now was probably similar to this. In short, they let I Ching continue to be involved in the chaotic whirlpool over there. They had to first figure out what was going on in this godforsaken place, and what was the basis for all these things. It was just that they could not understand. After arriving at the location marked by Mu Tsungin, Lu Xiaoqiu spread out the energy of the airship. Not long after, a figure quickly flew up from the forest below. Before the person arrived, he hurriedly said, "Quickly put away the airship and hide." The person who came was naturally Mu Tsungin, who had worked together with them before. At this moment, his face was full of nervousness and a little sneaky, as if he was a thief. When they saw him, they were startled. Before they could ask anything, the group hurriedly jumped off the airship, put away the airship, and followed him into the dense forest below. Then they hid their auras. Perhaps it was because he was too nervous, Yinwashing, Hui, and the group took turns to set up hundreds of layers of energy barriers, shielding, defensive, counterattacking. In short, no matter what happened, it was always right to put on a layer of shields first. Although it's a little urgent, it's not to the extent of, "Sure." Mu Tsungin laughed dryly when he saw what they were doing, but his expression immediately changed, and he waved his hand to silence them. Seeing that, everyone covered their mouths and held their breaths. Suddenly, a large swarm of shadows appeared in the empty sky as various airships of various sizes appeared here. They were all airships that they had seen before, but they looked slightly different. Perhaps they had been modified and adjusted. After a careful count, there were more than 100 airships here and there. Apart from those airships, there were also 1,000 or 2,000 dazzling white silhouettes flying around in all directions. They were constantly emitting energy waves that landed in the forest and rapidly spread into the distance. They had only seen the light chasers once during the battle at Abysmal Moon City. They believed that they were an effective and convenient force for humans to use against demonized life forms. As they were a type of energy derivative, it was not difficult to create them as long as there was the method and the energy. Having them in the battle against demonized life forms would greatly reduce the loss of living forces and also greatly increase their own forces. In short, it was a good thing. They just didn't know why this fleet had suddenly appeared here. They had just arrived, and this fleet had arrived right after them. Then, they immediately launched a carpet search. It would be unreasonable to say that there was no connection between the two. Yin Nuoxing's face suddenly twitched. She quickly stood up and dragged Mu Songyuan into the depths of the forest. Energy gathering. Let's go. They're about to fire. Hey, if we move now. Mu Songyuan was shocked, but before he could finish, he was dragged away by Hui. It's fine, it's fine. We were just cooperating with you to hide. Actually, look at the hundreds of layers of barriers. They won't be able to find us even if we were standing here. It's just that we saw that they were gathering energy and were about to attack, so we quickly left. We don't want to dirty our clothes. Mu Songyuan was stunned. Less than a minute after they left the forest unhurriedly, the fleet suddenly unleashed a series of shockingly powerful energy attacks on the forest below them. The saturated energy bombardment covered the land like raindrops, instantly destroying countless trees below and blasting a huge crater tens of thousands of miles across. The energy bombardment lasted for almost 5 minutes before it stopped. They thought that it was 5 minutes of low-quality fireworks. Then, the fleet that had suddenly arrived suddenly left. They felt baffled from beginning to end. They came out for no reason, vented their anger for no reason, and then left for no reason. Speaking of which, they bombarded us without saying anything. We should take it as a declaration of war, right? Ning Fei could not help but say, in theory, it shouldn't be a problem for us to wipe them all out with the energy torrent just now. Yeah, that's true. Yin Nuoxing shrugged and let out a long sigh. He had been holding back his anger ever since he knew that something bad was about to happen in this region. Now is the time to let it out. But there's no rush. Let's first figure out what's going on in this region. There will always be a chance to fight. Chapter 2001. The forest that had been inexplicably set ablaze was set ablaze, and it began to spread in all directions. Billowing smoke began to rise into the sky, and the forest began to be filled with an unpleasant smell. The group of fellows who had suddenly appeared and set fire to the forest, and then left suddenly, seemed to have suddenly seen a walking third-class merit officer. They immediately charged forward to look for trouble, but when they arrived at their destination, they did not even see a ghost. They could only vent their anger and leave while cursing. Looking at how they did not clean up after venting their anger, it was obvious that these fellows did not usually pay attention to greenery. They did not know how to extinguish the fire before leaving, and even needed their help to extinguish the fire. After casually restraining the spreading energy shockwaves and suppressing the forest fire, the group waited for a while. The fleet did not seem to have any intention of coming back and did not appear again. So they followed Mu Tsungen and flew into the depths of the forest. After jumping and shuttling through the mountains for a long time, they stopped halfway up a small mountain. This place was remote and had natural obstacles. It was also a place where the energy flow was relatively fast, so it was easy to clean up the traces. The concealment was very good, but this did not prevent them from adding a lot of barriers on top of the existing energy barriers. It was just a habit. Inside the barrier was a small camp that was casually set up. Mu Songyuan's group of friends were all here. They looked fine, but their expressions were a little depressed and resentful. Mu Songyuan's return made his group of friends come back to their senses and look up. When they saw the group of people who had acted together before slowly walking in, their spirits lifted a little. Lan Lan had just stood up to greet Mu Songyuan, but when she turned her head and saw Feng Ling, her pretty face turned pale with fright. When the latter saw her big reaction, she cried out in her heart. She had not been able to suppress the annihilation energy for the past few days. She quickly suppressed the annihilation energy that was running around in her body and packed it away. She hurriedly said, "Don't vomit. Don't vomit. I'm holding it down. I'm really holding it down. You'll be fine if you look at it again." Lan Lan's expression instantly returned to normal. She stuck out her tongue and felt a little embarrassed. When the two groups saw this, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although they had seen it once before, they still did not know what kind of expression to show when they saw it again. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Feng's shoulder and said, "I don't think you and this girl are compatible." Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. "There's so many people who are incompatible with me in this world. Or rather, there aren't many people who are compatible with me. However, I've never seen anyone who is incompatible with me to the point of being able to recognize me just by looking at me." We patted him on the shoulder again and skipped the topic. He looked at Mu Tsungyuan and the others who had pulled out tables and chairs for them. "So, why are you hiding in such a desolate place? Aren't you here to investigate this area?" At the mention of this matter, Mu Tsungyuan and the others looked a little worried. Even their actions of retrieving things slowed down. There was no need to think about it. They must have encountered a few bad things. Speaking of which, I really don't know how to put it. The 7-foot-tall young man in their team covered his face with his hands and sighed deeply. The complexity of this place is far beyond our imagination. Even though I already felt that it was very complicated when I came here 15 years ago, I didn't expect that after 15 years, it would be even more complicated. We already have a rough idea of the situation. After settling the group of girls on the table, Yin Nuoxing crossed her arms and leaned against the air. "You're talking about a few bad things between the demonized creatures and the human race, right? But what do you mean by even more complicated?" Mu Tsungyun scratched his head. "That's because a group of people with powerful combined powers suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Their personal strength is nothing to be afraid of, as they're all at reciprocity. But the strange combined powers they use can strengthen several hundred or even thousands of primeval immortals. Because of this group of 20,000 people, the already chaotic region has become even more chaotic." Yin Nuoxing and the others were speechless. If they guessed correctly, they should know what was going on with these 20,000 people. However, it was really hard to say. Once they said it, the topic would be endless. So it was fine as long as they knew what was going on. They didn't expect that they would end up in this place. Moreover, it seemed that they had already gathered and couldn't wait to start a war here, dragging this area into it. However, the unique powers of the 3 sides of the primordial realm were actually able to increase the strength of the primordial realm through reciprocity. It seemed that their nature was quite advanced. They had only roughly looked at it before and hadn't completely analyzed it. Therefore, they didn't know about this matter. In short, a group of inexplicable people got involved here. They're like shit stirrers, making the already messy place even messier, Hui said with a nod. "It's not a group of people." Mu Tsungyuan shook his head with a serious expression. "It's 2 sides. They seem to be opposing each other." "2 sides? Aren't there 3 sides? Forget it. They didn't care about that for the time being. In short, they knew this. However, they could only cooperate and pretend to be speechless. We thought for a moment and said, "Tell us about this place in detail." We were all very confused when we first arrived, especially when we heard this strange internal strife. Mu Tsungyuan nodded and took a deep breath. He seemed to be deliberating over his words. After a while, he slowly said, "But I don't know where to start." Everyone was speechless. That's true. This place was already so chaotic that even they could only find a corner to hide in. After the matter was over, they would decide what to do next. It was probably a problem whether they could obtain any information or not. "Well, I'll give you a rough explanation." Mu Tsungyuan laughed dryly for a while. He took out a demon cleansing stone and placed it on the table. A map of this large area appeared in the space in front of him. He slowly explained the information they had obtained when they were chased out 15 years ago and when they came in this time. This large area is more than 10 times larger than the place we are in. It is still an area surrounded by the Chaos Devil Wilderness. They have eroded and spread into this area from all directions. Some flow like rivers, while others stop and become lakes. In terms of the proportion of the area, 30% of this area should have been eroded by the Chaos Devil Wilderness. However, the isolation of the area is not serious. The Chaos Devil Wilderness has spread in from many directions, and it has not closed off the border. It has not isolated any area and turned it into an island in the sea. Mu Tsungyuan paused for a moment, then pointed to the south end of the map that was neither round nor flat. Our current location is in the south of this large area. The south and west are a large group of chaotic areas that fight for themselves. The vast land is dotted with countless organizations and forces. There is no unity. Just taking 2 steps out of the door might accidentally cross several territories. The division of the region even includes the area that the Chaos Devil Wilderness has spread into. As for the north, it is the largest area in this large area. Although it is also called the Northern Region, it actually has its own name, Twilight. You can see the actual area it occupies. Most of the northern area extends to the west, occupying a third of the territory that should be the Western Region. There are rumors that they have even placed a city in the Chaos Devil Wilderness. The latter part sounded horrifying. Putting aside whether there were great demons and demonized life forms in the Chaos Devil Wilderness, the main reason it was plucked out was because the environment, there was another kind of energy, demonized energy. It was not an energy that ordinary life forms could casually come into contact with. Those who rashly came into contact with it had already disappeared at the other end of the wasteland crevice. Ahem, even if they had a way to purify it, but living next to the mouth of an active volcano and seeing the crimson magma below every day and spreading poisonous gases into the air, after living in such an environment for a long time, even if they did not burn to death on the spot, they would be poisoned to death, right? That's what it meant. Even if the people living there would not be demonized by the demonized energy, it was not a good thing for ordinary people to be exposed to negative energy for a long time. After all, it was also a matter on the level of order. Being exposed to energies that were different from their own order for a long time, except for higher life forms with corresponding protection, all life forms of other levels would not be able to withstand it, and the end result would be either madness or stupidity. It was the same logic as them being exposed to chaos energy for a long time. Even Maple was backstabbed by the chaos concept body once, let alone others. Twilight in the north occupies the largest territory. They are currently at war with the eastern region to the north where we are. This is the largest region apart from Twilight, and the territories of both sides are bordering on the north. There are also many territories of various sizes on the border above. They are probably living in an abyss of suffering every day on the line of war between the two behemoths. It seems that because there is no need to deal with them, neither side has the intention to take them down and conveniently use it as a buffer zone. We pointed to the west, the middle part, and a large expanse of land in the south. What about these places? Are they not involved in the conflict between the two behemoths? Oh, the rest of the territories are just bystanders. Everyone was speechless. Ahem, just kidding. Mood Sung-yin laughed and said, "At present, the biggest impact is the battle between Twilight in the north and the eastern region in the east. The two of them together occupy about 60% of the territory, and the remaining 40% is the same as the south where we are. A lot of regions, organizations, and forces are fighting for their own sake. When they are free, they are fighting against demonized life forms, and when they are not free, they are fighting each other. When they temporarily stop fighting and make peace, it is because they see that the battle between the north and the east has expanded and the movement of the battlefield is too big, so they quickly stop fighting, reorganize their troops, and then sit in a row and wait for them to finish fighting before continuing to fight." Everyone was speechless. This was very wise to protect oneself. There are not many restrictions in these places. It has always been like this. Mood Sung-yuan sighed and rubbed his forehead, looking like he had a headache. Hui knew that it was almost time for the main event, and his spirits were lifted. Has there been any change? Well, the northern region has recently decided to intervene in the remaining uninvolved territories. Countless territories, large and small, have been annexed. The fleet we saw just now is also from the northern region. They have imposed a blockade on a relatively large area of this area. You can say that they are forcing people to take sides. Those who comply are fine, but those who dare to resist, well, as far as we know, don't have any good endings. After the blockade order was issued, Many people were either forced or voluntarily joined the northern region, and some took advantage of the fact that the blockade order was not perfected to join the eastern region. However, this is only in the early stages. Later on, when the blockade is perfected, this kind of thing will no longer happen. However, there are still some who have not taken sides and intend to watch. They are being madly targeted and pressured by the northern region. If they really wanted to fight, it would only take a while. Well, it was hard to say. Other than the two regions, there were still 40% of the territories. There were too many people and too many eyes. It would take a lot of effort to clean them up. Moreover, since they were talking about territories, there were so many troublesome things to deal with. Just conquering them was not enough. They still had to manage them. If they did not manage them well, there would be fires and uprisings in the backyard every day when they were fighting in the front. It would be so annoying. The blockade order is now in place. No one is allowed to enter or leave this area. In fact, you were already noticed when you first appeared. The people who rushed over were the ones who imposed the blockade. It doesn't look like much. We scratched his cheek. They came quickly, but they couldn't even find us standing right under their noses. They even had to use a saturation bombing to clear the area. Aren't they too unprepared? It's better to say that they didn't prepare at all. They just opened the door and looked at us with their eyes. Ugh. Mu Songyuan and the others smiled bitterly. It was not that they were useless, but that they were slightly abnormal. Normal people would not be able to withstand this kind of thing. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while. Are the two regions carrying out the blockade at the same time? Or the northern region is the one carrying out the blockade order. The eastern region doesn't have the time to do such a thing. They have to use all their strength just to deal with the northern region's attack. They can't do anything else. Mu Songyuan tapped his arm and sighed. The northern region is only able to occupy so many territories because they are especially strong. In this large region, the strength of a territory can be measured by the size of its territory. Countless large and small territories change, and countless forces rise, and decline happen every day. However, only the northern and eastern regions remain unchanged. It is said that this has been going on for many years. In recent years, the eastern region has also begun to decline, which gave the northern region the opportunity to attack. Okay. Yin Nuoxing slowly stood up and ended the conversation with little Qingzi through their souls. She nodded and said to everyone, "Let's go to the eastern region." Everyone, our people are over there. Little Qingzi is also there. Oh, not that little Qingzi. I mean Shu Qing and the others. I heard from I Ching that they have gathered everyone while we were causing trouble. It took them a lot of effort. Yin Nuoxing said. Hui stood up and patted his pants. Then let's go. We'll go to the eastern region. But there is still the blockade order. Mu Songyuan hurriedly said. It is difficult for ordinary people to pass through the blockade, let alone go to the eastern region. They will be stopped before they can even pass through the gate. Hui raised his eyebrows. Difficult? Does that mean there is still a chance? There's indeed a way. Mu Songyuan smiled bitterly. He patted his head and said in a helpless voice, either you choose to join the northern region, or you hand over a troublesome magic crystal or magic cleansing stone. I calculated the amount that we have to hand over. It will probably take us 2 or 3 years in the Chaos Demon Wilderness to save up. Oh, and with you guys it will double. TSK. Let's go and see the situation first. Hui waved his hand and took the lead to walk out without a care. The rules should be followed when it is necessary. Mu Songyuan was stunned. These words were strange. He felt that they were not words that they would say. Yin Nuoxing saw the strange expression on the young man's face and translated for him. It means that if we follow their rules, they will also have to follow ours. Our rules are very simple. We don't expect anyone to help us. As long as they don't cause trouble, don't hinder us, and don't block our way, it will be fine. The things we want to do will rarely involve others. Even if it does, we will find a way to bypass it or try not to affect others. With this as the premise, if there is still someone blocking our way, we held the back of his head with both hands and turned to them with a bright smile. Then we don't intend to follow the rules. Mu Songyuan smiled bitterly for a while. But Even if we don't follow the rules, the northern region is much stronger than we thought. I did a little calculation. Even if we combine all the forces of the 4 regions, we are still no match for them. TSK, don't worry. We came prepared. You have seen our fighting strength in the quiet wasteland last time, and that is only a part of what you know. Well, a part, probably not more than 1 in a million, or 1 in tens of millions. Hui shook his head and pointed at Phone with his chin. By the way, in this 1 in a million, all of us add up to that one. The rest of the numbers belong to this guy. Yin Nuashing was very excited when she was pointed out. She rolled up her sleeves and immediately said, "What? Do you mean you want me to make a move? You want to make a move? Now, right here?" Everyone was shocked. You're not allowed to make a move. You can't make a move first. Do you want to tear down this world? TSK, Mu Tsangyin and the others. They were suddenly very curious about the nature of the forbidden Feng Ling that made them so vigilant. But when they thought about his identity as the guardian of the will, it didn't seem like they couldn't understand. Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly turned to look at them. "I'll go with you. If you see Feng Ling about to make a move, don't care about anything. Don't look at anything. Just turn around and run. Run as hard as you can. Run as far as you can. Never, never. Don't stop on the way." Why do I feel like you're talking about him, as if he's a natural disaster? Everyone nodded vigorously. It's not like he's a calamity, and a void-level calamity at that. That's a calamity that can easily tear down the void. A bunch of inexperienced brats. You better pray that you don't see the scene of him sweeping the entire world with a buzz, or else it will leave a very scary psychological shadow. Quite a number of people at the front line have been beaten into psychopaths by his 3 styles, and now they can scream and show a satisfied expression when the 3 styles of nothingness explodes. Every one of them is sick and far from the norm. There was originally a small city in the blockade area leading to the eastern region, but after the blockade order was issued, this place was the first to be completely sealed off and occupied by the forces of the northern region. Now, it was just a checkpoint. What was the purpose of setting up this place? God knows. Maybe they were fishing. They clearly didn't allow anyone to join the eastern region, so sealing off this area was used to weaken and restrict the forces of the eastern region. Why not just station a fleet here and directly prohibit everyone from approaching? Otherwise, it would be treated as an act of hostility or something. Yes, why? Hui nodded with his arms crossed. Because they're fishing. They don't use force. They even leave a path for you. There's no need to say what kind of people would choose to go to the eastern region at this time. Yes, they don't need to listen to others. They just need to think that anyone who passes through here is from the eastern region, and treat everyone who passes as enemies, and that's it. With the troublesome, purifying magic stones and magic crystals that you mentioned, I can even come up with a plan to plunder everyone clean, let them pass, and quietly kill them. If even someone like me, who doesn't use my brain, could think of it, do you think they could? Mu Tsongyuan was dumbfounded. Isn't that too sinister? That's nothing. That's nothing. We've seen even more treacherous people. They can trick others into betraying you, yet you still have to support them. They even want you to treat them as your only faith and spiritual pillar, working your life and sacrificing your soul for them. The 7-foot-tall lad's eyes bulged. That's not fun. But what happened to them after that? After that, Hui thought for a moment and pointed at Phone with his thumb. He slapped them all into the ground. They couldn't even dig them out. That's called tragic. Yin Nuashing was a little stunned when he heard that because he couldn't figure it out even after thinking for a long time. Then he thought carefully and said, "Oh, at that time, you said you couldn't handle it or something. Then you suddenly asked me to clean up a place and didn't let anyone go. Was it that time?" Yes. Actually, there were a few people who were quite powerful at that time. Didn't you notice? I didn't notice at all. It's just a slap. Everyone, these two really, one dared to ask for help, and the other dared to attack. The one who attacked didn't care about anything and just slapped them into the ground. Damn, Pass was now a ladder-shaped city. Well, according to its scale, it might be better to call a small town or a small village. After all, It was a narrow and long city with a length of 30 to 40,000 miles and a width of less than 10,000 miles. As for the fleet mentioned just now, there was indeed a fleet here. Tens of thousands of airships were hovering in the sky above this small city. They looked the same as the airships they had seen before. They came in all sizes, except for the small details on the edges and corners. Then they were branded, a mark that looked like half an apple wrapped in a leaf at first glance. There seemed to be no problem going in and out of the small city. There wasn't even a guard at the gate. They just wandered in casually. It wasn't until they reached the streets that they saw many warriors from the northern region standing guard or patrolling. Their uniform was no longer the familiar uniform of the warriors of the Great Temple. Instead, it was a set of leather armor. What was brown, gray, or black? It was a leather armor made of 3 colors. It looked like leather armor, but in fact, it should be made of magic crystals. Their leather armor still has remnants of demonic energy. We looked at those warriors who were either holding spears in their hands or had weapons hanging on their waists or on their backs. Looking at their attire, he couldn't help but be startled. He whispered, "Are they made directly from magic crystals and not purified? Can it do such a thing?" This seems to be possible in theory. Mu Tsangyuan frowned slightly. But if they don't control or purify the demonic energy in the magic crystals before using them, it is easy to be eroded by the demonic energy. It is also difficult to control the energy. That proves that they can control the energy. Yin Nuashing said without thinking. Since there is something in this region that can make the demonic life forms fight on the battlefield, it is not surprising that it has something to do with the demonic life forms. If you say that they have a way to control the demonic life forms, I would believe it. There were many warriors guarding the streets, and a large group of airships hovering in the sky. The defense here could be said to be tight. As for this small city at the border, they could see that it was a place for business. It was also a hub connected by several main roads that could lead to the eastern region and the northern region. It was just that its location was closer to the eastern region. Originally, these neutral places had exchanges with the 2 regions. Now that the situation between the 2 regions had suddenly deteriorated and the 2 regions were locked in a fierce battle, these places were controlled and used as border crossings. The battle between the upper echelons had little to do with the ordinary people for the time being. They still had to live their lives, so these places couldn't be sealed off just like that. The sealing was just to create as much trouble for the enemy as possible. It would prevent people from going to the eastern region, and also prevent people from the eastern region who might be in the sealed area from going back to help. Unless the battle had already evolved into a destructive one, at that time, no one would care about anything and no longer care about the territory. They would just blow everything up regardless of the situation. At that time, there would naturally be no such border crossings. Chapter 2002. The small city was built along the long slanted stairs and slopes. The buildings seemed to extend from both sides of the long slope. The slope and stairs were the main body. Since the slope was not very steep, there were also buildings built along the slope without the need for platforms. Some buildings were built using purifying magic stones or some kind of energy crystal to support a triangular platform, or simply placed there without any support. The front of the building was in a slanted state, and the entrance was also slanted. Looking at the slanted building, he could not help but feel that if he slept in the house at night, when he woke up, he would be surrounded by people at the bottom of the slope of the small city wrapped in a quilt and pointed at him. However, there weren't many of these slanted buildings. Most of them were located on the streets that divided the slope into several streets. Most of the buildings were built on terraces that were separated by dozens of steps. Although there were a lot of soldiers on Fleet Street, the atmosphere here was only slightly tense. It wasn't to the point of panic yet. As mentioned earlier, most of the people here were ordinary people. The peddlers continued to set up their stalls, and the merchants continued to do their business. For them, the only thing they couldn't go to the eastern region. Compared to the choice of going north or east in the past, they had one less option to go east. However, they still had to live their lives. Oh, look at this heavily guarded pass. There is no blind spot in the surveillance. As they walked up the slope, Hui bought a bunch of skewers from a stall. He patted Maple on the shoulder and stuffed the skewers into his mouth when Maple was not paying attention. What are you going to do now? Do you want to go head on? Or do you want to sneak in? Or, Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. He took a bite of the skewer and passed it to see you. Let's take a look first. It's a good thing if we can get there safely. He looked around. They had only walked for a short distance, but he felt like he had been scanned by hundreds of eyes several times. Most of the surveillance was hidden very well. They kept scanning them, probably because there were too many of them. Walking in a row on the street made it look like a large group of people was out on a trip. Although from the reports I heard, we probably won't be able to get there safely. Let's find someone to ask about the situation. Before he could finish his sentence, Hui rushed out like a gust of wind with a bunch of skewers in his hand. He was chatting with an old man on the street who had a bird on his shoulder. Yo, lad, a new face that I've never seen before. Hey, you want to leave this place and go to the eastern region or the northern region? Hiss, that's going to be difficult. If you guys were here a few days ago, you could still go to the northern region. I heard that something bad or someone had sneaked into the northern region and caused a huge commotion. As a result, even the road to the northern region is now blocked. Now, we can only go back the way we came from. Hui stared at the old man. You're not allowed to go to either place. Oh, that's not it. It seems that it's still possible to leave the gateway town and go to the northern region, but the requirements have been raised a lot because of the last incident. It will take a lot of effort to pass through. You know what that means. As for the more specific situation, I suggest you go up and take a look. I haven't been there for a while, and I don't know if the rules have been changed. It's been a few days since I asked about the news there. I haven't been there for a while now. The news did not sound like good news at first. Someone made a firework in the northern region, and the source was this place. So, the security was strengthened. No wonder. The last time I was here, there wasn't such a large fleet. I only heard that the remaining 40% of the area was sealed due to the tense situation. Well, now, the past town is still the past town, but with the addition of a fleet, it has become a heavily guarded place where no one is allowed to pass. Mu Tsungyuan whispered inside. What should we do now? Although we have to go and take a look ourselves, it's almost impossible for me to continue going from here. Yin Nuashing asked, Is there any other way? No, there's no main road leading to the eastern region from other places. Although you don't need to follow the main road, you'll be watched by the people in the northern region from those places until you reach the next place. The people who are watched by them are already quite a distance away from the northern region. Basically, they'll only stop watching you when you reach the next city or town. From those places to the eastern region, you'll have to cross the war zone. Mu Tsungyuan shook his head. Only the area closest to the eastern region has a path to the eastern region on the surface. The narrow and long blockade line is also filled with heavy troops from the northern region. There are also constantly patrolling patrols near the blockade line and within this region. The success rate of breaking through by force isn't too high. Hui had just walked back and was a little stunned when he heard what Mu Tsungyuan said. How do you know so clearly? Mu Tsungyuan smiled bitterly. We were driven back from the northern region last time. Yes, we were driven back all the way to the south. Even if 15 years have passed, looking at the current situation, I don't think there will be any changes. Everyone immediately let out an "oh." This was an experienced fellow. Yin Nuashing felt a little strange. Why were you driven back? Do they know that you came from another region? Mu Tsungyuan was silent. He frowned for a while before he whispered. There is no great shrine in the northern region. Everyone was startled and frowned. Everyone thought carefully. Oh, they seemed to understand what was going on. The great shrines and headquarters of the past have all been replaced. Although they are still using the power of the great shrines, they are no longer the people of the past. As for who the people who took over are, we don't know. We only know that they are very strong in all aspects. This is the information we found when we were still in the northern region. We were only able to find out this much before we were driven out. We were driven out because there is no great shrine in the northern region. When we mention the name of the great shrine, oh, I see. Mu Tsungyuan smiled bitterly. We continued. Then there are still a lot of independent regions in the southern and eastern regions that have great shrines. At the very least, I've heard that there are still a large number of major shrines left in the eastern region. However, It's said that the situation here is different from the major shrines that we're familiar with. As for the southern region, well, the southern region is far too chaotic. While we were running around, we only occasionally saw major shrines. Some of the major shrines even have different uniforms and systems. Only the names are still the same, but their true nature, well, they've become something else entirely. All that's left behind is a shell. The members of the major shrines, helping each other, have become nothing more than empty words. After all, they're no longer real members of the major shrines. It's impossible to count on the people who took over the major shrines and changed their nature to follow the rules. Mood-sung sighed bitterly and rubbed his eyebrows. Every time we go to those places, there is always a sense of separation. It is also because of this reason that we changed into our own clothes when we returned from this large region 15 years ago. We also wanted to get used to it, thinking that one day we would come here again. We used to wear the great shrine's uniforms all the time, so I'm afraid that we could not get used to it from then on. The situation was similar to what they had imagined. It was just ridiculous. No wonder the manager of the Radiant Light headquarters had a strange expression when he mentioned it. He probably understood the situation after getting the information from Mutsang Yuan. The headquarters and great shrines he mentioned were probably the headquarters and great shrines that only existed in the eastern region. As for the chaotic northern region and the suppressed southern region, they could forget about these two places. Well, although they did not need the help of others to act, having the help of the locals could indeed save them a lot of unnecessary trouble, allowing them to speed up their actions. Although they did not even have a more specific target now, it was just, well, they were also ridiculous. The top of the mountain was the passage to leave the small town. A wall made of crystal surrounded the place, leaving only two gates that were tens of thousands of feet high as the entrance and exit. At this moment, the left and right gates were both closed, but the right gate was not only closed, but also tightly bound with circles of seals. The place where the gate was located was a huge, empty space surrounded by a wall. Even the floor was not paved, and the wall and gate alone would not be able to stop anything. However, it only took a little closer look to see that there were a lot of energy barriers buried in the space here, sealing off the entire small town with this place as the center. The fleet was hovering above this place, with the shadow of the largest ship cast here. When one looked up from below, one would feel a strong sense of oppression. Coupled with the surging energy response from the ship, it should be able to deter many people who had other thoughts. At the very least, without breaking through the fleet's combat strength directly, no one would be able to think of such a thing. Apart from the fleet above, there were also teams of warriors armed to the teeth standing in front of the gates on both sides. A group of light chasers stood on the ground and on the walls. With such a tight defense, it was unlikely that they would be able to break through the blockade without a large force. Yin Nuashing looked around and nodded calmly. It's actually very simple. Of course, we all know that breaking through here is very simple. Hui nodded in agreement. Then, his face darkened. But other than breaking through directly, can't you think of some, other ways? Sorry, I don't have such plans. Yin Nuashing shook her head and gathered light in her hand. Look carefully, my sword is going to— Over there! What are you doing here? A shout suddenly rang out, startling everyone. The little angel quickly stopped someone who was about to draw his sword. Everyone turned around and saw a soldier wearing a full set of light armor made of magic crystals walking quickly towards them. One of his hands was already on the hilt of the sword at his back, and the energy in his body began to surge as he shouted at them. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to come near the gate. What are you all doing here? They exchanged a few words in half a second before Hui quickly smiled and said, We want to go to the northern region. I wonder if you can make it easy for us? The soldier, who seemed to be a captain, frowned. Do you have an amnesty pass? Oh, no. Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. Didn't you say that we can pass as long as we pay a certain amount of magic crystals or purifying magic stones? When did it become so troublesome? The soldier, who seemed to be the captain, sneered. Since a month ago, no one is allowed to pass through here without an amnesty pass. This has already been announced to everyone here. Did you come from somewhere else? Go back if you don't have a pass. This is the order. Even if you have urgent matters, you can't go back." Hui grimaced. "Aya, be a good person and make an exception for us. We have been wandering outside for a long time and finally want to go home. Don't be so unreasonable." He faked a smile and took out the purifying demon stone used for storage and carefully stuffed it into Huey's hand. "Look, this is our token of appreciation. If you can let us pass this extra cough cough." The captain glanced at the space within, his eyes flashing with surprise. Still, he threw it back to Hui with a cold glare and said coldly, "That's the order. You can't pass without an amnesty pass. If you don't leave." He snorted coldly and waved his hand, and the light chasers and other soldiers who were on standby immediately surrounded them. "Then I'm going to throw you out." Hui still had that fake smile on his face, but veins were already popping out on his forehead. "Damn it," he cursed in his soul. "I'm not going to bicker with him, Feng. Leave this place too." Boom! Everyone was startled by the sudden burst of energy and a deafening rumble. As they looked towards the source of the sound, they saw a huge cluster of orange-red flames erupting from the gateway to the eastern domain. The fiery red light illuminated the sky, as if a firework had been lit in the middle of the night, and the surging energy blast and shockwave knocked the light chasers and a group of soldiers who had just approached to the ground. The energy barriers hidden in the space were all revealed at once, and began to ripple violently, with streaks of fissures appearing in an instant. The captain turned in shock the moment the energy burst occurred, and before he could see what was going on, he shouted by reflex, "Enemy attack! Someone's attacking the seal on the gateway. Sound the alarm. Have the nearby patrols come as reinforcements." The ear-piercing shriek of energy had already resounded even as he shouted, echoing incessantly within the past town and rapidly spreading even further away. The successive commotion left everyone in the past town stunned, as they looked at the orange-red flames that were blooming like fireworks, and then at the soldiers who were standing guard and patrolling nearby. They all understood what was going on and could not help but sigh. It had been a long time since anyone tried to attack the pass, and there was no telling how much of a ruckus it would cause this time. The captain had just finished shouting when he turned to look at Hui and the others. It just so happened that this group of people had arrived at the same time as the energy burst. It must have something to do with them. When he turned around, he was stunned. He saw a group of people lying on the ground in front of him. It looked like they had fainted. They were probably knocked out by the energy shock just now. But this was a little different from what he had expected. Forget it. He didn't have time to care about them now. "Listen to my orders. Attack with all you've got if anyone shows up. Life or death." Seeing the captain running away to command the battle, Hui raised his eyelids and glanced at the gate that had been blasted open by the shockwaves one after another. The energy barrier hidden behind was letting out a sorrowful cry as it struggled to hold on. He could not help but mutter in the soul message, "Feng, aren't you being too hasty?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned. "Are you stupid? Don't you know me? If it were me, do you think the explosion would be so small? Even if I don't use the origin energy or annihilation energy to flood this place, I will use the origin energy to sink this place. Do you think I will use fire or ordinary flames? How about the energy blast of the origin energy transformed into the form of flames?" This seems like it. Hui was stunned for a moment and could not help but laugh dryly. "Then what's going on? How could it happen just when we were chatting? Attack with all you've got." When everyone heard the captain shout, they sneakily raised their eyelids and saw that in the midst of the explosion of energy, it seemed like they could barely see 5 or 6 figures dancing and flying in the air, fighting with the captain and the entire fleet. With the background of the flames and their posture of prostrating themselves on the ground, it was a pretty good scene. "I saw the old man walking his bird." So you could not help but exclaim. Huey's face twitched. He took a closer look at the flashing figures in the flames. One of them was the old man walking his bird that he had just talked to. The bird on his shoulder was still spitting fire. The explosion was probably caused by it. Good heavens, we had become chess pieces. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and ended her inelegant posture of lying on the ground. She patted the dust off her body. They seemed to be about to succeed in breaking the seal. Let's help them. Let's go. Everyone stood up and patted the dust off. Hui suddenly opened his hand to her. She was stunned. What do you mean? Let me borrow your formation-breaking bow. Yin Nuashing was silent for a moment. Then, she quietly condensed a 2-meter-long bow with energy and handed it to Hui. The latter immediately imitated her and gathered energy to knock an arrow. But just as he was about to release the arrow, he suddenly paused. Little Phoenix spit a mouthful of saliva to cover it up. Feng Qing Wang was speechless. She quietly snapped her fingers and condensed an ordinary orange-red flame on his energy arrow. Then, everyone watched as Hui released the arrow. Boom! Boom! A towering energy firework suddenly erupted from the wall beside the main gate. The orange fireworks' fiery shockwave engulfed hundreds of light chasers and dozens of soldiers in a single breath, before being blown into the air by the wind. It seemed to have inadvertently engulfed one airship after another in a sea of flames, fusing with the flames that kept erupting over the main gate and strengthening the latter's power. The seal that had been holding on strenuously did not last more than a few seconds under the impact of the unexpected power that had burst out, before shattering with a bang. Bang! Hundreds of large cracks appeared on the wall that seemed to be made of crystal. In a brief instant, the wall shattered with a loud bang. The power of the explosion mixed with the energy storm, causing the flames to burn even more vigorously. Sir Bird and the others were stunned when they saw that. Although they had calculated that they could break through the blockade, they should not have done it so quickly. Still, they had no time to think too much. While the soldiers were engulfed by the explosion, they took the lead and rushed out of the main gate. Screw it. Let's get out of here first. The billowing flames had eaten the airships into chaos. When a captain turned and saw the figures rushing out of the main gate, he immediately roared, "Attack! Attack with all your might! Stop defending and attack with all your might! Don't let a single one live!" Tens of thousands of airships instantly withdrew their energy barriers, allowing the strange and inextinguishable flames to spread rapidly across the airships. They gathered all their energy and turned it into a torrent of energy that surged towards the forests of the eastern region. The sound of destruction that shook the earth resounded through the sky. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly bloomed. The dazzling light took away the color of the sky and cast a grayish-white color. Countless people in the small town at the pass were so shocked that they patted their chests and whistled to pretend to be calm. The energy explosion that the entire fleet unleashed was enough to make a beginner Yuansher's scalp tingle. If it was not for the fact that the explosion was concentrated, it would have cleansed the area within hundreds of millions of miles. Oh, what a splendid firework! Hui clapped his hands and looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance. He could not help but clap his hands. Then he turned back and said calmly, "The energy impact with the power of the rules is coming." Less than 2 seconds after he finished speaking, the energy impact came crashing down. A gust of wind with a force of tens of thousands suddenly blew past them. The group of people were as steady as Mount Tai, but the ground under their feet was immediately plowed. When they looked down, they found that the ground had sunk by 7 or 8 meters. The shadow of a small hill next to them had disappeared. Looking at the area affected by the shock wave, Yun Nuashing turned around and looked in front of him. The flames at the entrance were still burning. Those people were trying their best to extinguish the flames. However, the flames of the phoenix were extinguished. Even if the flames were disguised as ordinary flames, they were still the flames of the blue phoenix. How could they be extinguished just because they wanted to? That's right, those people had just canceled their defenses and risked their lives to attack. This was simply like taking off their clothes and jumping into lava. Look at the flames burning. Yin Nuashing said, "By the way, did you miss your arrow just now?" This. Huey's expression stiffened. After a moment, he coughed and turned his head. "I was shooting at the city wall. There was no problem at all. It was just a little off, right?" "Yes." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. "Why don't you just use divine shock? Or let me do it. You can't handle my power." Mu Tsangyin stared blankly at the sky in the distance that was already burning red. Then he looked at the ground behind him that had just been sunk by the shock wave. With a blank expression, he said, "They just broke through chi and ran over here. Is it that simple?" At this time, Lu Xiaoqiu recovered from her calm expression. She turned her head and said to them, "Calm down. As a mature spectator, you need to calm down. You're not used to their style of doing things. Sooner or later, your stomach will hurt." Mu Songyuan and the others were speechless. They felt that this statement was very subtle. They stood in place and watched for a while. After confirming that the fire would not burn out in a short time, they decided to ignore it. Just as they were about to go deeper into the eastern region, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of them and stopped not far in front of them. They stumbled forward a few steps. Their clothes were tattered, and their hair was disheveled. It was the old man who was walking the bird. It seemed that even though they ran out with all their strength, they were still unable to block the angry attack of the fleet. As soon as the old man came out, he half knelt on the ground. He looked back at the few people who were in a sorry state. He gritted his teeth and hugged the fainted bird in his arms tightly. Just as he was feeling uneasy, he suddenly saw a group of people in front of him. His spirit was shaken, and he shouted at the people in front of him with all his might. "Friends in front, please wait a moment. Please lend a hand and save us this time. We will definitely reward you after this." Hui, who had just turned his head and was about to leave, suddenly put on a sinister smile. He skipped and jumped all the way. Looking at his beaming face, he looked like a child who had lived for more than 10 years. Yin Nuoxing and the others felt a little helpless and could only follow him. When the person in front of him jumped and appeared in front of him, the old man who was walking the bird was also startled. Just as he was about to raise his head to see who it was, the person in front of him squatted down first. He put his hands on his knees and looked at the old man with his chin in his hands. He said cheerfully, "Uncle, long time no see." The old man listened to this slightly familiar voice that he seemed to have heard not long ago and could not help but be stunned. He looked up and saw Hui staring at him with a smile. He immediately widened his eyes in horror. "It's you. You. Why are you here? Why can't we be here?" Hui spread out his hands and shrugged. "What? Do you want to throw us away after using us as pawns? You. And the guy who used us as tools and kicked us away after using us, are either a flower now or holding hands and reporting below." The old man's face turned pale in an instant. "All right, stop fooling around with them." Yin Nuoxing sighed softly and walked over. Seeing that the old man's face had turned pale, she could not help but shake her head and comfort him. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He just tore you in half and used it as fertilizer to plant grass. The grass on your grave is at least 1,000 feet tall." The old man and the others, they were finished. They had just escaped death, and now they were in a wolf's den. This group of people looked like Azura demons. If they had known this would happen, they would not have gotten involved with them. How could they randomly find a person on the road and be associated with such a group of monsters? All right, I won't scare you anymore. I was just joking." Hui clapped his hands and stood up. "Although you used us as pawns without saying anything, but seeing that you diverted their attention for us, and that you will be hunted down for a period of time in the future, I won't be too calculative. Tell me who you are, where you came from, and what you plan to do, and I will let you go. Hey, if you have resentment, just blame yourself. If you want to be angry, just be angry at yourself. Who asked you to run over here? Not only did you run over here, you even called us. Look, you are in our hands now. Isn't this very delightful?" No, it makes people want to play with you. Is very exciting. It hurts." Yin Nuoxing stopped Hui, who was about to go crazy. She rolled her eyes and said bluntly to the 5 people who were already trembling with fear, "We lack a tour guide from the eastern region. Understand?" Understood.